Hey, I was jamming out.
Hey everyone, welcome to Virtcon. All right, I'll be your host today, JD, also known as Boot Disc. Right now we've got Blasto, Lydia, Zack Freedman, and Riskable with us, and Caleb's in the background helping out.
Yo.
How's everyone doing?
Great.
Doing great.
All's fine here in New York.
Yeah. So you're talking about that move you're doing.
Oh yeah, we are. We're joining all the people fleeing the pandemic and heading to Colorado. I hear they have machines that wash your dishes for you.
Impossible.
Right there in your own apartment.
Can't be done.
That's what I said.
Do you know how much steam power that would take?
Oh my god, I don't even know where. Like your boiler must be the size of the entire house. But no, it's great. I came here to take electronics contracts, and now that all the meetups aren't happening and all the the conferences aren't happening, and I'm doing YouTube instead, like might as well get some sun and fresh air, right?
Yeah, might as well enjoy it. Apologies for the camera blanking out. Coming to you from a very remote location.
Some sort of secret underground bunker, perhaps?
Something like that.
Mountainside lair?
Nah, I'm just kidding. All right. Well, Zach, you're up first, and I believe you have some wearable computers to show off.
I do. My original plan was to show off a Cyberdeck that I'm going to be building for an up. Oh, I should probably introduce myself, right?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Zach. I'm a cyborg, and I have a YouTube channel. Every week, I make a mildly amusing video about a DIY project or how to make technology, how to keep your own projects on track, all that kind of stuff. And I was supposed to have a Cyberdeck done to show off today, but schedule got a little crazy. I was water cooling an oscilloscope, and it kind of spiraled out of control. So unfortunately, we're going to have to settle for just some wearable computers. But I do have some it is kind of topical. So in my last project, in my last project video, pimping out the oscilloscope, I had a lot of shots of myself building stuff. And these are always really hard shots to get, right? Because like if your hand like blocks the camera while you're soldering, the entire shot is useless. So I actually solved this problem using a wearable device. That's right. I can wear two different wearables now.
So you've added more than just the ocular implant?
Unfortunately, that technology doesn't exist quite yet. And even if it did, I don't know about you guys, I'm not getting version 1 of anything implanted. So yeah, so today I have two wearables that I can show off. I have the custom one that I'm wearing right now, and I have an off-the-shelf one that is actually an excellent choice for anyone looking to get into making their own wearables. So my display just glitched out because I powered this thing up. Excellent. So yeah, I guess real quick I can show what I can see through each of them. This might get a little janky. It's very difficult to see what's on a wearable through a camera, but we're going to do our best. So the first one is the one I'm wearing, the Optigon. This is used to be an Epson Movario wearable. It's like a video headset. And I've modified it to be a monocular heads-up display. And I really like the monocular form factor because when people think of wearable computer, right, this is what they're thinking of. They're thinking of, like Scouter from Dragon Ball Z. So I think that's really important in just calming people down, right? Making them feel comfortable that you're wearing a computer. Come on, work for me. There we go. Get on there. Yeah, so that's kind of what I see. It's about the size of like an iPad mini held in midair. And right there, it's Evernote. Yeah, so I kind of use this as a memory aid in the off hours, but when I'm on camera, I have it running as a teleprompter. That's how I can fit such a high density of terrible jokes in, because I'm cheating. This was kind of like, so I initially got into building wearable computers because, I was into the whole transhumanism thing. I wanted to augment my consciousness. But what really got me to take it seriously was the idea of using it as a memory aid. And this is like kind of the wheelhouse of Dr. Thad Starner. Made this. He was one of the longest wearable technology users. He was also involved in glass, and his specialty was memory aids. And he had this really interesting Linux-based system that was specifically designed to be used during a conversation, so you could pull up information. And I never got mine dialed in quite like that, but I try. So this is an off-the-shelf wearable. This is called this is the Viewfine. So this guy is worn on a pair of very fashionable Warby Parker glasses. And what's cool is that it comes with this magnetic mount, so it just snaps right on. And you get a little display. So I'm going to just make sure this is actually filling the screen, and I'll show you what I'm seeing. So I have this rigged up on my desktop to just show my my wallpaper, or to just show my it's another monitor basically. So right now I have it just showing my wallpaper, but yeah, this one has a smaller field of view, but it's like about the same field of view. So what's really cool about this device, the View, so all right, the thing that you can't see about the two of them is that the Moverio is a sort of all-in-one wearable display combined with like an Android tablet, and you really can't separate the two. It doesn't have video input. The Viewfine is the total opposite. This thing is not a computer; it's just a display. And as long as what you have has as long as you can plug in a micro USB or micro HDMI, and it can output a 720p signal, you're good to go. And that makes this one here great for building Raspberry Pi projects, because especially if you're using the Raspberry Pi 4, you have a micro USB like right there on the board. So I got myself one of these handy micro HDMI cables with a little stretch to it, and at some point I'll use this to attach to tether the Viewfine to my wearable to my Cyberdeck. Yeah, so that's kind of like a quick overview on sort of the state of the art and off the shelf and semi-custom wearables. One common mistake that people make when they decide to make their own wearable is they try to make the display. The display is the hardest part of the entire project to build. Custom optics are a nightmare to make, and it's not as easy as just like getting a clear OLED or just getting just putting a display close to your eye. You have to have an optical system to collimate it. It makes it look further away. Otherwise, your eye can't focus on it. And if you don't believe me, you can just whip out your phone and just hold it right up to your eye. Can you see it? No, you need optics. So generally what you want to do if you're interested in building your own wearable computer is you start off with an off-the-shelf display and you decide what computer you're going to attach to it. But then you have to deal with the hard part, which is the input. I'm not going to talk too much about... Actually, my first YouTube video was about a data glove, but interacting with a wearable computer is like one of the hardest user experience challenges around. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. So we have a bunch of people on this call who are really serious cyberpunk folks and serious cyberdeck builders. What questions do you have about making wearable computers and using wearable computers? And of course, what else do we have from the audience?
Blasto, you are muted or have no audio.
Pardon, could you repeat that?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll go ahead. For the wearable displays, I've seen a lot of these video goggles that use USB-C and HDMI conversion of some kind. But I can never find a board that will take HDMI in and then output over USB-C. Oh
boy! So this is all right. So if you're curious about what's going on about what's going on with USB-C. USB-C doesn't actually have a video standard. So 95% of the time, 95% of the time, basically the USB device negotiates and says, hey, I know we're connected over USB, but what do you say we do DVI? And it's the other device says, yeah, sure. And then it just repurposes the IO lines from USB to just do a DVI signal. So,
Okay.
so
Really?
like, yeah, it's so what's actually going on there is there's a brief negotiation, and then it's just outputting DVI. And I really want to try to make a breakout board to just, hook a DVI device up to it. I don't know. I don't exactly know what goes on in the negotiation phase, but yeah, all that's going on there is this DVI. So it is, in theory, possible to make a bridge from HDMI to USB-C, but on the whole, it's kind of obnoxious. I'm gonna be honest. There aren't, as far as I can tell, there aren't any dev boards that'll output USB-C video. I heard rumors that some of the
one.
Rock Pis will.
So there's one board that I've seen. It's out of production now, and it was made for one of those Windows VR video glasses that were out a few years back. It was a HDMI in, USB-C out, but it's out of production, and the guy who made it, I can't get a hold of him. I tried. But it seemed like it did exactly what we needed. I think the main goal was to be for video input for a Oculus Quest.
Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's anytime you're trying to do any sort of video processing, you immediately hit a brick wall because the chips are almost always under NDA for some reason. I think it's some combination of many of the standards being proprietary. So like any of the chips that work with them are also proprietary. But on the whole, it's really hard to do projects like that as DIY. It's just begging for like an FPGA or something to take it over. But yeah, I really wish it was, because the new Moverio headset, the new Epson hardware, uses that USB-C input, and it's a really neat piece of hardware. It's very high quality display. It's similar to the one I'm using, but it uses an OLED instead of a standard LCD, so it's lighter and brighter. But it's USB-C, and like I don't have anything that can output that. I went iPhone, and I realized now that was a mistake.
Yeah, I do have one SBC around here. It's Raspberry Pi size, looks just like this, and it does have DVI out over USB-C.
Really?
But,
Which one?
It is one of the RK33.
Yeah, the rock chip boards.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think it's the Model C. There's like a Model A, B, and C, or it might be a Model D. I'll pull it up later. It's a pretty decent little board. You have to deal with like U-boot to configure it, which is kind of a hassle. You have to do like a SPI programmer just to program the BIOS on it. And it's really expensive too, and not terribly fast. But it has USB-C video out.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, I've got this little, and it's like a docking station laptop. It's just a screen, battery, and keyboard.
Oh, like
and
one of the Atrix type deals?
Yeah, it takes video in over USB-C only, which does work on the Raspberry Pi with a special driver, but it works poorly. You might be able to use that driver and output video over USB 3 to a different display.
That's really interesting. Like I knew that part had it, but I've never heard anyone do it. Oh man, I got to give that a shot then. It's also a very capable board, right? It's very strong.
Yeah, definitely.
The Raspberry Pis were always kind of, well, I mean, they were the number one choice for wearable computers because like they're just so Raspberry Pis used to be the choice for wearable computers because they had composite video out, and
Right.
most of the wearables were built on the MyView Crystal, which was old as hell, and it has
I have two of them.
in. I have so many. MyView, by the way, if anyone's listening to this, don't build a wearable out of a MyView Crystal. They have a catastrophic problem that causes the display to white out after a certain amount of time, and almost all of them have it. So, yeah, he'd heed our warning. But yeah, I'm really glad there's at least one part out there that can do it. The Raspberry Pi 4 though, like everything has changed there. That's such a powerful and capable board, and it's got way more power and peripherals than you could use for a wearable computer. I would love.
Oh, did we lose him?
That was
Oh, yeah.
special.
Wasn't
You
sure
know
if it
what?
was
He
mine
would
or-
love. He would love. That's great.
That's a good spot to cut on.
Wait,
I think he's probably trying to
Talking about that
rejoin.
Epson wearable.
Do we need to remove him so he can rejoin here?
Possibly we can give that a try.
We also have
Uh,
Matt Urkel. He's ready to join the stream as well if you wanted to add him in.
all right. Let's see if he's. Did we get Zach back?
Although Matt says the studio is full currently.
Yeah. Looks like we can only have 10 people in at a time. So
Right. All right. So anyone who's not ready to jump in, go ahead and leave the studio for a minute, and then we'll circle back to you. All right. Well, since we got some dead air here, I'm going to show you guys. This is the Raspberry Pi 400. This is the Raspberry Pi 400 motherboard. Inside the, as far as I know, the first ever external case for one. Oh no, the green screen is on, and the case is blue.
that's shiny.
It's green screening it right now. Give me a second.
That's why it looks so strange.
a big wing that's gonna fly across the screen in a second. That's funny.
All right, let's see if yeah, there we go, back to normal. So
Looks
yeah,
exactly
the Raspberry
like
Pi
it.
400 motherboard, as you can see, it's a long boy, up to a standard. And Zach's back.
Hey,
But yeah, this is really a cool board. It's a lot faster than all the rest, and it runs about 20 degrees cooler, which means you're using less power and you don't need to cool it at all. A tiny heat sink, that's it. And the layout with all the ports being on one side is also really nice because you can just fit it in the case, make this like say the back of the case, and then have all of your stuff sticking out towards the rest of your hardware. You don't have cables running everywhere.
that is a hassle.
Yeah, this is going in several designs that I'm working on right now. And later on, I'll show you guys the Pi 400 Cyberdeck. The motherboard is not in it currently, obviously, so I won't be turning it on, but I'll show you guys the case. Hey, Zach, so you're back.
Yeah, turns out my home internet connection can't support both streaming 4K video and streaming me. So the video got priority.
Hey,
My wife does assure me it's an excellent video. So yeah, there was a question about the Epson Moverio. Do we want to return to that, or should we move on to talking about Cyberdecks?
No, the Epson for sure.
We did have one question in the YouTube chat. I don't know if we got to it or not. I don't remember who asked it, but someone asked if there was any eye fatigue from wearing that.
that was user Joe Steele. I was just about to mention that. Yep.
Oh, that's that. It's a really interesting question. Is there any eye fatigue from wearing it for a period of time? The short answer is yes. As there is a little bit, especially if especially if whatever is in your other eye is closer to you than the display's apparent distance, because our eyes aren't really used to that. We're not used to like seeing something visible behind something else. On top of that, if you're trying to really focus in and like read small text, it does get pretty bad. But the more experience you get wearing computers, like the more time you log actually using it, the more you get used to relaxing your eye and kind of reading out of the corner of your eye. It gets a lot easier to use. The only real way to guarantee that the things are going to go bad is if the display is much brighter than the room, because that will just blast your eye and it's the worst. Especially if you turn
see because your other eye will constrict.
Right, your eyes have a really hard time dilating in different amounts to each other, so it just causes it just sucks. It is pretty interesting. It's not as bad as you'd think though. Remember, you're always seeing different things out of your left and right eye. Your brain is totally used to figuring out what to pay attention to, which eye to use as the dominant one, which one to just pull extra information from. So seeing a different thing in both eyes itself doesn't cause eye strain, because you do it all the time. Your brain sort of figures out, like, you focus in the left eye, you just kind of the right breaks apart and you stop paying attention to it, and so on and so forth. It's pretty neat.
I can't pull up the multiple streams and stuff. I also have limited bandwidth here, so if anyone else wants to keep an eye on the YouTube chat and pull in any questions from there, there's probably a few on Discord as well. Just putting that out there.
Oh yeah, Cyberdeck Discord is the best Discord.
It is the best Discord. Everyone agrees.
Yeah, I'm keeping.
I agree.
I'm keeping an eye on the
Everyone on
Facebook,
this stream certainly
and,
agrees.
It looks like Blasto is too. Where in the Discord do we have? I thought we were gonna. Are we gonna have a chat for the stream in Discord or no?
We are.
I don't know. I don't have the power to create things. But I did want to introduce Matthew Ergel, who just joined.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello.
Lovely
Hey,
shirt.
Oh, this whole thing, this is just something I threw on.
I did
What
just
have I
add
missed so far?
Oh, we were just
So,
listening to
the
Zach
chat
talk
Q&A
about.
channel is now up.
Oh, go ahead.
The chat Q&A channel is now up in Discord, so anyone that wants to ask any questions for the guests, go right ahead. We might not answer them if they're.
Oh, we have our first question. I have a question directed at me. Do you mind if I answer it?
Go ahead.
Straylight asks, Zach, how did you levitate? In my most recent video, I levitated, and that's the power of 3D printer meditation. You just focus, you be completely mindful of the sound and motion your 3D printer is making, and you just start to rise. It's unbelievable. Pay no attention to the fact that I'm not casting a shadow in the area where a stool would be. It's completely irrelevant. It's just pure force of will. Omega Rogue asks, Zach, what is a good distance for the projected image to be at for good comfort? This is a really cool question because it depends on how you intend to use the wearable. If the wearable is just for walking around, general use, you want it focused to infinity because things are going to be far away, and you want you don't want to have to constantly change your focus. Most of the time, though, you want the image about 2 to 3 feet from you, apparent distance, because that's how far people stand from you. That way, you can look at the screen and talk to someone at the same time without having to constantly shift your focal plane back and forth. That said, if you're planning on using your wearable while you're doing something else, you probably want it focused at closer to like 18 inches because you want it to always appear in front of what you're working on. So it's actually a really interesting question. And there are two dynamics to this too. If it's a monocular, the distance is set by the apparent distance is set by the focal plane. But if it's a binocular, it's set by basically the divergence between the two viewpoints. Which is kind of neat if you think about it. The same mechanism, like the same display that looks far away if there's one display, can look very close if there are two. It's kind of an interesting bit of technology. Yeah, most heads-up displays project at about 3 feet. because it's close. It's about where people stand, so you can use it while talking to someone. The Epson is interesting. The Epson actually projects at about 2 feet because it's designed to be used on airplanes, and that's about how far away the seat in front of you will be. The golden rule is you don't want the display to be behind. You want the display to be further away than the closest object to you, because it looks really weird. Looks like you can see through it.
That's interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, half a DB asks a neat follow-up: is the focal length easily adjustable? No. If it's a binocular display, yes, it's really easy to adjust that. It's all done in software, kind of like moving it by a part of a pixel compared to each other. It looks further away or closer. If it's a monocular, though, it's set by the optics, and I haven't yet seen a wearable display made in the last 20 years that allows you to adjust the focal plane manually. It's all the more reason why you have to use the device to get a sense of how it's working, or to get a sense of like how it actually plays out. By the way, cut me off if I'm if I'm going too far here.
That's right. I was gonna,
would you mind just showing Matt your 2 wearables again, just real quick?
Yeah.
I don't think he saw the first time.
Yeah, so this is the Viewfind. This is an off-the-shelf device, and that's kind of what we're seeing through there. It looks. Remember that I can't get the device as close to the camera as I can to my eye, so you'll have to just pretend. And then over here we have the Epson Movario, which unfortunately I can't show you the picture because I forgot to turn off the sleep timer. It's gone to sleep. But yeah, so this was originally a binocular device, and I cut it down to make it a monocular. So that's
interesting.
Very nice.
That's what we got here. Personally, I massively prefer a transparent display to an opaque display. Some people care. Like, it affects some people more than others. The best display is definitely in a Google Glass, but Google Glass is an all-in-one device that you can't really hack anything on. It's kind of like you use what you got. Google Glass is a great device. Sometimes the prisms flake off, though. Okay. Zakuman asks a neat question. How do you maintain the balance of the wearable's weight? How do you keep the monocle from falling forward? It's not easy. This is really hard. There are 2 things that come into play here. The first is obviously the weight of the display, right? Heavier display wobbles more. The second thing, though, is moment of inertia. You want all parts of the display to be as close to your eye as possible. So like, I'll demonstrate this with the. So here's the Viewfind. So this is the mount point for the Viewfind here, right? It's kind of like a magnetic cradle, and I'm going to attach this, and you see it's designed to basically like hug the side of it. There's really no distance between the computer module and the arm of the glasses. And there's no distance between the display and the eye. The further away something is, the more sort of leverage it has to cause it to wobble. So yeah, you want to keep the mass as low as possible by bringing mass off of the display and onto like a belt pack or a shoulder pack. And you also want to reduce moment of inertia by bringing everything as close to your head as possible, even if that means spreading it out. Like Google Glass is a very large piece of electronics because it runs on your eye and all the way along and behind your head. But because everything hugs your skull, it feels very light because it's a very small moment of inertia.
Yeah, I've used Google Glass, and the display on that is just abysmal. The image quality on it,
I like it personally, but different people respond differently to different wearable displays.
Yeah, I guess that's true too, depending on your own vision.
Yeah, Epson is probably one of the best looking ones I've seen. I was wondering if any of the newer models you can just get HDMI or any other video signal directly into.
So there are a number
There's
of
a few, but nothing that's under $1,000.
Some of them are there's you can get like an opt-in vent ORA for about like $600-800, depending on how lucky you are on eBay. Personally, though, I don't want a binocular. I prefer a monocular, and very few of them you can split the two. You can remove one of the displays without permanently disabling the device. So that's a matter of personal preference. Augmented reality is baloney. I'm not. Don't get me started on augmented reality. It sucks. It's not physically possible. No, it's not. No, it's not how it works. There's only one way to do. There are only two ways. There are only two ways to do proper augmented reality. All right, I'll do the brief augmented reality rant. The problem with augmented reality is that the focal point of your eye is inside your skull, right? You can't put a camera inside your skull. Okay, that's the first way you do it. Augmented reality is, you tap the eye or you just replace the retina with a camera. All right, fine. The only other way you can do it is by putting a mirror at a 45-degree angle, like a double-sided mirror at a 45-degree angle to your eye with a camera on this side and a display on this side, so that basically it does optical baloney and it causes the focal point to be the same. Problem is, the same way as you see a camera, or I'm sorry, the same way you see a display, right? They see a camera, so it makes it look like you have like a webcam embedded in your skull, and it's terrifying. That device is called an eye tap, and there actually is an open hardware design. The problem is that without either messing with your eyeball or your nervous system, or by using an eye tap, there's no way to get the focal point of the camera to be the same as the focal point of your eye. So it's never possible to make an augmented reality display that can register that can register at any distance. You always have to pick a distance that you can line it up, and any other distance, it's not possible. You can't make one object seem to overlap another.
Well, then the last option, of course, is to just hack the matrix and,
Yes, if reality is a simulation, that would kind of obviate the entire question.
Right.
Now, Matt, you had a eyeball thing for your Cybernaut project, didn't you?
Yes, I did build a head-mounted wearable thing. Let me see if I can dig it out. I had turned it into spare parts for other things since then, but I've kept everything.
As we all do.
Yeah. So let me untangle this mess of wires here. Let's see what we have here. So this is the headset from the. Pardon my dog; he's barking at something. But this is basically the headset. Forget the piece that's coming off here from the Cybernaut IMEC. Trying to remember the model number. It's the Cybernaut MAV, so MA4. And basically, this is like late '90s wearable design. So this is basically a big set of the big chunky ridiculous headset. And then what I did just for this project, just as a prototype, I built this. This is basically a TFT module that is wired into the arm and then runs down, connects to a Raspberry Pi, and basically have Windows 98 emulated on the Raspberry Pi and showing on this display. And it's a little bitty tiny display that sits right here. The original did project to a piece of acrylic, like a semi-transparent piece of acrylic that was about way big and sat maybe 6 inches forward. So you had a little better field of view. With this, on the other hand, you have a 1.5-inch screen that's sitting about 3 inches from your eyeball, which you can see, and you can see well enough to move the mouse and move a cursor around. I was playing when I demoed it. I was actually playing Minesweeper on it, and you can resolve the image well enough to play Minesweeper, which is surprising. But it is certainly not comfortable to wear. It's certainly something that has been surpassed by newer wearables like Zack's hardware there. The biggest thing is having an opaque display. You're absolutely right. Having an opaque display, 3 inches from your face, is not the most comfortable thing in the world, and it leads to quite a bit of eye strain very quickly. So, as I found out, so that was the interesting part of that project.
So which aspect of the Cybernaut like made you inspired to kind of work off of that as a starting point?
Well, my goal was to just, so I got one of these, and my goal actually was just to get it working, just to sort of rebuild it. The problem was they have some sort of proprietary lock on here, some sort of proprietary BIOS lock that I was unable to get past. So I completely gutted the system and replaced it with Raspberry Pi, as you do, as one does.
That's
still
one
have
way
the
of
board.
getting past the security.
Yes. Well, I mean, the idea is really just the aesthetic, is to have this some sort of a this weird little wearable, and it's mostly just it's mostly just a lark. It's just for fun. It's just goofy. I wanted to be able to wear this around, like say go to WonderCon or somewhere, and just wearing this thing around with this big piece of hardware on my head and get lots of weird looks from people. Which is part and parcel.
Just a
my
bit
MO.
of history lesson here. The Cybernaut wearable computer. What year was that? Was that like 90, 95, 96, something like that?
I think the original was about 95, 96. This particular one came out right at like 2000, 99, 2000, somewhere in there. And this was
computer back then was like hemorrhaging bleeding edge. Like that predates the lithium-ion battery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you pretty much had a laptop running in your backpack with a screen attached to it if you wanted portable.
I think that hip pack was all there was, right?
I mean,
Yeah. Hip pack.
it was
Like
the hip
2000.
pack, and it's got like 4 boards attached to it, and they're all just stacked, inside this little guy here. But it actually had. It was this was a Pentium 2, Pentium 2, stuck inside this thing, which was
So much power.
for 99 2000 and a portable computer that you could wear, that's not bad, I would say. But it really is. It was just a goofy piece of hardware that I just wanted to mess around with and see what I could do with it, which was not a lot. But of course, the original wasn't very good anyway, so the remake stays in that vein of not being very good.
So it's traditional, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
It's a lot. It's a lot larger.
It's
than
like
pictures.
people ask. It's what now?
Oh, it's a lot larger than it looks in pictures.
Yeah, I mean it's huge. It's I mean here's my phone for comparison. It's pretty darn big. I'm just did certain weird things with my phone. But yeah, this is a Galaxy S9, so S9 Plus.
Turn sideways. Turn sideways. Son of a bitch.
I think you meant the other sideways.
Profile view.
Oh, wait, which one do you want me to turn sideways?
For thickness.
How thick they are.
Edge on.
Oh.
We do have one
Iron
question.
Potato.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Iron Potato asked real quick: Are you a cyberpunk? Have you used the private eye display?
Oh, of course. I prefer not to go by the moniker, just because, I grew up in playing Shadowrun, so I'm like, oh, okay, Shadowrun, cyberpunk, yeah. No, I'm not like the super black trench coat wearing stereotypical, whatever you want to call it, cyberpunk. No, I don't know. I don't even know enough.
With the private eye display.
The private eye display? No, I haven't. No.
All right, because there's.
I'm sorry.
Because Are You a Cyberpunk? It's like a classic picture of like the choicest technology the late 90s, early 2000s have to offer. And he's wearing this private eye display, which is like it's like this big.
Oh, okay, yeah. No.
Does anyone remember the Wild Planet toys?
That's what got me into building electronics in the first place.
Yeah, they had like
I remember
trip
those.
wires. They had a video display goggle, monocle, and all their stuff was like $30, so you could actually buy it. I had one of those monocle displays. It was terrible. It was like 200 pixel square. But you plug in a Nintendo to it, and you could sit there and play video games in the car and get very nauseous. But it was still pretty cool. Definitely one of the first pieces of gear I played with.
Enough.
Yeah, I always preferred the Tiger R Zone. If you want a head-mounted display that's just terrible, that's the way to go. Especially trying to play a game on that, because it's just little like tiny LCD Tiger display, calculator display up here in the corner, and
oh yeah, didn't that have a red
maybe
backlight?
get. It did. It had like a red,
Yeah,
like a
one.
red LED that shined on it. And I think it was like trying to compete with Virtual Boy, so that's why they just put a red LED on it. But
That was a low bar to cross.
Yeah.
yeah,
Virtual Boy was pretty
Well, I
sophisticated
mean,
piece
was
of
Virtual
technology.
at the time, Virtual Boy was like, that was the hot newness, the new hotness. But yeah, it certainly didn't last very long. But admit it, you wanted a Virtual Boy, as
Oh,
everybody.
I definitely wanted one and all 6 games that I'd ever had.
Yes, exactly.
I played one once and got massive eye fatigue after maybe 15 minutes.
Between the Virtual Boy, the Power Glove, Moon Shoes, Stretch Armstrong, just all these baloney toys that look so cool in the commercials but suck in real life. Like, this is why every 30-year-old has trust issues.
This is why Toys R Us is gone.
But did you see the box art, Zach?
Oh,
The box art.
that is the lost
Yeah.
art. Oh, man. They just don't make boxes the way they used to.
Now,
I still have a
now,
stack
if you're a
of
person of
Lego
a certain age,
boxes.
the Crossfire that's the one that everybody wanted. It was the Crossfire game? Did you play that one? It was
Oh, yeah, with the
basically-
marbles.
yes,
yeah.
yes, with the little ball bearings, and you like
Actually, a really cool game. It's actually a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
but it's not nearly as epic as the classic advertisement made it out to be.
No. But I'll be honest. I've been caught up in the crossfire.
Oh,
We all had some great, very 80s toys. It was like, imagine tech that kind of worked, but was mostly just good marketing. But hey, that got us all to want to make it real, build our own stuff.
That's right.
That said, modern toys are cool as hell. I mean, like, like what Bakugan, like marbles that actually like break open into like a little action figure. Like,
Yeah.
you got Beyblades, you got programmable Beyblades now. You use a phone to like
What?
tell when it like breaks open or something.
What?
That never ends.
They've
It's when you
gone
have
too
kids,
far.
someday you'll have kids, any of you, and then you'll be like, man, kids have the coolest toys. And then every year they just get better and better, and you're just like, man,
Augmented
stuff I had as a
reality
kid was
Legos.
just awful.
see, the trick to that I've found is to
Augmented
just
reality.
never stop playing with toys.
Yeah, that works too.
I've got a Nintendo Lego
That's
set
awesome.
over here waiting to be assembled. It's like 7,000 pieces, so
Was that the
that'll be
NES?
the next.
The TV?
Yeah, that'll be like the next 6-hour stream I do.
That's
Did you
not
see
enough.
the guy who combined the Nintendo Legos with Nintendo RC cars and made like a whole Mario Kart thing?
Nice.
Oh yeah, with those ARs, those are really cool.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. He combined both of them into something just outrageous.
We did have one question, Matt. And I want to kind of just circle back to it. Unimpressed, McLast name, wanted to know if your Cybernaut can play Doom.
Oh, it can play Doom, just very slowly. Well, I mean, it can play Doom as a Raspberry Pi better than it can play Doom as Windows 98. So, but yes, in both cases, it's just how fast do you want Doom to run?
I mean, at least 15 FPS, right?
Let's see if I can get Doom running on this heads-up display.
Oh no.
We also had Jim over the Edge Attack earlier. He chimed in and saying that the Oculus Quest or the Quest 2 could be a good wearable because it has cameras built in and they could be
here we go.
upgraded. More than know what your thoughts were. Oh, look at that.
Come on.
Almost.
What is it with games? Why does it take 20 minutes to get to the menu?
A game that's only half a megabyte.
I remember
Game
waiting for
because
that
eye
screen.
strain. Let's see.
Can we appreciate the fact that you're holding
There it is.
like a
Is it
full
working?
computer in the palm of your hand and you're upset that it's loading too slow?
Yeah, we all seem to forget we have supercomputers in our pockets. All of us.
Got my
We all have
password.
wearable computers.
No.
This sucks. I forgot my password. Well,
The supercomputer.
hang on a second. Let's try regular
That's
Doom.
what supercomputers for.
There it is.
And the number of times I've forgotten a Raspberry Pi password and I had to just format the SD card again is too many.
You know, you can just edit the shadow file and fix it.
It's all right. We'll cut this later.
All right.
There,
Damn
we
it.
can see something.
Trying to load Doom Eternal because it's like the eternal struggle over here.
I'm trying to go regular Doom. Doom Eternal has some stupid has that DRM stuff. Come on. There was an attempt. We can move on to someone else if this is
We can see something in there.
Can it run Doom? I think the problem is just getting. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I see the
Oh,
logo.
there it is. It says
Loading.
Doom.
Come on.
Oh, there it is.
480. How long does it take to run?
Sometimes.
I'd say that's a success.
All
Close
right.
enough.
Proof of concept.
The future is here, and it's a pain in the ass.
That's the minimum viable problem right there.
Is that what they call it?
Set up a new TV, and you can't even watch TV until you go through an entire menu system and accept all of their agreements and connect your accounts. And yeah,
Well,
Isn't
and the
that,
update,
isn't that what Blu-ray is for?
all right.
Yeah.
So
I think you had to accept a licensing agreement just to watch television. It, it was all over at that point. The robots have won. It's the end
Wait
of
a
the world.
second. What's this?
Yes, the future dystopia is far more boring than we anticipated.
Oh, I
Right
think.
about that.
Oh, we got Doom.
Oh wow, that's not just Doom. That's Doom Eternal.
Actually,
Huzzah.
That's way better than Doom.
Wow.
That's like truly 3D. Regular Doom, you fired straight and it would, hit enemies up and below. That's like the real thing. That's way better than just Doom.
nice.
To hold this thing steady and do this at the same time.
I guess Doom Eternal is the new Doom standard. When you ask, can it play Doom? No one even remembers the old 2D version.
I mean, as
Eternal's a lot of fun too.
Doom is like even the newer Doom is really well optimized. It runs pretty well on pretty much everything.
And you know this from carrying it around with you over your eye as you do your daily chores, right? Bam, dishwasher's done. Like when you push a button, you're actually punching in Doom. That'd be great.
I think the last time I actually played Doom was on a TI-86 in math class in high school. I think that was like actually the last time I ever played Doom because I don't know if I've played it since.
Wait, a TI-86 could play Doom?
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Yeah, like when I said it was like old school Doom, like that's really teeny tiny little binary. You can fit it on anything.
Yeah. It's
Still, a TI-86, I mean...
it's slow, but yeah, you can play it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the Game Boy emulator for the calculators for a while now.
Yeah, it's pretty wild what you can all do on those things.
Gosh. I spent
Yeah.
an entire year programming a poker game on my Casio calculator, as opposed to paying attention to math class.
Casio, that's special.
Yeah,
Casio calculators were very different and much more difficult to work with than the TI-82 or the much easier TI-92, which was like a little Cyberdeck in itself back in the day.
Oh,
Instead of being like a normal like slab, the TI-92 was like a
those
like a
things
little
are from the
PC.
future compared to my garbage Casio. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Casio had even smaller screen than the TI-84, the E82, but it was much more programmable. Like it had a much higher resolution LCD. I remember I had one.
I don't remember what model Casio I had, but I distinctly remember that it didn't even have like 26 full variables because X and Y were used with graphing, and it was a nightmare to program on. You couldn't just define variables. You just had like A through Z, and like that was it. You were screwed.
Yeah, I remember having that pain in the butt. And my teacher said, everybody else has TI-82 or 84, whatever it was back then. How are you going to get away with using this Casio? And, you better know how to use it. I'm like, I'll be fine. That was a mistake. I should have just got the TI-82.
Famous last word.
Ah,
Yeah,
I still have it. I still have it. It's right here.
I had one. It wasn't like one of those fancy calculators, but it was really cool because it could actually play music. Like the actual buttons were individual notes, and that was a lot of fun. Very distracting. Teachers hated it, but it was really cool.
Operator of your pocket calculator.
Nice. Well, we're just about ready to jump over to our first workshop. Thank you, everyone, for being on.
Thank you for having us.
Riskable, you'll be back on here in a bit, and you got some really cool stuff to show off.
Big reveals. No
Lots of
spoilers, though.
RGB.
You're just going to have to wait.
Cool.
Well, it's been real. See you in the
Been
future.
fun.
Yeah, good luck on your move.
Safe try.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy the Rockies.
Nice exit.
Someone play them out.
I give that a solid 7 out of 10. That was good.
All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for being on. Let's jump into it. This is going to be from Tom Nardi of Cyberdeck fame, and he's got the Retro Cart, which is a very cool little cartridge system he built for the group for the Cyberdecks. So let's go ahead and do full screen on that and check it out.
All right. That's about as full screen as I can get it with the way I have my monitors laid out. Sorry.
Good enough.
Okay.
RetroCart design files are now finally available for download. I thought it would be a good time to take a look at the origins of the project, how it works, and most importantly, how you can add RetroCart support to your own Cyberdeck. So my Cyberdeck is based on a VTech Precomputer 1000 circa 1988 or so. And like many of the educational computers of the era, it had its own cartridge format. Around the halfway point in developing my Cyberdeck, I thought it'd be cool to make the cartridge functional. And at first I thought that'd be pretty easy because the cartridge connector is actually on its own board here. In theory, you could take this off, wire this into the GPIO pins on the Raspberry Pi, maybe use 4 pins for USB, and actually reuse all the original hardware. Now, if we take a look inside the cartridge itself, you can see we have the female edge connector here, the PCB, and of course the ROM chip. Now my idea was to just salvage the connector and come up with a new PCB that would have either custom electronics or perhaps play host to a USB flash drive. And I think that idea would work, and honestly, it'd be cool to see somebody try. But in the end, it would have been a lot of work, a lot of custom manufacturing, and I wasn't thrilled with the idea of having to source original cartridges for the connector and the case. So rather than trying to track down more of these original cartridges, I came up with a 3D printed design that was more or less the same size and shape as the original VTech. But instead of having a custom circuit board inside, I could just put a standard USB flash drive. After a few revisions, I eventually came up with my own design that was inspired by the original VTech cartridge and would still fit in the opening on the pre-computer, but was optimized for size and printability. While initially designed with small flash drives in mind, I eventually expanded the concept to include Wi-Fi adapters and even microcontrollers. With the design of the cartridge completed, I turned my attention to the deck. I came up with a bracket that would hold a USB extension cable at the appropriate position. While it took a little fiddling to get the angle right, once everything was lined up properly, inserting a cartridge provided a very satisfying clunk. It was around this point that I posted the first pictures of my build to the Cyberdeck Discord. Since there had already been some discussion going on about coming up with a standardized cartridge format, it didn't take long before people started asking if I'd be willing to share my designs. And I was happy to do it, but the problem was that the cartridges weren't any good without something to insert them into. So what I essentially did was recreate the VTech's cartridge slot, complete with a modified version of the USB extension bracket I made. The idea being that you could take this whole module and easily integrate it into your own Cyberdeck design. All you need to do is pop a rectangular hole into the side of your deck and bolt it in. To date, there's at least one other Cyberdeck out in the wild that's using my retro cart, and a few more are in the works by members of the community. With a little luck, hopefully one day down the road when things get back to normal, we'll be able to get a few of these machines together in the same room and actually be able to swap cartridges between them. Now technically, all you need to do is print out the ready-made STL files I've released and you're ready to go. But knowing how important customization is in the Cyberdeck community, I built several parametric features into the RetroCart design. Whether you just want your setup to look a little bit different or need to spin up a cart for a new piece of hardware, the OpenSCAD Customizer allows you to easily tweak several aspects of the design without having to dig into the actual source code. Alright, first things first. By selecting objects, we can see that currently nothing is enabled for rendering. Clicking this first option will show us a basic cartridge using all the default parameters. If we then select cart options, we can see the parametric variables. There's a slider for cartridge length that lets you go down to 40 millimeters and all the way up to 100 millimeters. There are also options for the side grips, which are on by default, a bottom grip, which is closer to the VTech original, and if you're going to do something with an antenna, there's an option to put a little cutout in the back. Once you're satisfied with the changes, hitting F7 will allow you to export the design to an STL. You can also customize the cartridge slot itself. We can simply disable the cartridge and enable the slot rendering. Once again, by selecting slot options, we can see the variables that we can adjust. The first variable allows you to change how deep the cartridge slot will be. Now the other two variables are used to control the height and width of the opening for the USB extension cable. And if you notice, these sliders allow for a much finer grained control because you really want that to be as snug as possible. And just like before, when you're happy with the changes, hit F7 to export your modified design to an STL file. I hope you found this brief RetroCart introduction interesting. If you'd like to know more, the project is currently available on both Hackaday.io and Thingiverse, where you can find the customizer-compatible version of the OpenSCAD source code, as well as a selection of ready-to-use cartridge designs. In the near future, I plan on putting the full source code up on GitHub, where I'd be more than happy to accept pull requests for new cartridge designs from the community.
If anyone noticed the Cyberdeck that was featured in there, it's right here. I can actually show you how the RetroCart works. You can see it's just a little USB in there. I didn't put the sticker on. He did include one, but I didn't get to it. And on the side here, you can see it just mounts in there with two simple M3 screws. And goes in with a nice little satisfying click. And it looks and functions really well. It's really cool.
That's epic.
That is a beautiful way to make USB cool again.
Yeah, Tom did a fantastic job with that. He really did.
And just having all of your USB stuff be the same size, I kind of like that instead of all these random weird shaped things.
Yeah.
I mean, like, here's a USB Wi-Fi card. I mean, this does not fit in most USB slots.
Well, that's the
could
great
use
thing
more-
about USB. There's so many standards to choose from.
Right, exactly. We need a new standard to combine all of them.
Yeah, well, the one that he sent me is a USB 3, and it's nice and fast. And I mean, really, the possibilities are endless of what you can do with that. I mean, I'd like to eventually get like an SDR cartridge made, and maybe one of those fancy Wi-Fi ones. There's really a lot of cool stuff. Maybe even a USB hub would be pretty nice, because that's one thing I forgot to add is an external USB on my Cyberdeck.
USB pass-through card.
Yeah, so that's
That's a great idea, actually.
The only one. So
It's cool.
yeah.
And yeah, I have one of those retro cards here as well. Tom sent me one. I could not find it to show on the stream here, unfortunately. Most of my stuff is boxed up right now. But I can tell you it is very cool. It works. It's very good. And that parametric design, you know, you don't have to go and 3D model your own case. You just punch in a few numbers and it'll expand and adjust for you. Which is a very cool thing.
One thing I don't think Tom mentioned in his video is, you know, obviously you can't really see the USB orientation when it's in a cartridge. So he included a little slot on the bottom, and it's got a matching kind of nub in the cartridge slot. So when you slide it in, you can only go in one way. So
That's
Oh, great. Well, then mine's not compatible because mine doesn't have the notch.
oh,
I've got an early revision.
I got a good one.
What do you do if you don't have to put a USB in 6 times in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Flip
to
it.
flip it over a bunch of times.
Flip it. Okay, now it goes in.
Yeah.
Hey, Lydia, what do you have printing back there?
I was trying to get printing. I took one of the submissions from the T-shirt contest that I really liked, and I turned it into a little upright stand. And I was trying to get that printing, but my printer.
The coffee cup.
Yep, that one I really liked it. So I added a couple little supports and a little stand for it, and extruded it out so that it could be a little stand-up. And if my printer gets a little more love and I can get it to print properly and it works, and I get permission from the original author, of course, I'd like to release that STL, a little stand-up Cyberdeck Cafe thing.
That'd be awesome.
Nice. Yeah, that does actually bring up a good subject here is we have 2 contests running for Virtcon. One was a graphic tee design contest, which is what that coffee cup that she was talking about was from. And the other is for designing a whole Cyberdeck. And you guys did awesome. There was about 20 submissions. You did this in 30 days. And that is a feat, completely designing something from the ground up. I'd like to see a lot of other engineers try and finish an entire product in 1 month. So the t-shirt designs, we had a tie. They were all incredibly good. Couldn't just pick one. Went ahead and gave it to 2. So there's 2 first places. And the reason we closed the entries a day early was so I had time to bring them up on Redbubble and have them available today. So anyone who wants to grab a shirt, come grab a shirt. They're pretty much sold on cost on there. And the designs are awesome. I also put them on stickers for everyone. So definitely check it out, and we'll drop that link in the chat. There we go. Caleb's back there working his magic.
Yeah, you want me to? If you want me to pull either of them up, just larger, just.
Yeah, go ahead and just bring them up so we can take a look at them.
This one's the skull one, right?
Yeah, I think it's a kind of mature content. I hope that's the skull one.
It is. I looked at it earlier. It is.
Okay, good. 'Cause,
I don't know why it pulled up as
auto flag. I don't know.
able to mature.
But this is the cup of the Cyberdeck mascot,
I love it.
and it was made for last year's conference that we had. So I added it in just so anyone that wanted to get one still, that wasn't able to get a sticker last time, it's up.
We actually had a question from player 2 who did the Neon Summer design. He was one
Okay,
of
I'll
the
bring that
ones.
one up.
He was asking Lydia if it was that one or which design you were talking about for printing.
It's not that one. That one would be quite the challenge to print, I think. It's one that one of the ones that didn't win that I really liked, though. It was definitely a good contender.
Yeah, and all the entries were absolutely phenomenal. I really had to go by just what would work on a T-shirt, and some of them just didn't really have enough to fill in the space or enough contrast in it. I'm trying to see if I can bring these up here. I was going to show you guys some of the other entries, but I'll work on this and I'll show them off a little later. So with that in mind, I want to go ahead and say James won for his his Cyberdeck Discord logo remake. We have a pretty cool little logo that Billy Rubin made for us, and he took that idea and made a super high definition X-ray version of the same design, and the thing's just incredible. You won't be able to see it on the print, but with the full-size image, you can zoom in right down to the last pixel, and there is detail upon detail upon detail. It's absolutely amazing. I think we'll need to make a little animation of it zooming in, just so you can actually see how much went into that.
Is that a little Raspberry Pi in there? I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, that is a really cool graphic. It makes a great shirt.
I want to add
Yeah, I think it will.
up in my office.
I can enable that. There was options for posters and everything else. I just haven't added them yet.
That's pretty epic.
If
That's
anyone
really
wants
nice.
any designs on a random thing like a mug, a bag, whatever, just look on Redbubble, see what options they got, and I'll enable any of them that anyone would like.
A cup would be pretty cool.
That is true. Should have thought of that.
Maybe like modify the design in a way that like the skull is on the cup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Can you bring up the Neon Summer again?
Yeah.
And so here's the design from Player 2. It's really cool. He actually submitted quite a few different variations on everything, and I think this one just looks spot on a nice dark background, but also worked for like a white t-shirt. It's cool. I like it. It translates to Cyberdeck Cafe mostly. I think it's Cyberdeck with an S, but you know, there's only so much you can do when moving between English and Japanese.
That's
These
a
are very-
wonderful
these are
design
very
that also
cool.
goes really well with his deck.
Yeah, I definitely like it.
This one
I'll be ordering up all these for myself, and I'll also be sending out some of these shirts to some of you guys too.
He's actually
I wanted to say, Player 2 is also going to be doing a little workshop later showing you how to make those graphics. So he's going to teach us all how he did it, and so we'll all be able to do some cool stuff like that later.
Player 2 is in the YouTube chat saying the text in the bottom right says online.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. It says online as well.
That would be this text right here.
Yeah, that Google augmented live translation is pretty cool. You just point it at whatever, and it overlays it. That's how I figured out what it said.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it does a pretty good job.
Which, we were talking about AR earlier. I think that's the kind of AR we need. Don't necessarily want a screen in my eye, but being able to overlay like that is pretty amazing.
I think that'd be really cool, especially if you're like traveling. If you have like a eyepiece display like that, to just have it like translate things that it's seeing in real time, that would be really cool.
Yeah, and if you don't want to look like a glass hole wearing one of those, you can just use your cell phone. I did say glass, by the way, just in case anyone came.
Demonetized.
Let's see. So we're still we're trying to queue up a couple of the other guests here. Riskable, you want to take it away? Go ahead and show us some of what you got here.
I can do that, but I need just 1 second to switch my. So let me explain the problem here. So here's my risky board, along with some spoilers. But you can see it's upside down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this camera. I'm going to open it up in my. Oh, there we go. I put my phone down so that I could do this. Okay, here we go. Stopping my camera. And now I'm going to configure StreamYard to use a different camera that's plugged in just for this purpose.
Cool. When that's up, Caleb, go ahead and give him full screen.
Yep. All right.
And if anyone needs to borrow a Caleb, he's very good.
I
felt bad for you though the other day on Jim's stream. We were giving you a hard time.
Oh.
They were trying to sell Caleb to the highest bidder. You got no audio now, Riskable.
Yeah, you don't have any audio feed from your phone, Riskable.
Interpretive dance your way.
Can you hear me from my phone now?
Hey, sorry about
We
that.
can.
There we go.
There we go.
We're seeing your feed now.
Yeah, no, the sound quality's not as good, but whatever. So this is my risky board, and let's start with some simple things. Let me turn the light up a little bit.
I'm actually kind of digging the sound of that audio.
Okay, so this is kind of sudden. I'm a little early, but that's okay. Let's start with the simple things like the knob. It's an Oreo cookie. If you guys can see that, and it does work. It's a Hall effect rotary encoder, and before I made this, basically it didn't exist. As far as I can tell, like there's no open source anything that has a rotary encoder. Well, I should say contactless Hall effect rotary encoder. There's nothing that does this. And it does some other things too, like it can control the volume. I'm sure you guys can see the little pop-up. Actually, I'm going to turn it way down because it's a little too loud. There we go. It can control the brightness of my keyboard here. But what's more important is you can make it whatever you want. So it also supports a press, but I haven't got that working yet. Now, let's talk about some other things like the display. So this is 8 Max 7219 matrices hooked up to the back of the keyboard, and I'll show that to you. So my keyboard is basically like a I gotta take my headphones off, hold on. My keyboard is basically a full-blown microcontroller board that lets you hook up whatever you want. And this is an example of doing just that. And I did attach some magnets on here, but it's not, I can only attach it underneath. And this is in the way, but there we go. Well, I can't do it with the with that on there. So I'm just gonna put it back. It's USB-C, which you can see right here. And it's got a whole bunch of GPIO pins that you can do with whatever you want. It's got barrel jack input, and this is actually going to be USB-C input as well. And the only reason for that is because it's got a built-in USB hub. And if you've never seen my Risky build before, I know a lot of people have, it has another really cool feature that I'm going to demonstrate.
Oh,
Whoa.
So
that's
the
awesome.
entire
I love
the
that.
entirety of it swaps out. And just to give you a little demonstration of what sort of things you can do with that, I've got completely different switches right here.
What kind of black magic is this?
Yeah. So this is completely different switches. These are much, much lighter weight than these. And I don't know why the LEDs turned off, probably because I hit the knob. But let's put these back since you saw that.
Also, I just realized the
This is another
Oreo.
thing I'm working on. This is just a smidge too wide. It's like I just need to cut off a little bit of the corner of the model. Now let's put this back, and I'll show you what could be the most historically significant keyboard accessory of the century, and that is the Oreo cookie dispenser. Now I've only got like 3 Oreos, but so I can demonstrate this twice. I'll just put that down there. I'll drop a little bit. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here. I probably need to reset it. There's a reset switch, but I can't feel it. There we go.
That is so
Yeah.
cool.
It's actually quite robust. Like I've messed it up a bunch of times, and I don't know if you saw, but there's a little bit of glue right there. Can you see that? That's what the USB hub chip was, and the one that I chose poorly. Just say that. So the next revision is going to use a completely different one. Now let's talk about this little baby over here. What is that? It is a mouse bungee, and I'm going to disconnect it for a second. So you can see these are skate bearings. That's basically what it is. There's one here too that you can't see. But it's basically, this is the best mouse bungee I've ever used, to be perfectly honest. It's pretty amazing. I can't pull it out anymore.
Oh, that's great. You got it built in.
Well, actually, I'm going to talk about that. I can put one headphone on. I get this awful echo. Maybe I can see. That's the thing. I turn the.
It's not too bad over here. It's a little staticky, but hey, it's cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's just a weird echo from StreamYard. So, yeah, I've got the Oreo dispenser. I've got the mouse bungee, but let me take it out so I can show you what this is all about. See that little peg right there? That is 6 millimeters, right? And that is a Greek column because it's marble filament.
Nice.
And it's supposed to look like like a Greek column, but really, I think it's more like cookies and cream. If you look closely, it's like cookies and cream ice cream. That's why I got the inspiration to make the Oreo stuff. And this is just a little bushing I put on there for holding the mouse bungee. And there's actually another accessory, but it's just out of my reach, and that is the international flags. I'm actually going to grab them. Just enjoy the screen for just a moment.
I think this might be the most blinged out keyboard I've ever seen.
Oh, I think he wins the internet.
It's amazing.
You're reading some of these,
So
like,
this is the other
Especially
very
since you
important
made the thing.
accessory. Diplomatic flag.
Represent.
So this way you can park your keyboard wherever you want.
That's awesome.
But
I
actually,
wish I had
I'll
the
use
national anthem queued up.
Is there a question?
Is there going to be a cup holder attachment?
You know what? Let me show you another feature.
It's for
No,
the
this seems like a sports car. There's no cup holders.
Does it have
This
a
is
remote
actually-
starter?
This is dishwasher safe, right? So you could take your cookie holder and throw it in the dishwasher. But that's neither here nor there. I wanted to point that out. So I took
If you
that
have
off.
Oreos, you need a glass of milk with it.
So you see how I just took that out? My keyboard has
Yeah.
little accessory ports on the sides. And I
Oh,
made these little T adapters. So if you wanted a cup holder,
Very cool.
What?
you've got 3 6 millimeter size holes. Actually 4, because you got one up here too. So you could put a cup holder there and have it dangling way off your desk or whatever.
That's some amazing future proofing.
Yeah, isn't it?
That is absolutely amazing.
Maybe mount
want
some
a cup
speakers
holder?
on that thing.
Actually, there's a buzzer. You see that? But this little transistor that I put on there, the footprint in KI cab was wrong. So the pins numbers are wrong. So I can't use it. But I was testing it out by using these generic GPIO, but I didn't get anything working in time for the presentation. There's actually a whole bunch of things I didn't get working. But I just realized I should probably talk about the switch and the stabilizer. Because they're kind
That
of
is
important.
kind of a key part to this.
Yeah. So the switch is 3D printed, and we've got our total BS key to demonstrate, because that's an important part of every keyboard. BS. Let me see if I can get a good view of the stabilizer and the switch. All right. Not a good shot of the switch, but you can see the stabilizer. Let me get the magnet here. So if you look, there's a magnet right there, and there's a magnet right there. And what this does is it prevents the stab from wobbling. How do I demonstrate? Normal stabs will wobble quite a lot, and if you just tap them just gently like that, you'll hear them rattle. You know, if you just tap your shift key, you'll hear it rattling right now. Right? That's a normal stab, unless you paid a lot of money for really expensive stabs and lubed them and did all that jazz. It's gonna rattle. Mine never rattle because that magnet is always pulling on the bar here and keeping it stable. So, you know, when you press down on the stabilizer, it pulls on both sides at the same time, but the magnet is also pulling up, right? So that wiggle room you have in a normal stabilizer, it just isn't there on my stab. So it should never, ever rattle. That's that magnetically stabilized stabilizer. Now let's talk about just the switches. It's hard for me to see here. Here we go. So this is a 3D printed switch, and it feels fantastic. You can hear what it sounds like. And the way it works, there's no springs in here. It's just a little 4x2 mm magnet. And there's one under the keycap as well. This one is opposing. So when you press down, it gives you like a little bit of a resistance, soft bottom, right? And it also pushes back up so it doesn't get stuck down, basically. That's all it is. But it feels just like, here, let me pull this.
It feels great.
Yeah, Lydia's got some that she's printed out. But it feels like if you ever take two magnets and you just pull them apart, I mean, these are huge. If I try to do it with the 4x2 mm, it'll be too hard. Too small, rather. So it feels just like the feeling of that initial breakaway when you pull two magnets apart. Oh, wow, that was loud.
You know, a lot of people might not appreciate what it's like to have a real keyboard because they've always been using like the free Dell one that came with their tower. If you're typing a lot and, you know, your hands get tired, a little cramped up and stuff, like it's because of that. Like, just go buy a good keyboard. It makes all the difference. Like, we're all online all day. And, you know, even if you're not writing a novel, you will notice, especially at the end of the year when you don't have carpal tunnel.
Yeah, yes.
There
Keyboard should not give you carpal tunnel. It's very, well, it's customizable. If it's too strong, that's your fault. Because you get to pick the parameters you want when you print the switch. You want a strong switch or a weak switch, that's up to you. Right?
Riskable, we do have a couple questions from the
Sure.
Discord chat Q&A. Shinobi1 was wondering what SoC do you have controlling everything?
It's a STM32F401.
Okay.
And the Hall effect sensor, which I'll show you. So if you notice, might not be too easy to pull this one out. This one has covered. So this is like spill proof, but I left this one open so you can see. These are WS2812B-B, full size, because why not? And the the little Hall effect sensor, which is kind of hard to see, is a 49E. Now, there's actually it's like SS49E dash something, but it's just a 49E for reference. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, and we had one more question. London Dario was wondering if someone wants to get more detail on this, where can they go to find it?
Right now, it's just my YouTube channel, but that's going to be changing soon. I've basically been keeping everything under wrap for this presentation. So now that I've presented it, I can actually upload things. And I was going to say something else before I got a question.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Could you put a whole word processor on that board?
Yes. Absolutely. So right now I've got the screen just to scroll this message over and over again. But I do have plans to make it whatever you want, basically. And a word processor is no problem. I also wanted to have a delayed input mode so you can type what you want, and until you hit enter, it doesn't actually set it to the computer. So that's your word processor.
Add an actual print screen button that does what it's supposed to do. Not take a
here's the print screen right here. And the firmware is totally customizable. And just to give you an example of that, wow, I sound horrible. Anyways, if I hold down this print screen button, normally it ends up opening a zillion screenshot applications, like until I run out of memory. Super annoying. But I've programmed it so that if I hold it down, it doesn't do anything. But if I just tap it, there's my screenshot tool.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I basically saved myself that problem in the future. And it's using Keyboard in the background. It's all written in Rust. I mean, I can talk about my firmware, but that's probably like a different tat. That's complicated.
Yeah, if you want to go into those kind of details, we'll have the channels open on Discord.
Yeah, exactly. You can ask me all about it, and maybe I'll do a screen share with just the firmware later. Now, there's one other thing.
Keycaps on there too, like there's the legends, like Total BS, Fun, Psy. Those are all really cool.
Yeah, I made those with my keycap playground, which is its own talk. The keycap playground is this open SCAD tool that I made for making keycaps, and it's more exploratory. So if you wanted to do something like this weird shaped Psy key, let me see if I can pull it out. No, the whole switch came up. Whatever. See how it's not a normal shape? So your escape key normally has plenty of room around it. So why not? Right? Make it big.
Is that FDM?
An artisan key.
Yes, it's FDM.
Those keys are great for FDM.
There we go. And this is another feature in my key that I wanted to talk about. It has an LED output port. So all these WS2812Bs, they're basically in a line like this, right? And then when it comes down to the end, it goes up and out to a port that's right here. So if you have any given WS2812 compatible lights, and that includes ones like this, you can hook them up to your keyboard and keep everything in sync. And I wanted to make a wrist rest that works that way, but I didn't have time, basically. Are there any questions? Now's a good time.
Yeah, let's find some questions in the chat and on the Discord.
Trekius wants to know if you can mount an SD card on there.
No, but how do I say this? The microcontroller chip has SDIO support, but I've run out of pins. But if I had more pins, I could put one on there.
All right. Any more questions?
Go ahead.
On YouTube, Ralnarine asks if you could put a learn to type program on there, keeping where the person is looking and what they're typing in the same line of sight.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. I don't see why you couldn't do that.
It's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. I'm gonna add that to the to-do list.
More features.
And I cannot stress how cool this bungee is. Like, it's so nice. I mean, I made it as kind of just a demo of how you can plug in accessories, but it's awesome. I love it.
I'm literally right now fighting with my mouse cable, so.
Yeah, exactly. You don't think about how much you fight with it because it's just automatic.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah, with wireless Lightspeed, no cables, no mess.
Same here.
I used to do that. I used to do wireless mouse.
Well, you all saw me with mine plugged into a battery the other day, so.
Yeah, that's the problem. I have one more thing to reveal. You guys see this remote? It's just a generic remote. There's nothing special about it. You might have some of these lying around your house. You've probably thrown several away. But my keyboard actually has an infrared receiver. So I can just push a button on the remote. And I just hit the power button, right?
That's awesome.
Nice. Great.
And that's programmable just like any key. So if you wanted to have a key send J or whatever macro you wanted, you can send it with any given remote. And I've tested it with this one and this one. And I tested all these buttons. I got them all sending one thing. I think I just had to send this Z key or something. But I mean, just to give you an example.
First here, a keyboard that has its own wireless remote.
Yes,
I know.
Well,
if you think about it, a remote is technically a keyboard,
right?
Just wireless. So you made a keyboard for your keyboard.
Exactly. And all these buttons work like you'd expect, like volume up.
That's awesome.
Volume down. This side scrolls up and scrolls down.
Oh my god.
This, I don't think I did it with the source button, but mute works. And this is all going through the keyboard. And any sophisticated macro you wanted to program into your keyboard, you can program to these buttons. They're just normal keys. And it works with any remote. I mean, like any remote. Unless it's some weird Bose thing is like a proprietary protocol, it'll work.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's one thing I do need to show. I mean, you can see this says time shift. Right, let's try that button.
Oh.
Is that the new HD version?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's very unsettling to watch that video. I don't know why. It makes me feel weird.
That's a soap opera effect pretty hard, so it looks just wrong.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And just a little demo of those little accessory ports. This is a little cable clip. And before I had this thing, I was using this. So even if you don't want to do the fancy bungee, it's nice to just have a little cable clip.
You could probably use those little accessory holes on the side there. Like if you made like a little screen module and just like click it on there, and it could be like a whole Cyberdeck. That'd be actually a really cool Cyberdeck.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a really good idea. I gotta add that to the list. I mean, there's so many cool things I can do with this.
You're gonna feature creep yourself into 2030.
Oh yeah, I'm never gonna have stuff to do. But before I do any of that, I gotta redesign the PCB so other people can have it. Because this PCB is broken. I had the hand solder and scratch traces all over the place. This is my first complicated PCB. I never made a PCB before this that had like a microcontroller chip in it. So this is my first, and it works. So first try.
Awesome.
Oh, we didn't even talk about something else.
That is so cool.
Literally
It's also
built my
the
dream
risky
keyboard.
pad. Yeah, let me take this out. And just like everything else.
That is
It's
so
hot swap.
cool.
And these ones are black. There's no lights in this one, so
Magnets are just magic, you know?
Yeah,
They
they
make
are.
everything better.
Well, I'm convinced you're some sort of sorcerer now. So
You should join the cult.
Cool, man. Well, we're going to jump into our next workshop video. This one is coming from, just to say, Riskable will be back here in a bit. We've got a whole lineup of some other keyboard stuff going. So we got a video here from our moderator, Lord Helix. He can't join us, but he made this for us. He is going to show you some real hacking. And I don't mean illegal hacking. I mean, like, if this is your job or you want it to be your job, this is how you do it. So, you know, pay attention. If you have any interest in InfoSec, this is where you get started. So let's check it out.
Sweet.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Lord Helix. I am going to be giving you guys a talk about how do you get started hacking professionally. So I know in the cyberpunk genre and the decking community, maybe to a greater extent, hacking is like a big part of that world. And that's what I do for a living. And whenever I tell people that, and kind of the advice that I wish when I was getting started off was, hey, where do I get started? So I'm here to tell you, you start off really, and you can get a career doing this, is at Hack the Box. If you want to get started, go to hackthebox.eu and click that Join Now button. From there, like if you click Join Now, you have to hack this website to get the invite code. What I did was I just Googled Hack the Box registration walkthrough, and then go through those steps. One of the first rules of hacking is that there are no rules. If you Googled something and that's how you got the answer, awesome. Run with it. So the virtual machine that we're going to be hacking into today, I should probably explain this first. So what Hack the Box is a platform of virtual machines that are set up as puzzles. And you know, you hit, hey, I'd like to try this challenge. And they spin up the virtual machine, and then you try to hack into it. And if you hack into what's called active machines, you get points, and then those points boost you up the leaderboards. And then, no kidding, depending like where you're at in the leaderboards, people will come to you like trying to offer you a job, which is so cool. Such a great way to like gamify education as well as like job hunting. Makes things a million times easier for everyone, in my opinion. And it makes it kind of fun. Like there's achievements and trophies and all that stuff, but you're still learning, like, no kidding, real life, how to break into computers. Okay, so the one we're going after is called Doctor. To save you guys time, I already did the Nmap scan. I'll break down the Nmap scan for those of you who don't know kind of how it breaks down. What Nmap is it's a network port scanner. Not necessarily used just by hackers, but it is one of the more useful tools that a hacker has. By the way, I'm running all this stuff on Kali Linux. There's 1,000,001 walkthroughs of how to install Kali Linux, and if you don't know how, please DM me or email me, admin@humongous.com. Anyway, so here's the Nmap command. Nmap tac sv for look for the services that are running. So in this case, it'll be something like, instead of just detecting its port 22, it'll say services SSH, and it'll give me the version of that service, which is OpenSSH 8.2 P1. And then I can even get some more interesting information like Ubuntu. I wonder what operating system it's running. TAC V for verbose, so I can get all this stuff. Normally these scans can take a little while, so when I see, hey, it's running 80, that just means that I can go to http://209. 80 means that I can navigate to it over my browser. And yeah, and sometimes there's some really interesting information here. Like there was one puzzle where the username was like the first initial of a person's first name, and dot their last name, and then the password was it was like their birth date or something that was found by clicking on the blog. Doctor's blog. Let's see if there's anything there. No. By the way, I haven't done this machine yet, so I'm kind of figuring this out along with all of you. And the reason I'm not clicking on any of this is because as I'm mousing over this, if you look in the lower left-hand side, it all just goes to index.html #sign. Departments gives me something else. Maybe not. Anyway, so while I'm surfing around, this scan finishes up. Let's go through the rest of the command. I did tac or dash tac dash, same thing. Script equals vuln. So there's a whole scripting engine behind Nmap, which is super nice. And vuln is just a bunch of different scripts that search for vulnerabilities for the ports that you found. So so it knows that I found SSH, and then the scripts say, hey, it might be vulnerable to, this vulnerability. And if you copy and paste, here, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. Let's Google that CVE. And then you can go down here, and it'll describe, allows command injection in the blah, 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 by backtick characters. Basically, it gives you a rundown of what the vulnerability is. And that's a big part of hacking, is like you have to research what the vulnerabilities do. Here we go. Even better on GitHub. GitHub, you find so many exploits. So yeah, that I would say is 99.5% of hacking, is doing the research. And yeah, that's probably one of the bigger departures from Hollywood hacking, is that you don't just sit down, you heat up a cup of coffee, and by the time it's to drinkable temperature, you're ready to go, and you've already hacked the computer and you're made your $100,000. No, it usually takes me about anywhere from like 8 to 10 hours to get root, or to completely own one of these machines. So it's hard work. I'm not here to tell you that it's simple, but it is a lot of fun. Especially if you like puzzles, and if you're more into like the software hacking side of things. Okay, so this is really interesting. 8089 is not a typical port that you would see open. And there's a robots.txt file associated with it. So let's check out what that is. Let's go to 8089 robots.txt. So what robots.txt is that's interesting, is you can, in a lot of websites, you can just type in /robots.txt, and the reason that a lot of websites have that is so that search engines like Google or Bing or whatever, whenever they find this website, they'll look for robots.txt, and robots.txt will say, hey, please don't index this directory or whatever. But hackers will like always keep an eye out for that, because it's like, oh, well, I wonder why you're trying to keep this private. And if anything, it kind of like calls more attention to it. So yeah, like checking robots.txt is something I always do. All right, I'll have to check all these. Oh, hey, I know it's running Apache 2.4.41. So let's do, here's another really useful tool. It very rarely gives me like a working exploit right out of the box, but it's a good jumping off point. What was that? What was the version number? So I'm always looking for version numbers and software names. So 2.4.41, let's just put in 2.4. So what Searchsploit will do is it'll go out and check exploit DB for all these exploits with these keywords in them. So here we go. 2.4.17. We don't want denial of service, because what denial of service is like, instead of like picking the lock and walking into the vault and grabbing the millions of dollars, it's you threw a stick of dynamite at the door and now it's jammed shut, and now no matter what you do, even if you have lockpicks, you're not going to be able to get it open. So denial of service is not helpful, or very rarely helpful. Very, very, very rarely. You're basically, yeah, you're throwing rocks in a glass house if you're looking at denial of service stuff. And here's really where the real hacking begins. You know, like you've done your initial scans, you've kind of gone to the website to do your passive recon, to just kind of see how everything functions. And then, now comes the attention to detail part, which, oh man, it sucks. It was the toughest part, I think, for me, was learning the discipline of just like, hey, you've got to stick with some of this stuff. Like, yes, it's going to be boring. Yes, it's going to be like not necessarily fruitful all the time, but yeah, you've just got to do it if you want to own that box. So let's see, what else did Nikto pull up? Oh, and I should explain this as well. Nikto is another scanning tool that scans websites. So when I was back here and I noticed that, so at the very top, here we go. When I noticed that port 80 was up, that means that I automatically know I can go to http:// and the IP address. So I can just start dorking around on the website before that scan is finished, or while the scan is going. That also means that I can do, it opens up a whole nother branch of scans and recon that I have to do. First one that I always do is Nikto. So it's Nikto -H or TAC-H to specify the host, and then the host is that website. So here we go, and then you just got to read, and it's no kidding, read word for word. Knowing which methods is interesting. Oh yeah, we never went to /CSS, so let's check that out. And I forgot to put my hacker tunes on. What's wrong with me? All right, so owl carousel. To be honest, there's probably not anything here. CSS is just kind of what makes websites prettier than back in the MySpace days. Not that there was anything wrong with that. That's how I got my intro into, like, here's how a web page is built, and here's what, here's how you make a link to whatever, or here's how you embed Tina the llama on your MySpace page. All right, so not getting anywhere there. Let's go back to the scans. Oh, there's also, since I know I have a website, let's try and find some directories using Dirbuster. So HTTP /209, I think. 209, yep. So we'll switch. Let's use 20 threads, but I don't want to be too mean. List-based brute force, which is different than like mathematical brute force, I know. But yeah, web hacking and math diverge, much like a lot of science and math. So let's go to user, share, word lists, Dirbuster, directory list, medium. And what this is going to do is it's going to look for all the interesting directories for me. So inside of images, ooh, there's lab 1 and lab 2. That might be interesting. Icons is rarely interesting. And JS, it might be something interesting. I'm not a JavaScript guy, so I'll go there if I have to, but I'm a hacker. I like being lazy, and I want to go for the lowest hanging fruit first and more CSS. But once again, we have another scan running, so let's do something else besides just watch this scan. Let's see, we're going to go check out images, right? So let's check out images. I used to think it would be really cool if everything had like steganography and there were hidden messages inside of every JPEG, but that's just not the case. Or every PNG, I should say. Anyway, so I'm coming up almost at the end of my time. I have one last recommendation for you guys. If you're getting into this and learning, or even if you've like been doing this and you've been in the game for a while, there's a YouTube channel that you have to check out. It's called IPSEC, IPPSEC. Go to this guy's channel. Every single machine on Hack the Box that gets retired, so it's no longer worth any points, and you don't get any standing for it. He does like a start to finish, like here are the commands that you type in to get all the way from like, hey, I pushed the play button on my Kali VM to I now own that box. And I've learned so much from this guy. Like everyone in the pen testing space knows who IPSEC is because he has fantastic quality videos. And as a little bonus, if I were you, and maybe you travel a lot, use a tool called YouTube DL. I think they removed it from most repos because FCC rules or something. But using our super secret hacker tools called Google, you just Google YouTube DL GitHub, and then you can install it from GitHub. And then you use this to download all of IPSEC's videos. So that way, if you're on the move, or if you're traveling or on a plane or on a road trip or whatever, you can still learn how to become a better hacker. Just like whenever you have free time or all right, last plug. I promise I don't work for any of these guys. These are just things that I found really helpful. Is there's a podcast called Darknet Diaries. And it's like this guy interviews some of the world's most famous hackers and some that aren't that famous, but they pulled off really cool things. Like there were people that were hacking into Xboxes, and the FBI like gave them a kind knock on the door and said, "Hey, stop hacking Xboxes." But anyway, it really turns into like a lifestyle of like, all right, what do I have to do to get shell? So get on Hack the Box. All the retired machines all have walkthrough PDFs and videos along with the IPSEC stuff. So if you ever get stuck, I would say like first go through all the easy machines because they're all, easy, medium, hard, insane. Use the walkthroughs and get through all the easy machines. And then after that, once you start moving on to medium machines, even if they're retired, never look at the walkthroughs again. You won't grow as I'm not going to get too preachy, but you're not going to grow professionally anyway if you're just following someone else's guide. The real value in a cybersecurity professional is someone that can think on their own 2 feet and come up with a creative solution. So don't get hung up on, what tool do I use, or what I want someone else's step-by-step guide to give me the Betty Crocker recipe for more points on Hack the Box. Don't do it. You've got this. And if you have questions or if you need something clarified or if I missed something, please feel free, DM me or, tag me in the Cyberdeck Discord. But I love talking about this stuff. So take care, guys.
And we are back. Well, what do you guys think of that? Me personally, I'm a terrible programmer, and most of that was like a foreign tongue to me.
That's fantastic stuff. That's the kind of introduction to, like real security that people really need. I meet a lot of people who fantasize about being a hacker or want to be an infosec or like one of those pretender infosec people who, basically just chase Windows viruses all day, and they really need to see that kind of material to really take their career somewhere, take their knowledge somewhere.
Yeah, for me, that just the whole thing just went right over my head. While the thing was playing, I actually Googled what InfoSec was. So, so for me, it's totally above my pay grade.
The subject that most companies just ignore and use Windows built-in antivirus, and this is why we keep having data leak everywhere from every platform.
Oh, the new trend is to hire a bunch of lowest bidder InfoSec people who really have no idea about InfoSec, who do nothing but like chase, a Windows viruses, or have a third party do like a Nessus scan on the outside and then say, okay, remediate the 6 things that came up, and don't have any idea how security actually works in a holistic way. They don't have any real clue about how to do it on an in-depth level, and it's security theater to the extreme. It's really, emptying water bottles and calling everybody safe.
Sounds like TSA.
Security theater. It's terrible.
All right. So we got our next guest here. Why don't we go ahead and bring him on? We've got Aaron, Joe, and Chris from Makers on Tap. How you guys doing?
Welcome, guys.
Doing great.
Hey, my chooms.
Oh, man. Well, we've just been kicking back here, talking about all this cool tech. You were just talking about a baby CNC. I got to know what this is. Like, I'm dying to know.
All right. So this guy is the milk crate CNC. It's been my project for the last, almost a year. I started it back in March, and then PPE started, and then, life got stupid. So, this guy it will be an open source project. I promise. I keep obsessing over making it perfect before I release it instead of letting the world debug it for me.
Do you have, are you actually doing the firmware and stuff too? Like you can open source the whole thing or just the design?
So it's based off of Gerbil, which is already an open source firmware.
Right.
And I'm utilizing the Open Builds black box controller. Basically, I want this to be as easy as possible for somebody that has a $200 3D printer to jump into CNC routing and not hate themselves at the end of it, but still be able to make really functional parts. Like yesterday, this thing saved my ass for work because my big router that I planned on using to make these IO panels in aluminum died. This thing was sitting on my table, and I was like, I think the baby router could make this. 30 minutes later, I had 2 of these, and
So you can do aluminum on it.
Oh yeah. Really, 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 really well. It kind of blew me away how good it did in aluminum. So, this has been my project. Hopefully, it will be open source soon. All of the release candidate parts are on the floor behind me, and actually, while I was making these, the plan was to disassemble this one while the other robot was doing this for me and start assembling the new version. But then I'm glad I didn't, because it saved my ass. So, yeah.
Nice.
CNCs are great until they're not.
Yeah, I got one of those little, I don't know quite what you call them, but it uses the 2020 extrusion and little CNC engraver router. It's a fun toy. I used it for a couple of days, and then I disassembled it and turned it into a liquid resin, an MSLA 3D printer.
That sounds like a good use for that. This thing would destroy that. It is constantly blowing me away at how good it does compared to some of the other small open source CNCs out there. I didn't expect anything from this. You can ask these 2 guys. It was this will be a fun project, and we'll have a little pocket CNC to take around to shows with us and stuff. And
it looks like it's got its own case built around it. You can seal the front, so you don't need a boxer on top.
Yep. Yeah. So this will be a full window It's got a vacuum port in the back. It's got some pass-throughs, so you can run material that's bigger than the machine through it. But yeah, it's fully enclosed. It really helps keep the noise down because these trim routers are not quiet. It knocks the noise down about 10 dB, which is really great. It's still loud. I'm not gonna make any claims about it being quiet. It's still loud, but it's quieter.
Well, we jumped right into that. I'll go ahead and have you guys introduce yourselves and tell everyone what you guys do. What's Makers on Tap?
Somebody else talk.
Yeah, so Makers on Tap is a podcast that the three of us run, where at the time that we started it, we all were directors of our local makerspace. So it kind of started as us kind of, airing our grievances of the stresses of running an organization like that. And it's kind of grown since then to be just us making stuff, product updates, getting people in from the community who have really cool projects, but aren't great at showcasing themselves. And so we try to become a platform for those kind of smaller makers to be we try and, get them out of the internet and be hey world, check this out. We got this awesome maker that made this really cool thing and you might not have heard about him.
Yep.
So that's kind of what we've been doing.
Nice.
With a little bit more background, Joe's kind of our CNC machinist engineering background guy. So he brings that perspective. I'm a senior software engineer. I'm doing AWS cloud type work. So I bring a lot of the programming perspective and firmware software stuff. And Chris actually does a lot of cosplay and animation, that sort of stuff. So we have a really well-rounded group of people that we have some really awesome discussions and some great arguments.
Yes.
Speaking of cosplay, it looks like you've got the Cyberpunk 2077 collar on there, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
No,
caught that was what was on you and not a screen behind you.
Yeah, no, this is my collar that I built specifically for my V cosplay. You can't see it real well because of the camera and it's too bright, but it is a rainbow effect going around the whole thing that I used a flex band of RGB LEDs so that way I could have it as my kind of nice kind of homage to the original design that went into a lot of that that eventually came out to be Johnny's jacket or the samurai band jacket in the game. So I loved it. We heard we were doing this. And I was like, oh, I got to bring it back out. I got to have it ready for everything. So I even surprisingly had my hair blue again already around this time. So I'm all back in samurai territory again.
Do you have that thing? Do you have some graphics painted on the back too?
No, I have a little bit of foam work that me and my partner did. So the kind of corded goes around it, and it makes it so we can hide some of the.
Cool. So you could just throw that on top of any jacket then.
Oh yeah, no, it is specifically meant to just be able to sit on basically my neck length, and it can just sit like this. There's a little patch here because we were having some issues with it sticking. So this is actually a Velcro patch for it to just Velcro, and then I don't have to worry about it. But it's meant to be able to go on basically any kind of jacket or any type of costume that you may be using it. And it's just 4 AA's and an Uno, and it just goes.
Nice. I'll have to talk to you about that more after the stream. I've been looking at building a couple of those. Picked up some bomber jackets. I'm gonna paint the samurai stuff on. Actually, let's see here. Just found this green vest to paint on the back of. I've been looking for one of those all over the place. It's no one carries them anymore.
No, they're really hard to find. We actually, for my my costume, we ended up using a weather rated rain jacket to kind of give it the cyberpunk kind of feel with a gritty, very much I'm using this because I found it, not because it's fashionable, which is a lot of the cyberpunk aesthetic. And so we were able to kind of fashion it that, and then we also I wish I had it with me, but we're actually on the run from the corpos, so I don't have all my stuff with me. But we have a LED, or not an LED. EL wire that runs through the back of it that makes a design kind of like the samurai logo on the back, but mine is a what's that? Yeah, we made a neon sign for it, so it was really kind of a cool project to bring it all together. And it is to this day probably one of my favorite cosplays that I worked on.
Are you listening to this through your bone conduction headphones?
Yes, I am.
I think that makes it even more cyberpunky.
Really?
Yeah. No, I am currently using bone conduction, so you guys are just straight into my skull.
Nice.
Hello, Chris.
Do you feel me when I talk to you?
I'm inside your head.
Flowers first.
Oh man.
So is the construction of that, is that just like EVA foam or?
Yeah, so it's a combination of EVA foam, and then we also used some different more sturdy material. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what we actually used because it's been a little bit, but yeah, we used high density craft foam to be able to create the mold for it, and then heat shaped it to be able to fit on my shoulders so that way it would stay. And then once we actually got it into that form, we ended up covering it with like pleather to kind of give it that leatherish kind of aesthetic that you kind of see in the game. And then these are just foam dowels that we were able to mold and form around the whole thing to be able to conceal all the wires. Because there is one of the sides actually has all of the wires coming out of it right here. Yeah, it's this side right here has all the wires, and all of them are just hidden behind there. So that way they can just go straight into the Uno, which is just hidden right in there. And it just conceals all the wires. Everything goes behind there and nobody ever sees it. So it is a super fun, easy project. The crafting part of it did take a little bit for us to figure out. The hardest part, I'll tell you, was this diffusion material. We were trying to find a way, because it's so close to the LEDs, you actually can see them pretty well, but we wanted to diffuse them as best we could so that it could be good for photos and whatnot. And what we actually ended up using was packing material. There's some of that foam packing material that comes in that wraps around your packages. And we were able to run that a couple times, and it ended up making this pretty nice diffusion effect on it that spreads out the light pretty well and doesn't make too much of a noticeable thing.
Have you ever pulled out a diffusion layer from the back of an LCD screen?
I have, yes. It was one of those things that I did not have one at the time, but I have done that, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they work pretty good for that. I've done it for a few costumes. Chris, you can't see through it yourself, but it works pretty good, like on helmets and stuff. If you want to have some crazy lights, and when the lights are off, it's just white. You don't see any of the LED behind it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that was one of the materials that we wanted to get, but we were so close up to the con that we just had to come up with because we ran this. Funny enough, this weekend is actually a year ago today. We were at C2E2, which is a local con up in Chicago. What's that?
Was that a year ago?
Year ago to this day. Yep.
Yeah, it has been forever since I've been to C2E2. I love that con.
Oh yeah, no, C2E2 is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite cons, in the Midwest, alone, maybe even the US. And so we were actually there last year, and this is where I debuted this, because the original release date of the game was supposed to be in March before it started getting delayed. So I was like, everybody's going to be
supposed to be 7 years ago?
Oh man. When it was first announced, it was 5 years since it was first announced that they actually released it. It was insanity.
The original title was Cyberpunk 2070, and they just had to keep
it was just waiting for its actual time. But yeah, no, it was.
I actually have a kind of a not as tech related or important question. You may have already covered it, so I apologize. Does that thing get warm when you wear it for long periods of time, like wrapped around your neck like that?
Yeah, which was actually kind of nice when we were walking around outside last year. It gets a little warm. It's not super warm. Like I can kind of feel it on my ears actually, and it's just kind of a low warmish kind of thing, but not super like uncomfortable. We made it specifically so it would not be too heavy, which is why we used foam. Because at first we considered using 3D printed parts to make it. But we wanted to make it as light as possible, so that way, walking around on the con floor, I wasn't going to feel like I had a weight pushing down on me the entire time. And so we wanted to make sure that I was going to be comfortable and able to walk around for a good amount of time, as well as able to carry other people's stuff. So we made sure to make it out of foam, but we also wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to cause too much heat, because it wouldn't allow for venting. And when we put everything together, it really didn't cause that much of an issue. Like I can feel it a little bit, but it's not uncomfortable at all. It's just like the best way I could probably describe it is like, imagine a scarf is just kind of like lightly wrapped around your head.
Nice.
It doesn't sound too bad. After walking 8 hours in a full Mandalorian armor at the cons,
yep,
I can appreciate the nice, simple, lightweight, and cool costuming. That is miserable, by the way. Anyone who thinks they want to be a Mando, you better like the heat.
Oh yeah, no,
You keep your helmet on
I have
all
several
times,
friends.
like even when eating.
You don't
Yeah.
eat. You don't eat. You're so hot, you don't want to eat.
You're not eating and you're not going to the bathroom as long as you're in Beskar. That's
No.
just you're not doing
Bathroom, that's key though. You make special accommodations for that. Quick release armor.
it. Oh yeah, no, I have a friend who was brilliant, and he made a Mando that was kind of a hunter Mando, and so instead of having to have
It has the loincloth.
yeah, he had a loincloth instead of a centerpiece, and so he was able to just lift up and go. He didn't have any problems.
I had.
It's the things you don't think about when you're doing the costume, when you're making one of these. Like it's those little details that really matter.
Oh yeah, no, that's number one. Some of the first things that we start thinking about when we start building a costume is basically where can my pockets be, and how do I make this as cool as possible.
Pockets, you just have a bandolier. Like
depending on it, yes, absolutely. My R2 Astromech tech will probably have a bandolier on, just to be able to like carry all my tools and everything with me.
That's like Velcro your cell phone to your arm. You know?
Yep.
I still want to do a tool bandolier for like all of the maker cons that we go to. Since we usually walk around and fix everybody's shit anyway. I
made a utility belt for that. Took the idea from Batman, obviously, and I got these little metal boxes. I think they're actually for cigarette packs, which no one smokes anymore, so who needs that? And you just like slide down, the lid springs open and pops open. It's a very cool little thing, and I riveted them to a belt. So each one just had a different set of tools in it. Little limited what they'll actually let you through security with. So I had kind of miniature fold-up versions of everything. Some fold-up scissors actually let you in with those. And so yeah, it was actually pretty handy because my Mando armor just disintegrated as the heat build up. Stuff starts falling off. Like I didn't account for the heat and the water buildup.
Yeah, that'll kill you, especially if you don't have like an underlayer to be able to like protect your plates from that. And especially depending on what your plates are made out of.
Sintra.
Okay. I've had a lot of friends tell me to do Sintra, and I'm still like, do I want to do Sintra or do I just want to go full 3D print? Because my Mando that I'm eventually going to build is the heavy Mando from the Mandalorian, because
that's so much armor.
It is. But
what's good about Sintra is it's mostly air. It is the lightest material you'll ever find. You can't 3D print anything like it. Yeah. So it is a combination of printing and Sintra. and it really cuts the weight down. Plus, it's kind of nice. You can work it just like wood. So, grinding, shaving, you can use like a rasp on it and do, rough cuts just like if it was wood or drywall or something. It's a weird material.
It CNC cuts like crazy
You
too.
use heat with it too, I think. Too.
You use a lot of heat to form it. Yeah, it's cool material. Actually, I've been wanting to build a whole Cyberdeck out of it for the case.
Oh, yes.
I've got a sheet of it here waiting for that. It's a future project.
No,
Where do you usually get it from?
I get it from Amazon. It comes in a 4x2 foot sheet, 4x3 foot sheet. You get like 2 or 3 in a pack, and the price isn't bad, really.
No, it's pretty cheap material for you to be able to work with, and just be able to, you can mold most stuff around it and be able to do all kinds of weird stuff with it with heat. And like you're saying, yeah, you can work with it like wood. Because like, wasn't it one of our friends actually made most of his R2 out of Sentra?
Most of his was styrene.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
I'm pretty
But
sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Sintra is like a just kind of one of the brand names. There's a couple different brands of a similar material. It's like a foamed PVC.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Actually, I had a hard time.
Let's see, it's closed cell expanded PVC foam.
Yeah. I had a hard time finding Sintra for the longest time until I realized that, and then I just found like a local plastic store that had so much of it for so cheap. It was just a different brand name of the same material, basically.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like the same thing of having a Dremel tool or a crescent wrench,
Yeah.
Yep.
Whatever is the brand is the one that gets to name it.
Yeah, this stuff's really cheap. Significantly cheaper than I'm used to finding it.
Right.
Right now.
Have it at the door in 3 hours.
It takes.
We're sending it to the moon, boys.
Yeah. Everybody gets stocks in Sintra today.
We like the foam.
So, Aaron, you were telling me about little project you've got that you're releasing today.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was doing a bit of live streaming last year, like pre-pandemic, and I was having some issues with OBS, like switching all the scenes like nicely, and I was too cheap to buy one of them Elgato ones. So I started working on this. So it's just a Arduino Leonardo and a TFT touchscreen, and I wrote all the code myself. You can actually, if you can see that, it will actually change which one's currently active, and all of those buttons and names and stuff and the key presses they send are completely customizable in the firmware. And this is just a 3D printed frame I made, and so that you can see the Arduino and the touchscreen hat and kind of how it goes together. And I just have some sticky tack on the bottom so it can just stay on my desk, but it works really well. And it's only the Arduino Leonardo has an 18 mega or an Atmel 32 UF chip on it, which has a really special like USB driver chip on it, so it can actually emulate the actual keyboard. And so that's what I'm using. So I'm using the actual Arduino keyboard library, and so that's the secret. That's kind of the secret sauce to it. So it's pretty much a macro keyboard now at this point, and I just slapped a touchscreen on it and wrote some code for it. So now you can actually get some nice. It's only like $10 for the Leonardo, then another 10 or 12 for the touchscreen hat. So like for $25 and print a frame, and you can have your own little DIY stream deck.
That makes total sense too. Like you don't need to have OLEDs inside mechanical switches.
Yeah.
Stream deck.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
it looks cool, but it's ridiculous to put that much hardware into something that's some switches.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool what they put together. I mean, just the engineering alone in that product is insane. But, if you're just someone starting out, just wanting to see how you like streaming, or just, $25 and you can, get something that works just as well. And you made it yourself.
And do you have some kind of app to go with it for changing the functions? And
for that, you'd have to do a little bit of coding. And by a little bit, it's just open it up in the Arduino IDE and just change some values. it's all at the very top of the file. Just you see.
And for the
names.
graphics, is it just text for each button?
Yeah, it's literally just text. So it's pretty much just like a normal macro pad, but with customizable button names.
I mean, that sounds
So you know what
perfect.
you're hitting.
I was looking at a couple of the open source projects that have been coming out in the last few months, and probably like $150 to build a Stream Deck, and I can buy one for that price. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm calling it
nice and easy like that. Yeah.
I'm calling it the obscene deck because it's the OBS scene deck.
That's a good name.
Yeah, so I threw the link to the repo in the Discord chat, so I don't know where the best place to share that at.
Oh yeah, why don't we pop that into the YouTube chat here too, just so you guys can see it. And if anyone in the YouTube chat is not over in the Discord, come join the Discord. That's where everything's really going on.
Yep. So all the project files are up there. So it's got the Fusion 360 project on there. So if you want to edit and modify the frame, it's got the Arduino sketch on there with all the code you need. It's GPL version 2 license, and I have pre-generated STLs up on Colts 3D for it as well.
Nice.
Yep.
I just popped it in the YouTube chat.
Awesome. Thanks.
Joe, I've got to say, I've been looking at your CNC there, and I've been wondering why it looks familiar to me. It looks very reminiscent of a Ronco rotisserie. If you're looking for a way to like put up a cover on the front and a little slide out, and then it can go up.
Joe, I'll bring over one of those Costco rotisserie chickens. We can throw that in there.
Does it have
Really
like a plate of plexiglass or something like that covers the front of it?
Yeah, it's not here because I haven't designed the hinges yet because I'm really bad at the details, and like it'll be like release day and I'll be like, shit, I needed to design the hinges. I guess I'll do that real quick. Like, easiest thing, right? I just can't bring myself to do it. It's the same for limit switches. It was a really long time before I finally put limit switches in this thing. Yeah, but yeah.
Did you do limit switches for the for both sides, both ends?
No. Soft limits are usually good enough. It's got min, and max for Z, and then the open builds, the black box supports a probe and a couple other things. So I'll have that working in the next version. I didn't feel like driving into it in this version, but it's really easy to get going. So,
are you going to do a electronic probe so it actually uses the bit that you've chucked in?
Yeah, and I left it in the garage. One of the first projects I wanted to kind of like release, because I wanted to, when it comes out, I wanted to have a couple of projects with it that you could do, is like actually making the corner probe plate. That Open Build sells it, but it's like $70, and it's a plate of aluminum with 2 wires. And there's no reason you can't machine it yourself because you still have to measure the probe they sell you. So,
yeah, might as well.
Yeah. So, yeah. It's an adorable little thing. The other thing that I've been working on that I wanted to show, because we've teased this on the podcast a couple times and I haven't shown it, is we've been working on these keychain tools for like 2 months now, and they have a 50 millimeter ruler on the side and a little screwdriver and a bottle opener because we're a podcast that talks about beer, and M3 through M6 wrenches and a 1/4 inch screwdriver, bit holder, and a precision screwdriver bit holder. And at some point in the very near future, we're going to sell these stupid things. Aaron, my part's done.
I got the store all ready to go.
Well, it's sort of done. We got to figure out how to package them, but I'm really excited about these things. They turned out freaking awesome, and yeah, I'm jazzed about them. So
hell yeah,
That
they're
looks
gonna be
really
awesome.
cool.
Pretty cool.
Nice.
Also, I can't help but look at your mini CNC without thinking about the mini lathe. I don't know if you guys ever watched This Old Tony, but he did a video or 3 on a mini lathe that looks just like that. And all I can think of is the mini lathe.
This probably has a slightly fewer headaches than Tony's mini lathe, but I don't know. Maybe not. It depends on who you are. Maybe.
Brent in Discord brings up a good point. Combination CNC rotisserie would be carving the bird.
Yeah. Yes.
It also, you know, it might be spinning.
This sounds like the evolution of lasering a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Don't do
Carving
that.
the thing.
If you have one, let me just save you the smell.
Did you say lasering a pumpkin? Because I've got this thing right here, which I just put together a couple days ago.
Yes, the Blinder 3000.
I was going to do a build video for it, but it was 3 minutes to assemble, followed by 2 hours to get the software working.
That sounds exactly right.
I laser engraved the Brock
my own
for
fault.
July with that.
I didn't realize one of the stepper motors was partially disconnected, and it's like, why is this thing only printing a straight line?
The best is when a partially disconnected stepper only goes in one direction, no matter what direction you send it. And you're like, what is your problem? Do you not like left? Go!
Fun little laser, though. Like, damn, this thing's got some power to it. 7.5 watts at the end, so...
Protect your eyes.
Yeah, wear the goggles.
Oh, yeah, no, this is going in a full case, and I've got some very dark red acrylic that's going to be the window on it.
There you go.
NASCAR stepper.
Only goes in one direction.
Oh, Jim. That was good.
Yeah, actually, Pooch will be on here in a few, and along with some other guys from Makers on Tap. And well, you know, we got Caleb here. He's the disembodied voice that has been chatting. If anyone didn't know,
Fair enough. I legitimately thought they were only in my head, so I was okay with that.
Hey, Caleb.
Actually, I realized I forgot to mention it when we have the next set of guests come on. And you guys did look a little puzzled when you heard the voice.
I was like, who am I missing? Is there on another monitor?
I was like, somebody's mouth's got to be moving, or maybe my internet is just that slow.
Yeah, I actually jumped back on YouTube, and I was like, maybe their window's on YouTube.
I tend to I want to keep the screens available for people who actually know what they're talking about.
Fair enough.
I should go then.
Yeah, I should get out of here then.
Thank you for the validation.
We need it always.
So, you guys
But
have any
Boston's up here.
questions about Cyberdecks?
Where do I start? I really want to build like a CNC specific Cyberdeck, and
So like the control computer for it?
yeah, and it's something that I've wanted to do for a really long time, and work will currently pay me to do it. So now's the time.
Yeah.
A cool option would be from Back 7. He made a arm terminal where it's like literally on an arm that like connects to your desk or to a table or something.
It's also a pun because it runs an arm as
Excellent.
But it's actually really cool. I mean, it doesn't have a keyboard attached, but you could use like a Bluetooth one. It's got a little vacuum fluorescent display on the bottom because, you know, those are cool. And
oh yeah.
Yeah, that would probably be a pretty good one. With the arm, you could position it, you know, move it out of the way so it's so you can get around to the machine.
Yeah.
Might leave off the VFD because those things are just rare and expensive, but they do look cool though.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to like a DRO that you would see on like a like a lathe or something, or a mill.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool.
And
Plus,
then,
all the parts are open as well, if I remember correctly. So
Nice.
a good place to get started, which I will post this link here in the chat. This is the build guide at the Cyberdeck Cafe. If anyone doesn't know, we spun up the website for the group so that we'd have somewhere to, share the projects. And, we are based out of Discord. A lot of people are on the Reddit group. It's not us, it's a separate group, but all that stuff is temporary. It gets buried under more comments, more posts. So here's a permanent spot for everyone to put their projects. And we got a little build guide. It could use a little more work, but everything's always a work in progress. It's mostly links to all the hardware that we've all personally tested and tried. They are affiliate links, so please feel free to use them. Let's pay for the hosting on this. And then Blasto made us an FAQ page as well, which is kind of an extension of the build guide. Gives you a little more of the what is this thing. That's the most common question we get is what is a Cyberdeck? And basically we don't know. It's whatever you build.
Right.
yeah,
Whatever you want it to be. Whatever custom computer that you want to make.
Nice.
So yeah, the website's a good resource just because it's the only one that exists for starters. There is no other Cyberdeck website. Build guide, FAQ, check out the Neon City Mix. That's, all the other featured posts that are up there, which is a nice source of inspiration. We just added one more last night from TLR. It's a very cool little portable writing station. I think a lot of people really dig that one.
I just found out that Neuromancer is a trilogy.
Yeah. The books seem to get easier to read as the trilogy goes on.
I don't know about that.
At least I thought so. I mean, Count Zero seemed a whole lot more, coherent.
I'm gonna listen to it on an audiobook anyway. It doesn't matter.
That's how I do it. I mean, speaking of Neuromancer, Gibson, he narrates and he reads the book. You can find those. I think there was released as like a 7-part audio cassette originally, but that's all. It's hosted on Vimeo right now, I think, because there's no copyright strike yet. So if anyone wants to listen to Neuromancer on tape, voiced by the writer, it's actually pretty cool. And it's slightly abridged too, so it's a little easier to sit through.
Nice.
It's a big book. It's a commitment. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Big one.
Fair enough.
Awesome.
Well, do you guys have any other projects you're working on? Any shows coming up you want to plug before we get on to the next video?
We're constantly trying to make episodes. Don't give up on us. I'm just real busy, and these two
Don't judge you, okay.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
they're busy
Right.
too.
We
Try to keep
try-
it together.
we try and do as much as we can when we can. Obviously, this year has taken it out on all of us, and it's hard sometimes. And so, the first thing that we ever agreed on when creating the podcast was that we were never going to let the podcast get in the way of our life. And if that meant, hey, we need to take a week off this week so that way we can mentally recharge, then that was completely within the rules that we created it for. We were never going to push ourselves to the brink. We always wanted this to be enjoyable.
Yep.
The one thing I'll shout out, because hell yeah, I will, is that for all of you people who are maybe into Cyberdecks and 3D printing, there is a little event in the middle of nowhere in the US called MRF. And MRF is an amazing event hosted by a local group, and it is the largest open source 3D printing convention hosted in Goshen, Indiana, which is boy, when you look at all the Teslas in a map, in one place where there is more Amish than Teslas, it's really funny. So everybody gets together and we all get to hang out and 3D print and talk 3D printing shop, show everybody their projects. So if you're also interested in 3D printing, we will be attending that, and we will be hopefully doing some other cool stuff with them.
Yep.
So if you're interested in 3D printing, you're close to that part of the U.S. If you look it up on Facebook, there's an official event getting ready to be hosted, and you can join that and find out more about that. I'm sure Jim is also going to talk about that since I see he's coming up next.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
currently
Murph
scheduled
is-
for the last week of June. Weekend.
Yeah, I do want to attend, but getting there from here, the flight's insane. You land at an airport that's like a 3.5 hour drive away. So not only is it like a 7-hour flight for me, but then the drive on top and the lack of hotels in that tiny little town.
It's a journey.
It's a pilgrimage.
And for me and my girlfriend, it looks like it'd be about right around $3,000-$4,000 for the round trip to do this.
Dang.
Oh yeah, no, that's a bit of a commitment.
Once you add everything onto it, I was like, oh, that, or do I buy myself a new 3D printer?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want a new 3D printer, I highly recommend that one.
What are you playing at?
That's the Project Red Daedalus. It's currently my favorite one in the room, and it's sitting next to an E3D tool changer. That should tell you something.
Oh, burn.
I mean, the tool changer is still a good platform for what it is.
Oh yeah, it absolutely
is. Just a 3D printer.
Well, you said the key word there. Tool changers is a platform. Daedalus is a printer.
Yes.
I hope that sometime soon every machine has interchangeable heads on it. Just, something standardized.
Standardized.
Yeah. There'll be a new standard for everything.
You can be sure that Creality will create their own standard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, it'll all be based off what E3D does, just like everything.
Yeah. It will be 0.5 off whatever E3D does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right, well, we got to wrap up this chunk of it. We got a lot to get through. Looks like we'll probably be going 4 or 5 hours here. Not
oh yeah,
2 or
we
3
feel for you. That's usually what we do.
It's fun. Yeah, I know. I listen to your guys' podcast, and they definitely go long, but it's a good listen.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There is much better days than our recess, but thank you for listening anyways.
Hey, the last one where we were plugging this show was pretty good.
Yeah, no, we had fun with that
I
one.
listened to that one.
And it was short. We were all tired.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, hey,
thanks.
thank you guys so much. And thank you for having us and including us on anything. It's been awesome to talk to you guys.
Hey,
Let's drop out.
Well,
we got a couple of
yeah.
What up, everybody?
We wanted to say hi before you left.
Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Oh my god, it's been too long, guys. I'm glad to hear you guys talking about Murph. Little postponed this year, but really excited.
Thank you so much.
I heard Buddha saying, it can be a pricey pilgrimage, which it can be, but if you fly to Jim's house first, you can get there on the cheap.
Yeah,
he'll just drive you there.
Yes. Yeah, fly into Milwaukee or Chicago. I'll pick you up on the way down, and we'll make it happen.
And he'll drive all night. That's what he did last year. He just drove all night, right?
Why not?
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up Joe on the way too this year.
Yeah, I'm right down a couple cities over from you too.
Hey, what we all going to do? We're all going to fly into Chicago. We're going to meet at Tim's house from THCD.
Yeah.
We're going to crash his house the night before.
Oh gosh.
And then
We're gonna trash his house or crash his house?
Yes.
Yes.
We had a good time.
There's a live stream somewhere out there, and I think both happened. There was definitely a sword fight involved. I don't even know what happened.
It was supposed to be a pizza shaped like a sword. That didn't happen. There was good pizza though.
Yeah,
there was good pizza.
Oh,
But
Aaron
yeah,
got very drunk.
I'm glad you guys pulled us in early, guys. I've been watching. Love the podcast. I've been waiting. Like I've been sleeping with my phone, waiting for the call. I'm serious. I've been waiting for the call.
Don't wait. Just tell me.
I love the multi-angle, Jim, for the extra emphasis.
You like that?
It's good. Yeah.
No, we should.
Very dramatic.
We should do a cross-pollination live stream like soon.
I think you just said you guys should join us Monday on Hot Makes at 6 p.m.
Why not? We're all about crossing the streams. We've done that. It didn't go well, but
wait. Time out. Speaking of crossing the streams, this is a Stream Deck Virtcon, right?
That's what I'm told.
Don't we have an AI? We brought an AI with us, didn't we?
You guys didn't bring your AI. We brought our AI.
Gary, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes.
Did you steal Aaron's voice?
What up?
Well,
all right.
What is going on?
We had to bring Giri with us because he's the face of the show now. Everybody's making 3D prints of him and everything. I used to be with the hair, but it's not me anymore.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I just need to grow my long curly locks of hair.
Yes,
there'll be aluminum shavings from Joe's.
Some chips.
CNC.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's the set it and forget it CNC. I love that name.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice. Well, it's great to see you guys. I don't know how long you're going to hang out, but I love it. Hey, don't forget Imperial Scout Camp. It's coming up. Join.
Recruiting for the dark side, are we?
Yeah. Well, I keep Woot I keep Woot like monetized with shirts. I don't even know.
Single-handedly keeping him in business. Yeah.
Yeah. What's funny is we didn't plan this. I swear to God, I didn't talk to Pooch except for right before the stream, and his shirt is also Star Wars.
It's on point.
As it should be.
I went formal. I went formal tonight.
Yeah. That's his.
There was the wallpaper on my user interface is also Star Wars.
Oh yes.
There was a point in time where my entire wardrobe was made up of Woot shirts.
Sounds about right.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
That sounds like a great closet, Joe. I'd love to see the shot of just all your shirts hung nicely in the closet, because I'm sure you hang them in the closet, right?
Absolutely. I don't live out of a laundry basket.
And he's got a chain of Woot monkeys protecting him.
Yeah. Man, I've never gotten a Woot monkey or a bag of crap. I've wanted both forever, and they always sell out before you're able to get them.
How could this be, Joe? How could this be?
Pooch, is that the longest rep box in history behind you?
As far as I know. I just said, you know what? We need a long one, right? What the heck?
I have a 4x8 CNC now. I should try to challenge you.
Yeah, well, the limitation here was this was the longest sheet of acrylic I had at the time.
Yes.
So it could go longer. I unearthed some design flaws because it wasn't designed to really be that long, and so it kind of needs a little reinforcement on the base. But it works.
Does it do
this? It's starting to sag. It's starting to sag a bit. But aren't we all?
That's right.
Well, there's a reason we call it the Cougar case. We'll just say.
Oh man,
a little saggy, but still a little flash.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
Blasto's lost it.
It's amazing.
Nice. Well, this has been awesome, guys. I've been watching since you guys went live, and my little guy, we were sitting there for dinner, and it was just on. I had it on my phone because I wanted to watch everybody on in the presentations, and nothing but awesome. You guys are rocking, Joe and Blasto, Lydia, everybody else who put this together. Thank you guys for having all of us on. I don't know how long we're going to hang out, but we'll definitely hang out as long as you let us. But I do have to thank our special guest, Chris, for joining us today for Makers on Tap. The best special guest we can have.
Yeah. You know what's funny is, like, for the longest time, nobody could figure out what Chris's tagline was in Twitter. or Discord, so he kept getting left out of all the tags talking about
What is
this.
Chris's tag on Twitter? Am I following Chris?
I doubt it.
What is it? Let me look. Let me rectify that.
It's the bearded tech.
Yeah.
And to be clear, we don't even have to say Murph is canceled this year.
Oh, dude, I don't even have a drink in front of me. You can't do that to me.
So, Boot Disc, I'm not sure if you guys ever watched Verf. These guys
I was on it actually.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Duh.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot all about that. But these guys put on a heck of a show, and it's a rule that if you say Murph is canceled, because it was last year, you have to drink. And so, you get people who knew that. Joe's out there drinking every time now. You get people that know that, and by the end of your segment, you're wishing no one knew that.
Yeah.
Nice. Good thing I did not know this last time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We were toasty for a while.
It got dangerous. Yeah. The first one, yeah.
We had a great time.
We're shuffling.
Yes.
I saw a shuffle in there.
And it was, I think the first Verf After Dark went like 7.5 hours.
It was a long one.
I'm trying to remember when I was on it. Was it this last?
I think it was the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was better. We
Right.
limited ourselves some and had like hard stops at the end versus the first Verf After Dark where we free-for-alled the schedule, which is what we do every time. Like we put a spreadsheet out there and we're like, if you want to be on, sign up when you can be on. And first come, first serve, and if there's conflicts, we'll like talk about it. But for the most part, everybody just kind of deals with it. But then because it's an open editable spreadsheet, people they were in our Discord chat swapping time slots at random to screw with us. And then they just kept adding. So we went to like 1 a.m.
I love it.
Yeah.
Because time zones. Like
it was.
This is what permissions are for, Joe. You should know better.
But here's what we didn't have enough of. We didn't have enough Cyberdecks. And I know we're here at Virtcon, Cyberdeck Cafe, and I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen some up and close pictures of Blasto's Cyberdeck, and we had Joe on recently, and that's the new one, right?
Yeah, look at that one.
Yes.
Ooh.
Joe, show us your deck.
Whoa.
Deck picks.
Deck picks.
Oh, we're looking at Josh's. Right, we're looking at Blastos here real quick. Look
I
at
love
that.
That is
that.
gorgeous.
Boot that
here's the
mother.
deal.
Floppy disk.
If you guys are watching in the chat,
Oh, yes.
Wonderful.
Oh my god.
I love that.
That's really
Will it read? Will it? Is it functional?
It is absolutely functional.
Can you put Windows 3.1 on there?
Is that
Oh,
a single
I've got
density
that.
floppy disk?
I really don't even know. It's just whatever one was like $10 on Amazon.
It's like $10 on Amazon now.
Yeah.
$10?
But I have
Old
I have
is new
speakers
again.
on the back power, but again, no USB ports. That was
Nice.
something
Hey,
I thought,
you know
we
what?
don't need those.
So Blasto actually lives pretty close to me, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
I think we need a Nerdy J deck. We need to collaborate. You could come up. We could do a show. Maybe we could do a hot makes, whatever you want. But let's put together a Nerdy J Edutech deck. That's hard to say. Edutech deck, and maybe I could throw some Geary AI on there. It'll be
please
awesome.
install me on that.
Yeah, make him mobile. He needs to be.
yeah.
Mobile. That's just what we need is having him mobile.
I will.
This is how Skynet started. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like 6 years ago.
Yeah, but seriously though, I wanted to build one for so long, and you're so close. We should definitely make this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally game for that.
I love it. Then we'll go down and we'll meet these guys, and we'll have a podcast about it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're not far from us. You're only
No.
like
Yeah,
3
across
hours
all
away.
the streams.
Right. We'll cross it all.
An amalgam wrapped in a riddle, smothered
Do
in
you have
secret
yours
sauce.
with you, Boot Disc? Do you have yours?
I've got a few. None of them I can boot right now. You know how this. You take parts out of one thing and you do something else with it.
It's like 3D printers.
Right
exactly.
here, this is this way. This is a Pi 400.
Nice.
Yeah, I painted it purple just because. It's got the folding screen. It is a touch screen as well, so yes, there is a pointer built in. No need to plug in a mouse or something. 3D printed case, aluminum extrusion with some holographic.
I like.
Nice.
I like
added
that.
on.
That's some bling.
Holographic chrome.
Yeah.
I like it too. We got some resin printed. Let's see, it's tenacious resin, so these are like really strong corner. You know, it's not just for looks; it's actually to protect it from a fall.
Nice.
awesome.
Mixed mode 3D printing. I like it.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Here, there's here. If anyone hasn't seen the 400, it's a pretty cool little thing. It's just a keyboard, and the whole Raspberry Pi is built in. Inside is a few wires, just for the touchscreen and the HDMI. One of the batteries is here. This is 10,000 milliamp. Gets you about 8 hours of runtime. There's a place for 2 of them, so if you want to spend the extra $20, put 2 of them in there. And the power controller board, all that just goes in here. I just have this thing pretty much disassembled right now. And in this corner is a place for a Pomagotchi. If anyone doesn't know what that is, look it up. It's a very cool little AI pet that eats Wi-Fi. So
it eats Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi. We've got a channel for it on the Discord. You can check it out. It's a pretty cool little thing.
I need to learn about that. Now,
check that out.
I'm glad you showed us that because you teased that a couple months back when you just got that Pi 400. So it's cool to see that come together. Did you go with the purple to match your hair, or did you go purple hair to match the Cyberdeck?
Hair to match the Cyberdeck.
Hair to match the Cyberdeck.
Oh,
There
yeah.
it is, ladies and gentlemen. Love
It's
it.
a very smart choice. Very, very
The
smart.
reason I can't boot this thing up, I didn't bother assembling it, is because, I showed this a little earlier, this is the Pi 400 motherboard.
Nice.
Okay.
It is a pretty cool little device, and this is a case for it.
Now, what's the I/O looking like on that thing? Let me see. Show us your bits. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to focus on manual. So.
Yeah.
But it all comes to
the deck.
The measurements I took for the I/O are perfect, flawless. The measurements for the width of the board, not so much.
Yeah.
Got to redo the case. Take 5 millimeters off. You know, screw holes. Nothing else lines up. I/O flawless though.
Nice.
Hardest thing to measure. Good job.
Yeah, it actually was very easy to do too. But yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Everything's on one side. My idea with this case is, just a couple mounting holes on each side. Take this motherboard out of the Raspberry Pi case, put it in this one, mount it on the side of whatever hardware you want to run with it. This thing is a lot more capable than the previous Raspberry Pi 4. And if you've been wanting to get one of the CM4 modules and the carrier board, well, they're not available because of distribution issues. So this gives you something that you can use now if you want that new chipset.
What's the
USB 3 is built in, so you don't need a PCIe add-on card. So this is also a lot cheaper than buying the CM4 carrier board and a USB 3 card to go with it, and a lot more compact.
What's the heat and power consumption like on that thing? Because I know there's a lot of people complaining about the Pi 4.
So it's a lot less than the Pi 4, and like if your Pi 4 was getting a lot of low voltage warnings, you won't on this one.
Nice.
It's like 1.2 amps maxed out when you overclock it, whereas the Pi 4 was closer to 2 amps, which the plugs, the ports that are on it can't really handle that. So even if your power supply can feed it, you have to plug into the USB port and the GPIO to feed it enough voltage.
Oh, wow.
Average.
Yeah, I know that people trying to use them for CNCs were having issues.
When you plug something into the USB port, now you're drawing, now you're just adding to that load. And if you don't plug in on both sides, I mean, the gauge of the traces physically isn't thick enough. So you just need to hook up to the USB and the GPIO at the same time, and that fixes all those voltage problems people have. Little trick for you guys.
Unimpressed last name said, to be fair, Pi 400 is like 90% of the way to being a full Cyberdeck. I mean, it pretty much.
If you don't want to mess with the mechanical keyboard and the added costs and everything, the keyboard on it, it's great. It's just like any other laptop keyboard. It's what you would expect from that.
Nice.
A lot of people hate those, but I mean, I say you just use whatever you've got, you know?
Well, and it's go ahead.
No, I was go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it's like you guys were saying earlier, though. I mean, a Cyberdeck's whatever you want it to be, right? So, I mean, it's like literally, I can just take my laptop and duct tape like an Atari joystick to it and call that a Cyberdeck.
Wait a minute, did I just hear like a background?
Well, it's
a Pong controller,
an Atari joystick, and you duct tape them together, and it works.
Why not, right? That's my lazy man Cyberdeck right there, right?
That's what you want.
Perfect.
I love it. A question from Omega Rogue on the Discord asking how much RAM it has.
The Pi 400 is 4 gigabytes, but you use something called Z compression, and you get effectively 12 gigabytes without any real loss in speed or quality. It won't work for some applications where you actually need access to all the RAM at the same time, but it actually works really good.
I have to say, go back 30 seconds when you just said more like 12. I'm watching the screen. I swear to God, me, Joe, and Chris, I went at the same time. At the same time,
not scripted.
Look, there's a lot of things I could use for that. It's like it's so cool.
And yeah, 12 gigs. It'll be years before we get like the Pi 5 with that, you know.
Yeah.
Eat Comics in the YouTube chat says just download more RAM.
It's a Tesla. You pay to unlock more RAM.
Yeah.
You know, for
you wouldn't download the
ludicrous RAM.
Well,
pay to play, baby.
Like JD said, we all have a supercomputer in our pockets, pretty much, and it's amazing what these little things can do. And you guys were talking earlier about playing Doom, on the eyepiece, and you loaded it up and stuff. I mean, but the thing about that is, like, that little eyepiece probably has more power than Nintendo ever did in its whole life. You know what I'm saying? And,
orders of magnitude.
FPGA in there, and
which is like, it's mind blowing to think about, like, that stuff has come that far where you can take a watch right here and it's more powerful than the video game consoles we used to play as kids.
I have a collection of smartwatches. Actually, I have a bad habit of buying them and then putting them on the shelf.
You should make it talk to your deck.
I've got a new one, actually. It's an open source kit that it will be doing that.
Nice.
Cool. Very cool.
All right, let's see.
All right, well, we are at, it was 8 o'clock now, so it's going to be time for our next presentation. So let's see here. Aaron, Joe, and Chris, thank you for being on.
Sorry to come during your slot, guys.
You're out. You're booted.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being on and staying on for so long, too. It's fun chatting with all you guys. Nice to see you guys again, too. I'll definitely try and make it onto your Verf stream again.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's not just a stream. Hopefully it's a thing.
We cleared up the weekend for Murph. And
I might be buying myself
this year. We make our own Murph.
Yeah.
Or if you want, we're dragging Pooch out, and we're gonna have hot mix on scene like that weekend.
Hot mix live.
Well, it's always live.
Hot mix on ice,
except for once.
Not in June. Not in June. Please no. Right now you could.
It was good to see you guys.
Yeah. Great to see you guys.
For sure.
Good night,
Thank you guys.
See ya.
Thanks for being on.
Are we going anywhere?
All right.
Are you hanging out?
Makers on tap.
Yeah,
If
so,
you want to have Boot on your show, you can always have his publicist contact you, and we'll set something.
Have your people call our people.
His publicists reach out. He had an awesome folder of deck picks, and it was pretty awesome. So that was pretty good. And I'm Nerdy J, and I approve of this message. Okay.
The wipe cut, you're cracking me up.
You need a star wipe, Jim. It needs to star wipe. This is the only way to do it.
Let's see.
Okay, well, you got
Like
it.
that
was more like that was a Star Wars wipe, is what that was. Star.
All right. Let's bring in MSG. Another one of the moderators from our Discord. MSG, how you doing?
Hey, the first time I'm on camera. I even never need to zoom at work, so.
You're doing great. It's working.
All right, and so let's call it. I'll just leave now with the peak, like George Constanza.
Peak streaming, I love it.
My goal was to show a couple of successes, but I'll show one failure and one success because that's how it played out. So I did the MSG, which I showed last in the summer, and it was nice. But in terms of actually using it, I ran into a few issues. Mainly, had like 1 hour battery when using the Raspberry Pi. It had some of the hinges weren't great. Some of the things didn't really fit. So I tried to do a bunch of upgrades, and the goal was to show it. But as I was assembling it, as I was preparing to move, lo and behold, I dropped it from the kitchen table of the apartment before I moved, and so now it's broken. But there are a lot of the things that I can kind of tease how it looks. Yeah. All assembled. The hinges, I made them be like a little more like a real hinge instead of just a screw. I made now it has twice the battery power. What I did is the back has like 2 extra batteries here, and also added the little fan to cool down. Inside, obviously, you have a NUC to run a NUC with the i7 in this side. It runs Windows 10, and the Raspberry Pi and batteries on that side. I also moved all the buttons to here that used to be in the front. That leaves a space on the front to have a handle, which I really wanted to carry it around, make it easier to carry. And there is a lot of like little improvements like that I was hoping to like close it for today, but because of the drop, it didn't happen. So that's one part that I was wanting to show, and now it's just a pile of things of work in progress. And the second that it's a little more working, although I'm not sure exactly how the camera will be, is the couple of the LoRa connectors, LoRa messengers that I put together. The neat thing about those is that those are...
Can you find some info on that besides you showing us now?
Yeah.
What do you have a website, yeah?
Correct. It's msglab.co, I believe. Yeah,
wow.
I bought it during the summer. And the neat thing about these two is that are very easy to put together, very easy to assemble. All the parts, I put the links, you can get them. The 3D designs are also STL, you can download them. The code running it's also available. So it's actually a much more realistic project for anyone to engage in than, let's say, the MSG computer, which has hundreds of solder points. There are lots of tricks in there, for example, because I run, I'll bring it to give you ideas of what's going on in there. Is that there is a single keyboard, the mechanical 40%, and then a single, there is one mouse port here, and the mouse, the keyboard, and the screen, you actually, through a KVM, switch them between the two systems. I have some videos showing it, and you can have the same screen, keyboard, and mouse, use the Windows 10, you push a button, and instead now you're using the Raspberry Pi. You can run both. So there's a lot of soldering going on and quite a bit of assembly there that if you try to do it, can run into issues. On the other side, that one is like you can put together in an afternoon. They have like about a day of battery on 1800 milliamp. You turn them on and they are kind of right on. They immediately go functional. Let's see if I can get here. You can see the screen a little bit. I don't think that's become really readable. Then you can kind of control it with like matching colors. If I put the red, god damn it, I think I'm pointing one, I'm pointing the other. This mirroring effect, red with red, and then blue with blue. You can control the colors. There is a little light at the top, and when you send messages between them, when you read the message, it'll pop up. So if that one says hi, and then you look at this one, it says, pops up and tells you, hey, this guy said hi. And basically on the code, what I do is when you send a message, I tag to the message the unit. So basically, if you get messages, you will know which one sent it. This is LoRa, which means you're catching anything within range. Meaning if there are 4 devices, all 4 will be able to communicate as long as they are in range. And you can tag things like how many dB strength you're receiving. So if it starts getting low, you know that someone may be at the edge of the range. The actual assembly, it's a very simple. Let me see. Let's do dagger here. Before it screws out. That one is not all the way out. There. So all that is, you have the antenna built, and I kind of hit the antenna. I know that when I see photos, I like the designs where you see the thing with a very tall antenna. But in terms of putting it in your pocket, the reality is that this is much more friendly and less likely for you to break it. So I put it like that. And then on the back, what it's here is a LoRa feather wing, an M4 feather wing, which it's a little, just like a micro, like a chip, like an 8 Pro Micro, and then the battery, and the feather wing keyboard, which is kind of a PCB that includes a BlackBerry keyboard, a screen, and a few buttons and a pointer. And those are kind of all the parts. It's a pretty simple project to put together, and it's quite useful. It should have about a mile range, so you can take it camping and you'll be able to use it to communicate. And what I'm trying to do next is change the code to use Arduino and maybe be able to create one. I have a Raspberry Pi that runs also LoRa, and the idea will be use it as a little of to transmit. Basically, you will put one in your car, and all those will speak to the one in the car, which, because it's plugged in the car, will be able to have way more signal, and you will be able to have a better communication system, maybe that covers most of a camping if you were to go. And so those will be kind of the 2 projects I've been working on, upgrading the MSG, which is incomplete, and LoRa, which are in functional level, functional right now, but also like they could be better if I can make them be more of a network, that just each one going independently on their own range. And I think those are the things that I wanted to show.
Wow. Nice. I gotta ask, what's the range on those? And did you say we could get that on your website, or where do we find that kit?
Oh, basically, I don't sell anything at the point. So what you have in my website is links to the Adafruit chips that are in there, links to the battery, link to the guy that sells the PCB with the embedded screen and keyboard, the STLs, so you can download and print yourself that, or change them if you want, obviously. Sure. And the code that is just basically a Python script, and then you add a bunch of libraries, and it's gonna do that. Awesome. Yeah, it's very easy to add also other features, especially thanks to these 4 buttons there. What is very easy to do is that if you have, for example, a snake game or a Tetris or whatever, you can easily click here and it's a LoRa communicator. Click here is the Tetris, here is something else, and you can have the LED on the top beam you every time a message is captured. So then you go back to your. So these will be type of things that are relatively easy to do because most of these Python libraries you just download the Python and that's it.
That's awesome.
The only trap for that is in the current version it uses what is called Circuit Python. With Circuit Python, the memory available is very, very little, so you wouldn't be able to add a lot of scripts. But I'm trying to get it to do an Arduino. There is no limitation on hardware. It's just me getting the Arduino code in place. Then you will be able to put way more software in it to do more of this kind of other, not emulate a smartphone, but definitely do a couple of things of entertaining things while communicating in a place that there is no signal, no Wi-Fi, yeah.
And what was the range on that?
Yeah, you asked that. So far, I tried it around Brooklyn, but that's a very poor environment with the buildings and all that. So it gets a block, 2 blocks, and I had some issues. But in theory, you're supposed to catch at least a mile, 2 miles. And my hope is that if you put one in your car on the on the car battery, beaming as much as possible, that alone could create a circle of maybe 3-4 miles.
Nice.
And then those will extend 1 mile on it, which means 2 of those could cover 4 or 5 miles, which is part of. That's how the LoRa is supposed to work. The idea of the LoRa is you can kind of
mesh network.
Exactly. So you can set up as a mesh network. What I'm thinking is those with the small battery and the portability, you probably don't want to make that one be the mesh, but something on your car will have no problem to run as a gateway, and those stick to the gateway. Then you can go some serious range, like in a camping, which is kind of the environment I see that being useful where you have no signal.
That's awesome.
But yeah, in the city, more limited because the building.
I've never heard of that before. Yeah, that's wild.
I just want to mention that I dropped a link to where you can buy that board. It's from Solder Party, and it's available on Tindy. It's out of stock right now.
I'm sorry, that's my dog.
Costs $55, so it's actually pretty affordable. If you
That's
want.
awesome.
Yeah, I think I got them from Moroni or Adafruit. Basically, all the stores have it. 2 or 3 sometimes are in stock and non in stock. The guy that made it, who goes by Arturo, but he told me that's not his name. He's going to launch a no version soon, so there should be stock available of the part that is the PCB with the screen and the keyboard. Obviously, the rest you can get LoRa models pretty easily. I got for the Raspberry Pi, which is just kind of I have it down here, but it's basically a hat that you put on the Raspberry Pi and works pretty well. And the neat thing is that then you can run the full Raspbian and have that just an application, which is what I'm thinking. I'm going to make the car version.
Right. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's a great concept, and I mean I'm sure I hadn't heard of the LoRa system before, but I really like the idea of making an open network. Obviously, it's just like we're not relying on cell systems or having a connection, but truly democratizing airwaves for a way of communicating. I'm surprised. Well, I don't know. Maybe there will be more and more people latching on to stuff like that. It seems like it would have a lot of appeal to people.
Right. I actually don't know that much about it. I liked as a kid walkie-talkies, and then when I heard about first I heard about LoRa One. LoRa One is some sort of like actual mesh network, which you get some sort of internet almost. You will be able to like not send lot of data, but definitely maybe turn on your Roomba or stuff like that through this LoRa One. And on the city, it's supposed to be easy because there could be people running gateways, and you will be able to leverage them. But I have not managed to get that successful to connect to a LoRa One. There is the Internet of Things or Network of Things. I failed. But when you remove the one and you're just LoRa, which is this communication between devices and their own mesh network, I've been able to get it always to work with the Adafruit feathers, the Raspberry one. So if you limit yourself to the LoRa communication and you can send text packages, and obviously when you can send text, you can do a lot of stuff because obviously you can do, when I get a text that has that string, trigger that thing, so you could have them do things probably more sophisticated than just sending and receiving text. That seems to be work pretty well. The LoRa one, I failed, but I know that some people is big on that.
And there's no encryption or anything, so theoretically, if you're acting as a gateway, you could intercept other people's communication.
Correct, but what it's also basically what you can do is your Python, before it sends, can encrypt it, and then will only be decrypted by if the other unit have the right decryption. So you'll have a software decrypt.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure what kind of messages. Well, I guess if you're trying to run your 3D printer, you will be very careful that someone doesn't get in the middle and turns it on or change your G-code files. But if you're just saying, do you want me to get you a coffee from the community center at the camping, and someone gets in the middle, change the coffee into a tea, that's okay.
Sure. I guess I was looking at like if people were really wanting to take something like Signal to the next level, where they're using it as a true messenger with end-to-end encryption, and it's not dependent on third-party infrastructure. Like now you've got a real, open communication platform. It's kind of surprising. Maybe there's stuff like that out there. I don't know. What frequency is this?
915.
915, so it's low enough where it's got some distance potentially.
In the US, it's 915, and then I believe if you're in Europe or other places, you're supposed to buy others, 800 maybe, it's something. But yeah.
86, I think, for Europe.
It's a little crowded. It's a little crowded on there, but yeah.
Here is 915.
You can transmit more, higher bandwidth for shorter distance, but if you need to really get the range, you can just send smaller packets, less data.
Well, I'm thinking like if it's not out there already, and forgive me if I'm missing a movie or something, but like end of the world apocalyptic days. I mean, this thing would be perfect. You have basically a solar charger for them, and then while you're out on your rat rods or whatever, you could be still texting in the apocalypse.
All right, Mad Max.
Like I'm not too competent on how the behind the scenes lore of things work. Besides, I bought the little trinkets and I put them together and they work. But in the back of my mind, that's kind of the scenario I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm thinking camping because I find myself more in camping than after a Fallout. But the idea will be the same. Correct? You can communicate. And when I showed it, I put it a month ago. I created an Instagram and a Twitter. And some people on the Twitter said, "Oh, that will be very good in my country because we have earthquakes and like our infrastructure is not very good." And I'm like, I wouldn't say rely on that if there is an earthquake, but in theory, if you have a few laying around, it could work. And I put 1800 milliamp. I had a few 4000, but the only thing was that 4000 didn't neatly fit. I will have had to like make it a little. The 1800 fits very neatly in there without making it any wider or longer. But I'm surprised that it lasts all day. Since it's so small and it lasts so long, that means that it should be very easy to, out of a USB pack, get several refills, or add even like a solar panel and just let it sit on the back for charging, or any kind of. It's so little energy that it's reasonable to think that if you've at a stranded, you'll be able to get it to work.
That's a really nice looking print you've got on there too. Really like that, and the magnetic closure too, so you can just jump in and work on it.
Right.
Wait, magnetic? No, it's the screws. It's I put the.
Oh, I thought it looked like it was popping together with magnets.
Those are heat inserts.
Oh, nice.
I played with magnets and I end up falling stuff normally. It's like not the most reliable. And I do throw that in my pocket. I just throw it in a backpack. The screws are just a reliable way to hold it together. Magnet, I will be more concerned of just falling. But yeah, so that's the one, the success I wanted to show. Works pretty well. Very easy project for anyone. With the site, you should be able to get all the parts real quick. In many cases, you may have most of them. The MSG Part 2 will have to wait until the next conference.
And for the Part 2, you could make a internet bridge for it. It already know where it will go. So because now the front of it's the handle. The front in the past used to have the buttons to turn the NUC on, the Raspberry Pi on, and switch between the NUC and the Raspberry Pi. Now this part is taken by the KVM switch. This half is completely empty. I put a couple of USB ports for the mouse and then a 5-volt. The neat thing about this 5-volt port is that it works all the time because it's of this battery pack directly, so you don't need to turn anything on. You can plug here. As a matter of fact, I don't have any of the, but if you plug any USB here, it'll immediately start to work. This area, though, it's empty, so I'll probably built in here, I'll put just one of the Raspberry Pi hats, maybe in top of a Raspberry Pi Zero, so I don't even need to turn on the Raspberry Pi, and have a LoRa working that acts as a gateway. Yeah, exactly. I may try to do that. I have the space here, and that's where will be a neat use for it, a neat use case.
That's cool.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And then the website we can find your instructions and your links. What was that website again?
Correct. It's msglab.co. I bought. There may be a msglab.net may work as well. I bought like 2 or 3 because I spent $10 on GoDaddy. Now in a year, if I don't pay, they may be gone. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's there.
London Mario posted it on the in the Discord. I'm gonna get it up in the YouTube chat as well.
Perfect.
Thanks. I will. When I have an afternoon, maybe next week or the week after, I'll do an article for the LoRa on the Cyberdeck Cafe, so you'll have it there.
I love it.
Something interesting that happens every now and then, I don't know if you can see it, is that it can read, it says incoming non-ASCII message. Well, I know it says, I type that. Basically, how I set it up is if you get message that is text, it prints the text. So it tells here Chief, which is kind of, for those not familiar, I like the Isle of Dogs movie. And so the whole naming convention here is because those are the two main dogs on the Isle of Dogs, and they speak to each other. Yeah, I made a video, I put it on YouTube of showing them working, and I typed there basically a conversation between the two dogs when one is like, "Who are you?" and the other, yeah. So basically, he responds and then gets a message from Chief and says, "Hey, hi." Then I also capture flying non-ASCII messages, which I don't know where they come from or who send them, or maybe they just send between them. There are not text messages. I will be able to like get the packet and see what's inside. For now, all I do is, if you cannot make it into whatever is called the UTF-8 or whatever the thing that makes check into the US and the normal texting, if it cannot do that, it just prints this non-ASCII message. But I do get this non-ASCII message. I don't know what's the cost. It's like, yeah, capturing packages. I guess if you were into hacking, you'll be like, what is this package? But
yeah, it's really cool. I think we should all build one of these and tie it together. It'd be kind of cool if we just had our own messengers, you know,
like background
modern day
messenger,
pager. Yeah,
that would be
all
awesome.
right, well, thanks for showing it. If you want to just stick around for a bit, hang out. We're gonna bring in Paul H. He's got some cool stuff to show us too. There you are. Hey, welcome on.
How's it, everybody? Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Paul.
Blasto, how's it? Good, just hello. Yeah, how's it, everybody? So I want to talk about I2C. I think that's maybe not the right terminology. A lot of people say IIC or IC squared, but I just say I2C because it's minus a syllable.
And let me just say here, for anyone watching at home, pay attention to this. This is how you connect all of the different modules to your Raspberry Pi. Pretty much everything connects over this. This will save you a lot of headache when you're building your deck or anything else. So check this part out. This is good.
Taking notes on this one.
Yeah, that's a good point because I think that for like MSP and people who roll their own PCBs by now, and a lot of us we're at the stage where maybe we would make a PCB that would have I2C devices and modules in just baked in like that. But I think for a lot of the people who are thinking of making Cyberdecks these days, they start off with Raspberry Pi and maybe they're much more proficient in 3D printing. But I2C devices are a bit scary because it's unclear sort of how it works and what's going on. So I think that is this me echoing? Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, there we go. So, all right. So I make a lot of devices using I2C because right now they're so cheap, but especially for displays. There's OLEDs. You get ones which are in 64 by 32 or 128 by 64 or by 32. So you get very small ones. So that's my gas detector going off.
Well, that's not good.
All right, let me actually show you what this is.
Too many bean burritos.
This, yeah, well, this place I'm working in is a bit of a waste site, but this is one example of like a really nice I2C device. Is these kind of OLED, these LCD displays.
Holy smokes!
This one's like in a sick-looking red color. but it's connected by 4 lines. So kind of my point is, with LCDs, in the old days you'd have a whole bunch of wires. With I2C, you just have 4 wires. So it's friggin' awesome. But then the cool thing is you can attach other devices over those wires. So suddenly you've got all kinds of sensors and displays all just connected over 4 wires. And I mean, 2 of those are for power. So it means that you've got a really, really simple setup if you can get the coding working. And the problem with the coding is addresses and hunting for the right addresses. Anyway, just about this. This is one thing I use for teaching. I make these modules. So they're very stylized, as you can see. And cosplayified. This one had a bit of a story with it. You can see the GDI logo going on there. But the idea was it was supposed to be like kind of 80s army surplus look. And it's got a gas sensor inside. This iteration then I iterated it further and went on to something like this. Okay, now it's blue. It's got a bit of green in there, so my green screen is getting confused. But this one is now a whole bunch of I2C sensors. It doesn't look that transparent in real life. It's got a cloaking device too.
It's that new chameleon.
It's Romulan technology.
You get the idea. All right, OBS. OBS is sort of messing me around. But yeah, this one is cool because it's got a whole bunch of I2Cs. It's got the LCD going on here, and then the module here. Let's get it the right angle. There we go. This has a radiation sensor in it, a air quality sensor.
Where are you hanging out, man? That's
just casually orbiting the planet.
You only noticed now?
Just worried about radiation and the air quality and gas. I'm just a little concerned, is all.
Either that or you had Taco Bell at lunch. I'm not sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was up until like 2 a.m. I'm in South Korea. I was up until 2 a.m. and just spray painting and soldering. And so this gas sensor here is really going off because the air quality is really crummy in here. But yeah.
It's going to pass out any minute.
Suffering for the cause.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe the point is with Raspberry Pi people and once you're running these kind of SBCs, I think there we go. There's my alternative to 10 things the government doesn't want you to know about I2C. We have a Duke Nukem sort of going back to Duke Nukem.
This is my kind of presentation. Look at this deck right here, like this PowerPoint. I mean,
yeah. Okay, stonks.
Yeah,
check out my Instagram, everybody. Please follow stonks. So with these devices, they all got their own address, and if you're doing the thing with Teensy or Leonardo, where you perhaps using it as an external device connected to your SBC, then you can use that as a way to plug in all these kinds of these I2C devices on the Leonardo or your Uno or whatever. But if you just want to connect something directly to your Raspberry Pi, on the GPIO, these are the pins of interest we're thinking about. So with I2C, we're thinking of 2 power lines and then SDA and SCL. And you'll make a bus that connects to all of these if you want to add multiples. But if you just want to add like a single OLED, it's just using these 4 lines. The cool thing is that you can, let me hop back here. The cool thing is you make a bus line, so you can have stacks of these things there. But with Raspberry Pi, you've only got those 2 I2C lines, SCL and SDA. With some types of Arduino these days, there's also an extra SCL line. So if you can see that there, think this is like a newer version. The I2C is actually, they've busted out over there, but traditionally it's A4 and A5. So if you want to start adding extra stuff, then you need some sort of maybe a bus line. So you might roll your own PCB. So this then SCL, SDA goes in there, 5V goes in there, ground, and then you can have all like a whole stack of devices.
Nice.
Yeah. So let me quickly show you what I made last night. To show off, I kind of why you should care about OLEDs.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
A Tamaguino. Focus, please. But yeah, it's a Boot said before, like if you're gonna make a thing on OLEDs, why don't you make a mechanical keyboard with one built in? And that kind of struck me at my heart because I don't have a mechanical keyboard yet. I really want to make one, but the next best thing would be this, having a Tamagotchi going on. And with these devices that we build, there's a retro aesthetic that is very necessary. Like using these kind of LCDs and pixelated stuff. So I think that a lot of OLEDs, they're small. They're very small and compact and cheap, so they're almost disposable. But adding them might be a point for some people to their Cyberdecks. What is nice also is that for the OLEDs, you can. It's one way. It's effectively one-way communication. With sensors, it's two ways. But has this thing died? Crikey! Wake up! Oh, there we go. Because it's on the same bus lines. If you're speaking to OLEDs and they out of the box have got the same address, you have this situation going on, where you can have it'll display on
mirroring, multi-monitor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not unique. It's just a copy.
Yeah.
If you want to start getting a copy, then there's not a copy, a unique display.
Yeah.
With an address you change on the back, so you got to do some soldering. So you would solder a little jumper, and then it gives it a unique address, and then in your code you changed it that way. So I'm geeking out about this now, and I'm probably talking too much, but that's kind of in a nutshell. The one more thing is if you got these devices, you want to sometimes catch the address. If you get them some Chinese component, it might not have the address available. So you would use a scanner. So you would use like an Uno as a way of sniffing out the address. You connect the device to FDL, SDA, give it power, and then you'd run a script like this, a sketch like this. And this would then show you the address. Let me run it quickly. So,
do you have a link you could throw in the chat too for people?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Interesting. So they have an address the way that a lot of things have, like a MAC address, and you basically just have a sniffer here that goes through. And
yeah, it sort of shouts down the line hello, and all the I2C devices shout back. Let me just here we go. Okay. Yeah, so if you've got a whole bunch of devices on the line, they'll all give back their address. You don't know what they are, but you know that they're alive and there. So last night I had about 6 devices running on one line. And so I got a whole bunch of addresses back. But that's useful because you can tell, are you alive? Has it got a heartbeat? Or if you've got some mystery device that has a mystery address, you can find it. Okay, you got to change the baud rate, but there we go. And that is the OLED showing up at 0x3C. If you buy the OLEDs from Adafruit themselves, the address will be different. It'll be 3D, and I think that's like stumbles a lot of people because they don't know why, but it's the address that's wrong. So with this kind of scanner, you can check out if it's not working. This is a really great way to debug. I'll post this in a maybe a few minutes on my website and then send the link through. But it's pretty simple code. If you just type in I2C scanner, there's other examples, but it's pretty standard. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Any questions?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So basically, your I2C is just another form of a serial bus, right? But you're kind of a lower level. You're rolling your own. So when would you use that versus a USB type thing, where I guess you'd have to pull in? It's a USB would be more heavy-handed, more bloated. You'd have to pull in libraries for that.
Well, I think it's about speed and it's about distance. So USB is kind of pushing to higher and higher speeds. I2C is, I suppose, it's they've used it since I think the 1980s, so it's gotten slowly faster. But it is for short range. You're dealing with kind of on a board, board to board or within a single board. Whereas USB is over longer lines to device, not module to module or board to board. I2C is like board to board or module to module or microcontroller to module.
Gotcha.
Now,
So,
there's something that I remember from a while ago. It was called a one-wire protocol. I don't know if that actually is what I2C is, if it was just called something else back then. It was like a single wire transfer. But I mean, you technically had to have two,
Yeah, you're
ground and
right.
signal.
I think some sensors they use that. Like there's a Dallas temperature sensor which I used a lot, and it was one wire, so you'd have to have a library for that. But I think that one wire library can also, if you want to roll your own I2C, you can using the one wire library, if I'm correct. But I know there's a way you can roll your own I2C. Yeah. So it's pretty cool stuff. By now we live in a time of paradise because these devices are just so cheap. You can, like I say, the OLED is basically disposable. I've got like 20 and I just use them for demos and stuff all the time. But they're really nice for compact little devices. And they just
I remember the SanDisk Clip MP3 player I got. It had one of those, the blue OLED. That was the first device
back in the day.
Yeah, that was the original one that they made it for, and now it's just a commodity product that buy in bulk.
Yeah, wow, that's
let me ask you, what kind of bandwidth limitations are there? Like, how much data can you push over that I2C interface? Because I know there's a lot of like digital audio players and stuff that use it, so it's got to have some capability.
It's good for slower stuff, but you'll notice that I2C displays are limited to these sort of 16 by 4s. These little OLED 128 by 64 little displays. It's really simple stuff because it's not much data, so it's going kind of slowly. Once you start going for these little TFT displays or anything with color, then it starts using SPI as a protocol, because I think otherwise it'd just be too slow. Even SPI is a bit slow sometimes. Here's an example of something where I'm not using an OLED anymore because it's just, you need color, you need a bigger display. This was something also half baked that was supposed to come for the
boxes.
It looks like BMO's ugly cousin.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of come up with a name, like B-Low maybe or something. I don't know. I mean, it's
No way. That's
BMO.
Yeah, seriously sketchy. Yeah.
I like
But,
it. Everything should have a screen with emojis on it.
Yep.
And why would you use this I2C over there? All the little screens I bought recently all use SPI, and then you put either in the CS1 or CS2 on the Raspberry Pi. And I don't know, the I2C only see the ones that there's like 1 or 2 lines of text, which is kind of very, very limited. Why would you prefer one over the other?
Well, I would think battery power sometimes. Sometimes also you just want a heartbeat. you want something that just gives you a tiny bit of information. Like for me, I'm always running stuff from a single sensor. Yeah. Now, I mean, that's if you're making something where there's a lot of information displayed or images, then you're wasting your time with OLEDs. But I mean, for Raspberry Pis and stuff, a lot of people just display the IP address on an OLED, or core temperature or something like that. Little bits of sensor information. They really go well with OLEDs, I think. But I mean, of course, if you're making something where it's more form over function, then I mean, you maybe want to go for e-paper or something that uses like color. Yeah, it depends on what you're doing. But these OLEDs, they just sip a tiny amount of power, which maybe affects considerations if you're making something that's mobile. But yeah, it's really depends on what you're making.
That's pretty cool. I love the instruction, and I love the air quality meter blowing up behind you there, or next to you there. But,
yeah.
What's the max number of addresses on an I2C bus?
Say that again.
What are the max number of addresses on an I2C bus?
There's another little issue, and that's that you start having a problem where the SCL and SDA lines, their voltage starts dropping. So then what you need is probably a pull-up resistor. The SparkFun, they say we probably can get away with about 7 devices on a single bus before you start worrying about like voltage sort of dropping, and then start figuring out how to put in an extra resistor to like a pull-up resistor. But then the main consideration is making sure there's no conflicts with the addresses that are going on. But usually for like, I mean, if you've got a unique device like a CCS 811 air quality sensor and some like little LCD going on, and like a humidity sensor and a temperature sensor, all those out of the box, they got their own unique address. But the problem might be when you start wanting to put like 3 of a single thing on, then you might have to start desoldering jumpers. Sometimes they've got like a little jumper like a little what's it called, like a jumper pin, like a selector, and then that you can change the address. Some you can reprogram the address. But yeah, so when you start having multiples of the same thing, then maybe address has become your new problem.
Nice.
I want to show you quickly my Geiger counter deck. I messed up my config file by probably not rebooting, but yeah, so now the screen is upside down. So I'm just showing you the Geiger counters. But this has so originally I teach physics sometimes, and I really want to teach my students about radiation. So I slowly built a Geiger counter, and here it is. So I've got a little sample of radiation.
Great. I have a little bulk of plutonium right here.
And it's okay. It's just uranium.
That's all. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have some of that lying around,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. This though, I've got uranium here, and I've a little of uranium glass, and this is americium. It's from a smoke detector.
Smoke detector, sure.
You can get it off eBay. Yeah. So we're not breaking any laws here. I hope.
Boring.
Boring. And you can hear it.
Hey, Paul, we gotta jump into the next thing, but if you want to stick around, I'd really like to see more of that deck, because when I saw that thing on Instagram, it was just like, damn.
Wait, I wanted to hear the clicking. Did it click?
All right, it is clicking. It is clicking.
I couldn't hear it. Okay.
Oh, let me just give you the clicking, and then I'm done.
Oh yeah, I hear it now.
Nice.
Sweet. Yeah, that's it, really.
When you start pulling up 20, now we're in trouble.
Well, aesthetic on that thing too. Yeah, it just looks incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah. No, that was cool. And the I2C stuff, like I'm gonna have to rewatch the video, you know, when I'm not doing 10 things here and can actually like use what you what you told us how to do.
But like they said, you know, everything is Googleable.
Right.
But I think the main thing is confidence. You know, a lot of people it's an unknown, so they don't know how to actually start working with these things, and they run some example code, it doesn't work, they lose confidence. So the main thing is to say it's good, it's cheap, it's easy to use, easier than you think. Definitely use I2C sensors.
Nice.
That's
Good plug for I2C.
Love it.
Right there. Beautiful.
Thank you. This is awesome. All right, so the next thing we've got up here, Caleb, if you want to, go ahead and bring up the channel. We're going to show you guys some Cyberdecks that the group members submitted. Some other keyboard projects and stuff they're working on, VR headsets. Sorry, Jim and Pooch, basically stealing your hot makes.
It's fine. We got hot makes for Monday. We're good. We're just happy to be here. I'm learning something.
Hey, I'm going to hit record right now. We're just going to play this on Monday.
Nice.
Phone it in Monday, right?
Caleb, if you want to just scroll through some of these and maybe embiggen them, and let's check out some of the projects everyone's working on.
This is just amazing. I scrolled through this earlier, and I was just in awe. I mean, just the amount of talent here, the amount of creativity, time, energy, all of that is just, it's fantastic. And I love people the aesthetic. Paul had a really cool, I loved his Fallout vibe on some of his stuff there, I was really hoping he was going to say when he opened up that thing that he stole it from the Libyans, right? But some of the stuff in here, I mean, the competition is fierce, my friend. Fierce.
Yeah, and these aren't even the competition entries. These are just other decks that people have built and wanted to show off. This one I really like, the digital spellbook. Very cyberpunk.
I love that.
That makes me think of Myst.
Yeah, it missed exactly.
Or from Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, for sure.
Here, there's arrows, but there's not more pictures.
No, those are in the screenshot. I did that earlier.
Phone for scale.
I like that.
Oh,
needs a banana.
But
where's my banana?
I didn't have time to print it.
Did you know, Joe? We have a Hot Makes official banana for scale now. That was made by our friend 3D Printing Llama. So that's available for anybody that wants to show off, proper scale.
No, I already have it downloaded and ready to go.
Good.
My printing is not set up at the moment.
Standard size banana.
I want to.
This one's really cool. This is
at a smaller scale, and then
I love that. Actually, I think that would make a great T-shirt.
This one on the screen right now, this is a collection of decks that have been designed, which are all excellent. One of them was actually one of the contest entries from our last conference, 0 Days. There's a little bit of information about that up on the site still, and an archive channels on the Discord if you want to check out last year's conference. Although it wasn't recorded due to technical difficulties, but that's all right.
This is James, right? He's the one who won the T-shirt.
Yeah, so James was one of the tied winners for the T-shirt contest. He did also submit a Cyberdeck into that contest as well, and we'll be talking about that stuff in a bit.
The dry T-shirt contest, yeah, it's a totally different thing.
Yes,
beautiful.
That is a hand-wired keyboard from the backside. They really are mesmerizing when they're done.
Wiring.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work, man.
Mine do not look like that. Just saying. Another cool deck.
I do that one.
I love the sunset.
It's sick. Wow.
Look at that.
Adorable.
Wow.
So good. So good.
Accessories, people, accessories.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, why have a boring square, little, computer that all looks the same? I mean,
there's the Game Boy. Somebody opened up a Game Boy there. What's that all about?
Yamato.
I love the attention to the aesthetics too. The red stripe that continues through the screen.
And his background on that
It makes it
image,
faster,
too.
Caleb. Makes it faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stripe continues on the background, so when this nothing's being shown, you see it in the background of it, so it all matches. Looks great.
That's
Right.
awesome.
And that's Blasto's first one,
There's,
right?
there's Blastos.
Yeah.
Looking familiar.
And this is his second one, the follow-up.
Yep.
This is his medal.
Magnifique.
We're talking about him like he's not even in chat with us.
He's right there.
Literally holding it up.
He's got a little peekaboo slot. Let me get a screen grab of that.
Yeah,
That's the peekaboo slot. I like that.
But adding the floppy disk with it was just like, just perfect.
The pièce de résistance, right? There's
Yeah.
that little ka-ching.
thing's got
Does it make that
two
good,
discs.
satisfying ka-ching when you put it in there,
Oh,
Blasto?
absolutely. Here, I can.
I want to get that noise. Let me get it.
Hang on. Wait. I think I can
Oh,
Yeah.
Nice.
Perfection.
do it one more.
One more.
Okay.
Oh,
it's
satisfying.
almost
I think
as
the
good-
noise canceling takes away some of that.
Pleasure or ASMR or whatever it is. Yeah.
Clickety, clickety, clackety. I love it.
And wired.
Shout out for MK.
I wired.
That noise is almost as good as peeling the plastic off the screen.
The ASMR deck
Oh
is
yes,
a
I
great
love
idea.
the sword.
Look at
Here's
that.
one of the entries from the 0 Days contest from Ronnery.
So good.
This is awesome.
I love how they built the aesthetic around that little Bluetooth keyboard. That thing is it's a bit of a strange shape originally.
Right.
This just really worked with it.
Well, now it's
It
hard.
folds too, if I remember correctly.
Is that
And it folds in half.
It does.
Oh, it folds.
Folds.
Oh.
And that's the screen on the left there.
Right, it folds over on top of the keyboard.
Is that
called it the falchion? I think
the
Falconer?
Yeah, Falconer.
the sword.
There's a hinge there in the middle, just to the left of the keyboard, right there.
Does it like hit swoop this way, or how does it?
Yeah, it folds around on top of itself.
That's awesome.
I don't think anybody knew that, hey? Crazy.
Well, I know you're in the chat, Ral. Do you want to post a picture on the thing that we can pull it up after?
Let's see what we got next up here. This is one from Lord Helix. He's the one that gave us that InfoSec talk. This is the start of a deck that he's working on. Gutted a Commodore case.
Also, Commodore case. I love that.
Oh, that hurts though, you know?
It does hurt, but it's so good.
Yes.
Oh, is that the keytar from Rock Band?
Yep.
Yeah, and that also is from Raul. This was his first deck. It's really cool. It hinges open, so you have access to like all the internals without having to really disassemble it.
She's a beaut.
Oh, it's a Wii.
This one is a Wii, but this is a emulator. I think he fit a like PS3, a Wii, and an Xbox all inside the case or something crazy like that.
I think it's
Sorry
like
if I'm butchering that, but
I'm not totally sure, but it's ridiculous.
it's like it does everything. Check out Lego Rocket, his channel in the Discord. He's got all the info there.
3-in-1 console. I love that. Okay. This is more traditional lappy style, it looks like.
Yeah, and when it's closed, it looks like a book.
That's awesome.
Oh, I see it. I see now. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it? Does he have like a canvas wrap around the thing? It's hard to tell from this picture.
I think it's just a clear filament from the print.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I like this. It definitely has a nice form to it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Another awesome little deck here.
Yeah.
I don't know much about this one, but I've seen it pop up a few times.
I don't know about you, Jim, but these are all hot to me. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
I can't pick. They're one hotter than the next. Look at this. This is just multiple keyboards here. Well, maybe I'm seeing multiple.
Fully custom on the top one.
Yeah. Wow, that's nice.
That's awesome.
It looks like people are using. Is that like a? No, that one isn't. But you know, I want to say Paul looked like he had something that was inside of a Pelican case. Is that kind of a common case design?
Back 7 got that going. Really made it popular with his designs. We'll have to bring one of those up here in a bit too. Yeah, Pelican case. 3D print some inserts, and everything fits in pretty nice. When it's closed, it's actually waterproof.
Oh, that's
beautiful.
smart.
This fold up right here, this little portable. We got an article up on the Cyberdeck Cafe about it if anyone wants to check it out. It's a pretty cool little handheld build.
I have a fun idea for one of these. I'm definitely going to hit up Blasto here. I have a fun idea. I like the Pelican case idea, and yeah.
Cool. Well,
beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing this. Thank you for allowing us to be here with you guys. Because I mean, it's so great coming from the 3D printing side of things, and then just being able to be looped into different communities, and I learned something. I love Paul's bit about I2C. I never knew about that.
Right.
It's great. So,
thanks for being here. I know you guys need to run. It's late where you are. Other Jim.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting buttons. No, hey, I like Pooch said, we really appreciate you letting me in. I know, I mean, you let him in, so you got to let me in, I suppose. But right. I'm like the guy that follows him in when the door doesn't close all the way. But no, this is nothing short of amazing what you guys are doing, and I mean, the stuff that we've seen just from the time I've been on and from the time you guys started streaming, I mean, it really does make you want to play with one. That little handheld, the walkie-talkie text machines. I don't know. I mean, I love that idea that you could just be completely off the grid, essentially, and being like, yeah, I'm going to go get firewood. Hang on. Yeah, I only found spruce. I need some maple, whatever. I don't know. But I love that idea that we could, theoretically, if we were close enough, all kind of build our own network and be off the grid, but on our own grid kind of thing. And and then then you bring in like the Geiger counters, and he pulls out crazy stuff out off there. It's just awesome, and it's been awesome to be here. I'm pumped.
Yeah, everyone watching, go check out Edge of Tech. They've got some good shows. They've had some fantastic guests on.
Yeah, Monday nights. Yeah, Monday nights, 6 p.m. Central every Monday, and we get to show awesome stuff like this kind of stuff. So if you guys are out there watching on the Twitters, hit us with #HotMakes, and we'll get you going. Just find us, tweet whatever you want. It could be yours. It could be anybody's stuff. Just do a hashtag and then type the word HotMakes, HOTMAKES. You'll see a whole bunch of stuff if you search that, which is really cool. But, we love to feature the stuff on Monday nights. And, I mean, I'm going to start looking. You guys tweet us with a bunch of stuff, and we'll show a bunch of Cyberdecks this week. I can't wait.
Nice. And they already did a episode dedicated to Cyberdecks, so check that one out, too.
Hey, really quick. Really quick.
I love it. Yeah, the Cyberdeck, that was a fun show. But thank you guys. I got a text message. The little guy woke up, and I'm going to go relieve the wife. But thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I definitely learned a ton tonight. If anybody wants to be on the show, hit us up. I would love to see more of the space station down there. And also, like I said, the handheld walkie-texties. Walkie-texties! Huh?
Straight up.
Anyway,
you're an innovator.
Right, I'll see you guys.
Thanks for being on, guys.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys. Later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Really quick, we got a link in the.
I'm still here.
We got a link in the Discord to a video of that one Cyberdeck.
All right. Someone's got an echo going. Let's fix that real quick.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from.
Sounds
like it's on.
I think we're good now.
Yeah.
So,
all right, what were we saying about a link?
I was saying we got a link in the Discord of a video of that knife deck folding. If you wanted to show that.
Oh yeah, let's pull that up.
I don't have the audio rolling, but
I don't think there is any.
check
Oh,
that
man.
out.
Wow.
That is so
Nice.
cool.
Play it one more time.
I love that design. It's just amazing.
It's so awesome.
I always do like a good use of a hinge.
It's like a functional form factor when it's folded over,
Yeah.
but when it's stretched out, it looks like it would be awkward to use. But it works perfectly.
So, we've got the Cyberdeck design contest that we've been running. I know we've been stringing everyone along, waiting to find out who won. Paul, could you go ahead and show us your Cyberdeck? Let's make you guys wait a little longer.
Yeah. Well, let me fire it up again. Look, my one was made long ago. I would have loved to have made a new one for this this occasion, but this is, I think everybody's seen this one before. Oh, by the way, check out my keys for it.
Oh, nice.
This was the first deck I ever made. So a lot of the stuff about, I don't have access to any 3D printers either. This was laser cut mostly. Nothing here is 3D printed because that was all I had available. So the whole panel is kind of layers of, laser cut acrylic, which are then being spray painted and pasted on. But yeah, please don't look at the screen. It's flipped over. But for the main idea of this originally, the design was for something that could use SDR. So SDR in some ways has become a bit less interesting than LoRa. I mean, MSG's LoRa communicators are really, really cool. But I think SDR, people get into SDR, software-defined radio. It's like picking up satellites and kind of like the next iteration of ham radio. But it's hard stuff to figure out properly. And I think as time goes by, it becomes more and more complex for the black magic of RF. And to do anything now is at higher and higher frequencies. So you need more and more expensive equipment. So this was made originally with that in mind. It had, antenna sort of mounts over here. It's got a little SDR unit inside. But for me, the main thing which I found which made it really useful was the Geiger counter, because I teach physics and I teach coding and Arduino. So this is like a nice way to kind of give my students a bit of shock and awe. But it also has been practically useful, not just for teaching, but for actually using the Geiger counter. In Asia, there are a lot of products, medical products, or apparent medical products that actually contain radioactive materials. It's based on like kind of an idea that negative ions are good for you, which might be true, but just not when they're moving at the speed of light. So they actually are radioactive. So one of my friends, he had a product he brought, and inside of it contained these rocks, and they contain thorium. So it's radioactive. And this thing was like a back warmer. So it's got an infrared element in it, and then these things. So there's this idea that crystals and negative ions are very good for a person, which, well, the negative ion part is definitely bad for you. So this is a nice way to kind of educate people and actually see what any old medical products that people are throwing away, these kind of health products, let's say, are kind of hazardous. So my Geiger counter had so many like practical uses, but if I was to do it again, I would do it completely differently. I would go for something lighter. I probably wouldn't use a case, a Pelican case, or at least if I did, I'd use a smaller one. Yeah. But any questions about it?
Oh, can you talk a little bit about the background story and kind of the whole ethos you made for this?
Yeah. The background story was, because the original idea was SDR, like software-defined radio. I wanted to make like a backstory to it. So the same way with this was, you could see, is stylized in a very similar way. And the idea was to make something that kind of looks like 1980s army surplus. So there was a little bit of a story with it. But for this, the story was maybe as a kind of a satellite uplink to, Tiberium Sun sort of ion cannon system in the 1980s or something. That was the story behind it, and hence it links in with this, with the GDI logo going on there. But with this, it was the story was it was a South African manufactured satellite uplink system during the Cold War, and that eventually was used as early prototypes of the ion cannon uplink. I've got a story on my website that's sort of with better writing, but that's electronicsdaily.net. The actual article for this deck is over there. And I have made a bit of storytelling, and there's the first half of the article is all just fiction, but then the rest goes into the tech specs of what actually is inside and what's running.
It's a good read. Everyone should check it out.
Yeah, I just dropped the link to it in the Q&A chat.
Okay.
I just mentioned too, on the cafe, we have a bunch of fan fiction, and it's from group members. If you like writing and you like writing about cyberpunk, send it our way. You'll get a front page spot, and it's fun reading what everyone's got. There's a lot of stories, a lot of chapters to each story. It's a blast. It's cool to see everyone really.
But thanks for the encouragement. I'll dump it there. Yeah.
Paul, we do have one question from Bitbanger on our Discord. Is what kind of battery is in there?
Something I picked off the street.
I was half expecting you to say like a nuclear battery.
You gotta understand it's South Korea. People throw away.
He picked it up off the street with a satellite crash.
Oh man, just for a trash person like you, Korea is paradise because people just throw away perfectly good stuff. So yeah, this is the rat's nest that sits behind all this.
Not bad.
Yeah, yes, it's pretty horrific. But if you could vaguely see that it's from a floor sweeper, like it's one of those sort of like motorized mops, and this thing was just being thrown away. So I hacked out the charger, I hacked out the battery, I hacked out I made like a 5-volt converter.
That's pretty cool.
But the real problem was the Geiger counter, because it needs 400 volts. So there's all kinds of weird voltages in here. There's 18 volts from the battery, 5 volts at high current for the Raspberry Pi. There's 5 volts being turned into 400 volts. So it's quite a mess. But yeah, mostly trash and way too many USB hubs and USB panels, panel inserts. But yeah, I love it when I can use trash repurposed into something, either the battery system or the wiring. But Korea is like a paradise for like really good quality batteries being thrown away on the street.
Nice.
This is something I was going to put inside the Below, but I need to get a charger for it. And this is just like a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful battery from a vacuum cleaner. Okay, my OBS is still. Okay.
Is that like from one of those Dirt Double little handheld?
But it's a heavy battery, and it's fresh. The circuitry is beautiful. It's 22 volts. So I was going to put this inside the Below, kind of the equivalent of putting a nuclear reactor inside of a Volkswagen Kombi.
Is that just a bunch of 18650s?
Oh yes, and they all are like super fresh.
Yeah, and they're going to be high amperage ones too, because those vacuum cleaners need it. So they're not cheap knockoffs.
It's
so
delicious.
awesome.
Spicy batteries.
Delicious. Yeah, I'm bummed I couldn't make a new deck for this Virtcon, eh? But next time.
Well, you know,
Hopefully
there will be a next time too. We're gonna keep doing these streams, trying to bring them in about every 6 months. You know, this is the second one, and we'll have that third one coming out. Yeah.
It's a cool time, eh? We live in a renaissance in that, 10 years ago, all the technology that we're kind of using now to make this stuff and all the other beautiful decks is just, it wasn't available 10 years ago. I mean, Arduino even was kind of, Arduino appeared, and not long after that we had, cheap 3D printers, cheap drones. After that, that form factor evolved. We had the Raspberry Pi, and it's a cool time to be alive to make crazy things out of this, cheap and really powerful components.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Raspberry Pi Zero. That thing has roughly the same specs as my first Intel Celeron desktop computer. You know, a gig of RAM, gigahertz processor, single core. More or less same capability in something the size of a credit card. It's really pretty neat.
Shinobi1 on our Discord says that you're his hero, and he's going to have his Computer Club kids check out your webpage on Wednesday.
What? Say that again?
Shinobi1 on our Discord says that you're his hero, and he's going to have his Computer Club kids check out your website this Wednesday.
Oh, sick! That's
nice.
That's awesome.
That's really cute. My stuff is kind of, I really don't feel good about my stuff. I feel very imposter syndrome. So when people say that, that's really, really encouraging.
That's okay. We all have the exact same problem. It's do I really want to release this and let people see it and then have to answer for what I've created?
Can I let people see how much I cut corners?
Yes, exactly. Literal cut corners. Like when you're trying to shave down the print time and you make it a very thin wall. All right, so next thing up, since we are, it's going to be a long stream. It's already a long stream, but we're having fun. Let's go ahead and let's announce who won the Cyberdeck design contest, because I made you guys wait long enough. And Caleb, if you could bring up the first PDF, this is going to be from our runner-up. We got an Adafruit gift card coming for you, and check it out. Handheld portable design. Really, really like this one. There's an aluminum L-channel chassis underneath all of that. It's really very cool. So this is from user Brent. This is the Night Scraper. And say hi in the chat, and we'll get a hold of you when we're done here too. I want to just scroll through so everyone can see what we see, and we'll put up all these PDFs and stuff, and all of the other contest entries as well will be up on the Discord, so everyone can see what they all sent in.
I really like how this one had a very specific purpose in that it has the camera with no IR filter and the IR lights on it, and it's specifically built for hunting for things at night without anyone knowing that you're doing it, which I think is just a really clever idea.
And a very unique form factor too.
The whole aesthetic too, like the for hunting for scrap and whatnot, it fits that aesthetic very well.
Good story.
It's, hunting for scrap is very cyberpunk, and I think it hit the nail on the head for that.
I'm loving the this pattern that's going on in here too. It looks like it's printed into.
Yeah, it's probably the infill pattern showing through the transparent filament.
It's cool.
You can do a lot of fun stuff with that, playing with the different infills.
Yeah, it really feels like the kind of thing that you would take, to a junkyard in the middle of the night while you snuck through to pick up scrap. It really feels like it belongs in the world where the story is set.
Yeah, This is definitely the Cyberdeck of a broken netrunner. Pieced together, which is exactly how it should be, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it when people make decks that have some built-in kind of like a super function or something that means there's a reason for them to go to it and use it every day, or you know, when it becomes a tool almost. Then it's form and function. I mean, this is a really good example of that. It's actually something. It's a really powerful tool, and that just means you can actually use it every day, which is fantastic.
All right, let's bring up the next PDF. So for first place, it's a tie. We couldn't pick just one, so we went ahead and picked two. Ralnarine, the Flying V. This thing is awesome. It is a full-on guitar-shaped cyberdeck that transforms in a bunch of different ways. Really, it is cool. We don't have a whole lot to show on this PDF, but we'll definitely bring up some more images for it and video for it later. It transforms in a pretty cool way, the way it unfolds, the neck folds down, which it becomes the support for the screen on it.
Between this and his other deck, the Pi Guitar there, I mean, he's halfway to starting a whole new genre of, you know, cyberdeck punk.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost kind of like those steampunk bands that have all their own, you know, special instruments.
Like
we're gonna need some cyberpunk bands.
2 more instruments, and he's got a whole band.
Yeah.
Well, he could play all of those instruments off the one machine. I mean, this thing is a full-on synthesizer.
You could.
Plus the build topic for this competition was to use
aluminum extrusion, right?
Right, to use at least like 2020 aluminum extrusion, or to use aluminum channel, like C channel or L channel or tubing or pipe, something like that in the build. And I really like the way that Ralnarine used that here. It's not just, you know, it's a real part of the actual build.
It's featured as a main element of the design, the whole neck of it. It's not just hidden away behind the print. Very cool, very cool. Let's go ahead and so for the next entry, there's a video that went along with it. So we're just gonna play the video, and if you're watching, surprise, you won.
Sorry, just give me 1 second so I can pull up the video.
Where's the Jeopardy music to play?
Yeah. All right.
All right, go ahead and bring it up full screen, and let's just sit back and enjoy.
Hey there. Well, I was working on my Raspberry Pi Minecraft server here. I kept seeing these posts about cyberdecks. These little cute portable computers looked real fun to build, but I couldn't get too excited about it until I thought of a use for one. I mean, really tiny screens, cramped interfaces, are they really that portable? Who has time to deal with that? But still, they're pretty neat. So I make a lot of little Arduino things that I take out and about to places like cons and festivals. I realized a little Raspberry Pi computer would actually be pretty great for adjusting code out in the wilderness, you know, where I want something a little more expendable than my main laptop. It can run the IDE and has for real USB ports for flashing Arduinos, so there you go. Starting to be a little more plausible. And then I found out that you could run Steam Link on a Pi, and it was all over. I was totally in. I whipped something up in Fusion 360, printed it out with leftover filament, and now let's put it together.
Nice. That's a nice, just relaxing video to watch. You know, like me not having to actually do the soldering and watching someone else do it.
Yeah, that's cool. That kind of a build video is it's nice to just kind of sit and zone out to.
Yeah, exactly. That's like something to fall asleep to, you know, for us makers.
Your audio is muted, MSG. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What you guys are? Oh, I'm awake.
No.
I'm fully awake.
It's so clean. Everything happens only once. When I do stuff, it's like 13 times with the caliper reprinting, and here it's all like clean, all one time, and boom, and at the end it works. Just not my style.
All right. Well, yeah. So you know, those are our contest winners. I was just chatting with them all a bit in Discord. Want to mention that TH3D has donated a Flex 2 Easy Kit, which is a pretty cool little textured flex build plate that you magnetically attach to your 3D printer. Oh, yes. And Blasto's got one right there.
I have the textured PEI one here, and it comes also with a giant magnet sheet that you attach to the bed of your printer. Oh, should probably put the microphone back on. It comes with like a little magnet sheet that you attach to the bed of the printer, and this is the textured PEI version, and I absolutely love this. It is really awesome. Plus, you can use the backside, which is kind of smooth. So.
Nice. Yeah, you know, thank you for donating that, Tim. If you're out there, might be joining us here in a bit, and you know, check out his site, TH3D. They make some cool products, lots of upgrades for all the printers you already have. And then big thanks too for these gift cards we were given from Adafruit. They want us to send them out to some of our contest winners. They couldn't stop in, but wish us all the best. They have a pretty cool little Pi 400 Cyberdeck board coming out soon, and we'll talk about that a bit in the next video. Quick plug, everyone watching, subscribe. We've got some more stuff coming up. You don't want to miss it. It'll be fun. I hate, you know, begging for subs, but yeah, you know, everyone's got to do it at some point.
Smash that follow button.
Yes. Oh, and like the video, or dislike it if you're a jerk.
This stream is sponsored by Raid Shadowless.
No,
liking is optional. Liking is optional, but click on it. Click on like. Just do or not like it. That's optional.
Do it.
But yeah, you know, thanks TH3D and Adafruit, and you know, the rest of the gifts here were just paid for from affiliate links. You know, you guys use our Amazon affiliate links at the cafe a lot, and that's cool because it pays for all this stuff. You know, keeps the lights on the hosting. But But yeah, fun stuff. You know, these contests are just they're meant to be fun. You know, they're really that's the whole point. You know, if everyone could just kind of work together and help each other out in the Discord, you know, don't give away your secrets for what you're building, but everyone really does just build these together. And you know, the whole thing's been quite a lot of fun for everybody, especially for me. You know, just getting to see all these cool projects come together. Want to, you know, build every single one of them that I see. It's like, do I have the parts sitting over here? Maybe, you know. So
we have player 2, don't we?
yeah, we've got player 2 coming in. Also, one of our contest winners, he designed one of those T-shirts, the Neon Summer. So we're going to bring him on. I think he's going to be audio only. He might also be MIA at the moment, but we do have a video from him as well, which is going to be one of, I think, our last workshop that we've got for the night.
We also have a video from IL Rights about the Pi key we have too.
Oh, IL Rights, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And we've got the Ready 100 creator as well. He's going to be showing that off. And he's actually been hanging out here in the stream with us, just not on screen. Why don't we go ahead and play the player 2 video since he hasn't joined us yet, and we'll give him some time to jump in and give everyone time to take a quick break if you need it.
Hello and welcome to my tutorial on how to do vaporwave stuff like a wallpaper. With Blender you can just do, you could do vaporwave, but before we start, maybe let's put in a cassette. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the Virtcon so far. This is pre-recorded, just so you know, because the Virtcon will take place at between 1 and 7 a.m. for me. I will probably be awake, but my internet connection is not the best. Even though I'm located in Germany, and yeah, doesn't matter at all. My internet still sucks, and yeah, I hope you enjoy this tutorial. By the way, the cassette that's just playing in the background, it's Marina 2 by Tupperwave. It's quite new, and yeah, hope you enjoyed. So again, welcome to my Blender tutorial on how to make vaporwave wallpaper, or general in wallpapers in general. Yeah, so this is our small schedule. I'll begin with how to get Blender, because Blender is actually quite easy to get. You just head over to blender.org and click on the download button to download the installer, and yeah, install it. After you installed Blender, you will have something like this. So on the top right corner you will see the version you installed. So yeah, mine is 2.9.1.0. As you can see here, the latest is 2.91.2. So yeah, I don't have the latest version, but it shouldn't make that much of a difference. So to begin, you should probably open the general preset, because we don't want to do some 2D animation. We don't want to sculpt anything. We don't need video effects nor video editing. Yeah, just no. You will land in this view where you have a camera, which we are going to remove, a light source, which we are also going to remove in just a second, and the default cube, which is also not necessary for us now here. So you can select every object in your 3D workspace by pressing A for all, and then you want to press X, or you could also press your delete key to remove everything. The difference between the X and the delete key is, like, if you press delete, it just deletes it without asking, and if you press X, it's asking if you really want to delete the stuff you selected. Yeah, quite important keycut. Yeah, the most important keycut for me personally is Shift A, and to create any object. So there is a lot of stuff you can add to your workspace. In our case, we're going to add a plane, which is just this square, which is completely flat. You could just also include a cube. I don't know. But yeah, we don't need that one. So it's like with every tool, you can, by pressing Ctrl Z, you can revert your last step you made. But instead of pressing Ctrl Y to do the step again, you press Ctrl Shift Z for some reason. Yeah, it's kind of odd, but you get used to it if you want to use more Blender. So yeah, I just have to have a look at the plan again. We will do this in the top left corner, I guess. So maybe we should remove it. I don't know. I'll just leave it there. Yeah. So the most important shortcut. Man, my brain. Yeah, is Shift A. Also, you want to move an object. You press G. Don't ask me. Probably grab, because you're grabbing the object and move around with it. But yeah, now it's kind of unprecise where to move it. So after you press G to grab the object, you can select the axis with X, Y, Z on your keyboard. So you can move it on the X-axis, the Y-axis, or the Z-axis. You can also scale the object by pressing S for scale, to change the size of the object. But we don't need the cube anyway, so we'll just stitch the cube. But what you will need is a camera, which you can also create with Shift A. Then on the top right corner, you also can indicate those properties of an object. so we don't want the camera to have any rotations at all. So we just go in there and zero everything out. You can just click in there and put in the stuff you want there, which you can select with enter, so it's entered. But you can also switch between those with the tab key, and yeah, now our camera is just facing downwards, but we want to move it up. You could just do it like in here. You can grab it, grab the stuff as well. But yeah, you can also go into the camera view, so you can see what the camera is seeing by pressing the 0 key on your numpad. In case you have one, because not everyone has a numpad, you can just go to Edit, Preferences, and I think it was Inputs to emulate a numpad, which can be quite useful, but I don't use this function as I have a real numpad on my keyboard. So yeah, for scaling, you can also select a scale on which axis you want to scale an object. So I just want to scale this one on the x-axis. Yeah, then we want to create some. We just want to arrange something nice. So yeah, let's just arrange something while I turn the music a bit up. So what we also want to do is add some text in this case, because I really like text and including text in my stuff. So you can add the text stuff, a text object with Shift A, and yeah, after you selected a text, you just have the word text. The chance that you are going to use the word text is pretty low, and we're going to change the text by pressing tab, the tab key to enter edit mode. Yeah, the edit mode is for text, like what text you have in the text object, which is going to be Cyberdeck dot cafe in our case, because why not? And you can exit it by pressing the tab key as again. But for normal objects, maybe I'll go with the cube again to show you an example. Yeah, here you have another cube, and if you select the cube and enter edit mode, you see those small orange points where you can grab single vertices and change their position to deform objects, which is kind of fun sometimes, but it's not necessary in our case. So yeah, just so you know how to do that stuff. Back to the text again. On the right side, you have this text, this A for the text properties, where you can select a font, which leads you to your basic default font folder, which I'm not using in my case, but you can. I have a separate font folder on my external hard drive. So let's just use this Apple font because I kind of like this one. I'm not a huge Apple fan, but the old Apple stuff is good, and Vaporwave. So yeah, you can zoom in by the mouse by scrolling with your mouse wheel, or by holding Control and pressing your middle mouse button, or the mouse wheel, which is it called. Yeah, you can also pan around in your view by holding Shift and pressing the mouse wheel. So yeah, depends on what you need. Back to the text. So we have our text, and which I really like. What I really like to do is I love to duplicate the text, which is the shortcut Shift D. Then press Z to move it down, and then we go to geometry on the right side and screw around with depth or offset. You can use both, but it's pretty likely to get glitchy if you use offset only. Sometimes you want to use this one, but not always. Well, glitchy is kind of nice sometimes, but only sometimes. Yeah, you can also kind of set the resolution of the edge of this object, and I'm going with 1. So we just have this flat edge. Yeah, maybe let's just go into shading and not that much details about text. So you go to the shading tab on the top, where you have this shading view. You can select the type of view. So you have this X-ray view, this basic view with just the objects, then the shading view, and the rendered view. What's also kind of necessary is to create a light source. I prefer areas, but you can choose whatever you want. So yeah, we have the solution with adding a light source by a light source, but we can also emit light from an object, which I'll show you in just a second. So the background, I'd say we make it kind of purplish, but yeah, let's go with a solid purple. This text is going to be black, and I'll use a cool texture for this square. So also this is the shading stuff, where you can create a new shader for objects, but also you can select shaders you already created and alter them by pressing this duplicate button. But I go to that in a minute. So let's just put on a shader, a checker texture, on this square. So you have this shader right here, this element. So yeah, this is our shader. Here you have two colors. I think we should go with a darker gray for this one. And now we select this thing we already have for the text behind the text in the front. So we want to emit light from it. They on the bottom you have emission, and we are going to go to RGB to have like this color selector, and then we will connect this with the base color, so the object has this color. Maybe we should go with a turquoise or cyan, and for having this object emit light, you want to connect this with the emission point. Things where color goes in is yellow. Yeah, and then we want to have it emit some more light. Then we want to go to rendered view. Can also turn the light up here, but yeah, I think I remove the light area, and have the big plane in the background emit some light too. But no, let's just go with this light source in the front. But we want to disable shadows for this object because, I don't know, it's not as minimalistic having those shadows over this plane. So you have to select the light source and go with and turn the shadows off for this object. So you have the shader, the render engine. Workbench is kind of unnecessary for creating art. Eevee renders fast and cycles look more realistic usually, but we are not doing anything that's close to realistic stuff here, so we just go with Eevee. And yeah, here you can kind of set your resolution, which is totally fine like this, because yeah, my screen doesn't have any higher resolution anyways. So we just hit render and render image, and boom, there is our image. And yeah, then we want to save it as whatever. I'm going to save it on my hard drive as wallpaper. Then we have the PNG type over there, and save it. It's kind of pixely on this view, but if you actually have a look at it with any viewer, yeah, it's still kind of pixelated. You can turn up the resolution, but yeah, I think it's kind of decent here. So yeah, I think I share this one with you guys, but I'd love to see your creations. So thank you guys for watching. Yeah, if you have any you can just text me over here. My
player two.
Player two.
Yeah, and it's not quite loud enough to hear, and you might not actually be broadcasting.
This was just the cassette that was turning itself. And
Oh, that was on the video still. I thought that was player 2.
Yeah, also on Instagram you can leave a message at
Yeah, that was
player 2.
that was still the video.
So yeah, you probably find me in the Cyberdeck community anyways. So I have my own channel now in there. So if you like to, you can just throw any questions on my channel, because yeah, currently I'm still not building my Cyberdeck, but I will in the future. Maybe some of you will inspire me on this Virtcon. So thank you guys for watching, and I really hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, have a good one, and enjoy the rest of this Virtcon.
Nice. And there you go. Now you can go make your own cool retro wave graphics. Nice. All right. Well, this brings us to the next section. We are going to dive into mechanical keyboards for a bit. This will be the last portion of the stream. We're on hour 4 here. No, hour 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think.
Man, time's been flying.
Wow, has it been 5 hours? Jeez.
I know, right? If it wasn't for this uncomfortable chair, I would never know.
I spent like 2 weeks in a hardly uncomfortable chair. I feel you.
Oh yeah, you had what, a fold-out metal chair you were using?
It was a cheapo plastic Home Depot chair. Like, oh, it was probably $10 at Home Depot. It was awful.
Did it degrade your programming skills that week?
Oh my God! By the end of the 2 weeks, I could barely concentrate on anything. I was worthless at work and worthless at home.
I will then use a chair where the sales tax is $10.
What was that?
I will then use a chair where the sales tax was $10, let alone the whole thing.
Can you write off the chair like as a business, like a tax expense if you're a programmer?
I don't know. We have no financial advice to give on this channel.
We're
the wrong people to ask. Oh, all right. Well, that was a cool video. Actually, player 2 will be joining us here in a minute. Paul, thanks for being on. Very informative, and really, it's a cool Cyberdeck you built there. You said it's your first, so maybe not your last. Got anything in the works?
Yeah, definitely not. I'm waiting for the pandemic to sort of get a little bit better here, and then I'll make my trip to Makerspace. Yeah. But thanks so much for having me. I really had fun, and I hope it was informative. So nice to see you guys.
Great.
Almost in the real world.
Yeah. It'll have to do until we get a chance to have ourselves a real conference in person.
Yep. All right.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks again. Bye. Yeah. Keep well.
Oh man. Hey, tonight's going good, right?
Yeah.
It's been fun. We got a bit more ahead of us. Everyone that's joined in and is still here, thanks for sticking around. It's a lot to cover. There's actually a lot we'll gloss over, and put up a few links in the Discord as well for anything that might have gotten skipped. Hopefully we didn't skip any thing that anyone had planned for this. Blasto's been keeping track, though. I think we're doing all right.
Well, yeah, we're doing good.
He's like, well, maybe. I did hear from Lord Helix. He said hi. He's been checking out the stream as well. He would join in, but he's still out and about. So I just wanted to tell everyone, right here, this is the mod staff. This is the Cyberdeck Discord right here. These three fine people have been with us for quite a long time now. I think MSG might have been there since I opened up the server. You're muted if you were trying to say something.
He is muted.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I saw the I guess the Virtoscope. It was not obviously on your page, because why would I start there? So somewhere I must have the Virtoscope, then saw your page, and then from your page, I don't think your page had even a link to Discord. So I'm not exactly how then I went to the Discord, but it was basically some chain after seeing the Virtoscope. Which
Probably
is
saw
cool.
it on Hackaday.
Could be Hackaday, and then from the Virtoscope, joined the Discord, and obviously made a start by what it's now in the Cyberdeck Cafe as the Virtoscope mod, which eventually evolved into the MSG name change for no reason. But it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a fun ride, and good timing too. Give us all something to do.
Right. Got that I guess 8 weeks, 9 weeks before COVID. So, and the time was good, right before it went out of stock, and
before everything stopped.
We've got our next two guests. They're waiting, so let's go ahead and bring them in so they can join in the chat. We got Player 2, who you heard from in the video.
Hey there.
Welcome.
What's up?
Hey. Also, our t-shirt contest winner too, tied for that one. So thank you for that. That's a very cool shirt. Can't wait to get it.
Yeah, same though. It's like a dream coming true having my own design on a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, let's bring in Dahlia Lux, my favorite keyboard YouTuber.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, welcome. Tell us something about yourself. Plug your channel. Let people know what you're up to.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Dahlia. I mainly dabble in like mechanical keyboards and stuff. So I'm kind of new to the Cyberdeck community, but it seems pretty fun. I mainly, just talk about artisan keycaps, which are like custom made keycaps that you can put on your keyboard. And I have a YouTube channel. It is, I don't know, I'll link it somewhere in the chat or something, but it's basically just Dahlia Lux on YouTube. And I also take macro photography of keycaps, so that's mainly what I do.
Nice, cool. Well, hopefully you brought a couple of the artisans in to show off too.
I definitely did.
So this is our mechanical keyboards section of the night. I figured it'd be cool just to get everyone in at the same time who is into this. And, some of it's just about the keyboard. Some of it's about the Cyberdecks that have some cool keyboards on them. We've got some PyKey info to share too, and that is like a Cyberdeck and a keyboard all on one board. Everything integrated. It's a pretty cool project. The creator of it is ill at the moment and couldn't join us, so wish him all the best, and hopefully he'll be able to jump in next time. And let's see here, we've got one more guest to bring in, Ready, who has made the Ready Player 100. It's a very cool little device. All right, we got a little bit of an echo on you. You got headphones on?
He may not have been ready to join. I don't.
But
Sorry,
his glasses say ready though.
Right.
His glasses do say ready. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The glasses say ready, but I'm not so sure he actually is.
I have no idea how much of a delay there is.
About 6 seconds.
There we go. Sorry, there's like a substantial delay.
6 seconds puts you in the moon. What distance will that be?
Oh, man. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. We are on our last segment of it, and let's check out some stuff. We're also let's see. I think Riskable will be joining us again too here to show out the risky keyword. Actually, since he's not on yet, Lydia, do you want to show off that one-handed, the left-handed keyboard that you were making for your right-handed self?
Gosh, yes, my absolute worthless project in this particular way. I just really wanted to see how these switches felt like in the real world. So I ended up building this, which the keycaps are the wrong profile. Nothing's wired up. It's just to feel how the keys feel. So the risky switches with the magnets, I think, are just a brilliant design, and they feel really amazing. I've been pretty blown away by these, especially since you can tune them by just printing them the way you want. And it's not like I've been printing a lot of these. I mean, it's not like I keep changing the settings and printing more of them. That would be absurd and wasteful if someone were to just keep printing the same switches over and over again with minor changes.
I think
that's prototyping for you.
To the guy that assembles the whole Cyberdeck, and you just make it printing one, another.
It's the thing. There's a bunch of tunable parameters, and you can just keep playing with it. I mean, I've got a couple on here that have some nice silicone O-rings to dampen the key press a little bit. I believe this key and this key. And some of these are harder and some of these are softer, but overall it has a very nice feel. It comes out very much like a mechanical keyboard, although I just today received my N52 magnets, which are much stronger. And I got to tell you, this key is so strong as to possibly be impractical, which is why I have to now build a keyboard with this so that it can be almost useless. Because
it's
like
strength training for your hands.
It's phenomenal. I love the feel. It's you have to be very deliberate about hitting the key. There's none of that like I accidentally pressed a key. You're definitely not going to make a typo because you really have to commit to pressing this key. So that's what I've been playing with. Pretty much consistently. It's a nice thing to play with because I can sit there on a meeting at work and print out keys and assemble them. So I don't know if I'm going to go with this design, this redox keyboard here. It's a nice keyboard, but it's not quite fitting what I want. But I do think I'm going to build a split keyboard design out of these risky switches. I just have to find the right one. But this has been a nice little test, even though it's an absolute travesty. I mean, subpar prints, and it's been a mess. I love it, though.
Nice. Yeah, I've got a split key that I've been working on for a while now. Let's see. I wonder if that echo's coming from me. Oh, we're good. All right. Yeah, I've been working on a split keyboard and just printing it over and over and over, and like keep moving the switches like a millimeter at a time, so it just will line up perfect for that like ergo feel. Haven't quite got there yet, but it might be showing up in a future Cyberdeck project that I've been trying to build for like 6 months. But that's actually what I bought the laser cutter for, so that I can just cut the switch plate out of a piece of acrylic. The 3D printing just isn't quite working for what I want.
Yeah, like my current keyboard, I 3D printed the plate, and it's just not quite right in that way, where it's like good enough, but it should be better. Like at some point, I'm definitely going to reprint all of that keyboard, just because, I mean, this keyboard behind me here, which is the one I use every day, just because the plate is a little off and it bugs me sometimes. It's 3D printing just isn't as exact as I want it to be most of the time.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's 3D printing in general, I think.
Let's go ahead and hear from Reddy about the Reddy 100, because that thing's up on Kickstarter right now, and the clock is almost ran out. So let's all check it out. Are you good? Are you ready? Ready?
This delay is a little brutal, but I'm here.
6-second delay.
I thought I'm having delay. Yeah, I muted
I'm
my
just trying to
YouTube
think if
stream.
maybe I should plug in my headphones to the streaming laptop there. Otherwise, it's going to be a big mess.
You sound all right now, though.
Yeah, you sound good. Just time travel.
A long delay.
No,
Slight delay to time travel to the future.
Wait, what's the delay?
All right. Well, I'm just going to kind of roll with this delay.
We can get pictures of Mars faster.
No.
Look, I'm definitely not broadcasting from Mars.
Maybe-
But there's a big delay.
Yeah, but maybe from the moon. Maybe you're.
Here, it's over there already.
Let's just not talk for a little bit here, so he can do it without the delay.
The Kickstarter has hit its goal.
Oh,
holy!
Congratulations!
Serious?
Congrats.
Oh, awesome!
Congrats!
We are now 323 backers, $205,131.
Excellent.
Dude, that's so good. Nice. That means I'll have one of these sitting on my desk soon enough. I did.
So it's pretty wild. I think
Maybe you should drop a link for the Kickstarter campaign in the YouTube chat.
so. This delay is a little silly, but I think I'm just gonna go and talk about the project a bit. So this is my little workspace here. This is where all of the magic happens. I've got everything from 1970s Apple II to some gorgeous 1980s monitors, good old Nintendo Entertainment System, a totally legally obtained payphone. And some cool stuff like my trackball. I'm a trackball convert. I've got my blue box, which is totally useless in the 21st century. Got my acoustic coupler modem, so we can attach the payphone to the Apple II and dial out to the internet. And of course, my 4-channel video mixer, and I've got cameras all over the place.
That VHS look is awesome.
So I guess I'll just kind of get into the nitty-gritty as to what the Ready 100 is. It's an actual 80s hardware using 80s cameras.
Awesome.
So this is it. This is the Ready 100 for those who have not seen it. Of course, it's more beautiful from behind. But basically, it's funny. I've found that it doesn't matter how smart a person is or how well researched they are, people seem to look at this, love it, but have absolutely no clue what it is, what to do with it, or anything of that sort. So really what it is a single board computer expansion system. It is designed to allow people to take something like a Raspberry Pi or something even cooler like a 4x4 single board computer using here we go. I've got a Ryzen based AMD single board computer. This thing is super fast. It's one of the offerings that we have on the Kickstarter. So if someone wants some serious hardware, this will allow them to run Windows or the version of Linux that we are offering, ReadyOS. It's got everything from RAM sockets, M2 sockets. You can do PCIe hardware, all that sort of thing. So it doesn't matter what you have, whether it's the low-end kind of board or whether it's a high-end kind of board, the Ready 100 is able to accommodate it. What I really wanted to talk about is the utility of it, the importance of sticking to standards, the importance of why we wanted to create something very modular. The Ready 100 is, you know, first and foremost, a modern day version of this machine, the Tandy Radio Shack TRS-80 Model 100. This machine is the last machine that Bill Gates personally did any programming for. It's a beautiful machine. I got it for like $20 at the thrift store, but it's not very usable for people today, other than some very rudimentary terminal work. And I wanted something that was a little bit more useful for specialists, people who have to deal with a lot of inputs and outputs, people who need a lot of ports, people who are tired of you know, laptops that break and can't be upgraded. So it's a little boxy, but that's because I anticipate that there are going to be people who want to shove in everything from radio gear to giant batteries to, you know, their own PCBs. This is a system that allows you to take all of those external devices, all that USB hub and spaghetti mess, and put it into one single little box. Sorry, the delay is just catching up to me here. And also, I'm pretty sleep deprived. I think I haven't really slept well in about a week. But so yeah, I'm just going to get a little bit more into talking about why it's so modular, how it's so modular, and really what people are able to do. So on the back of the case, I've got 16 ports. These are, for those familiar or not familiar, these are D-type industrial cutouts, which is what you'd find on rack mounts and that sort of thing. It allows you to put in all kinds of common connectors, whether it's for the audio-video world or you know, anything at all like that. The D-type panels are the D-type couplers are a little bit more expensive, but if you get your hands on these adapters, they allow you to use the very cheap Keystone, which were originally developed for telephone technology, and now you can get absolutely everything: USB, MIDI, Ethernet, telephone, USB-C, USB-A. It doesn't matter. It's like a couple of dollars on Amazon or eBay or AliExpress. So with 12 of these ports in the back, you can configure it to exactly what you want it to be. And I thought that was really important. I really wanted to create something that would allow people to choose their ports, configure it the way that they want on the inside, and not be stuck on proprietary cables, proprietary modules, proprietary connections. If you want to use a field programmable gate array to make a modern version of some 16-bit hardware, you can absolutely shove it inside and do it. So I'll talk a little bit about the features that the Ready 100 has. The LCD is really the big thing that I'm kind of. It's custom. It's not the most common LCD in the world, and it's the single most expensive component, unless you're going with one of the 4x4 single board computers. But I fell in love with the TRS-80 Model 100. I actually really wanted to go with OLED, but as another panel presenter on here discussed, that the resolution on them is extremely poor. And I really wanted to create something that people would use every day. And I just thought that like a 128 by 64 screen, no matter how large it was in diagonal, was simply not going to cut it. Now, I wanted to add some speakers as well because the original TRS-80 Model 100 does not have one. So I decided I wasn't just going to add speakers, I was going to add good speakers. So I added 1.5-inch neodymium speakers, but they're using wire terminals, just wire connections. So I'm, again, trying to make sure that if someone wants to use a very particular piece of hardware, that I've kept it as straightforward and as uniform and as open and as modular as I possibly can. So the LCD is a standard HDMI input. It uses USB for power. The keyboard uses USB-C for connections, and the speakers actually wire into the LCD and you get your sound through HDMI. So there's a lot of flexibility for people, not just today, but in the future. So you'll be able to upgrade this for years to come. And of course, I'm trying to make all of these pieces available as parts, but the other important thing I really wanted to do was to create this design and push it to the open source world. So, of course, not everyone is, obviously the one I'm putting on the Kickstarter is extruded aluminum, which is a little deluxe and a little costly. And one of the big challenges I've had is in getting manufacturing minimums, which is why I had a ridiculous goal of $200,000. But I've created a completely free open source version of this design that anybody with a 3D printer can make with a small bed. I think it's only 220 by 220 millimeters. Of course, I would also recommend that the rear panel and the top panel actually be done by CNC. I just don't think that there's this kind of strength that you need on a 3D printed panel to be able to support plate mounted switches. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love for someone to print out a fully 3D printed version of the design. These plans will be made available on my website, ready100.com. I'm actually going to be releasing them tomorrow. So anybody who wants to get their hands on the plans and make them themselves, not give me any money at all, I'm more than happy to see what a lot of you guys are going to come up with.
Awesome. Since we've got the delay here, why don't we go around
exhausted,
and ask questions?
So I don't think I should
quick.
keep rambling. But if people have questions, I'm welcoming it.
You also added some color options too. Want to show some of those since they're pretty cool? That gold, like I want that. I just can't.
Yeah, let me see if I can find a way to do this here.
You know, the delay just makes it fit even more like in universe.
So I realized that some people are going to be really obsessed with color models. So I made a whole bunch of limited editions. I started off with the golden wood. Then I've got the silver ice silver. This one actually sold out. So if you guys like this one, I'm sorry you've missed the boat. I did make a blue one, and that one has sold a few units, and of course the red version here. So my hope is eventually to be able to provide all kinds of colors through the anodization process. You're able to dye aluminum, which is how I'm able to produce a black version of this. This is much tougher than any kind of paint or powder coat because it etches into the aluminum itself to create pockets for dye. So
Yeah,
when you scratch
I've
it,
gotta
it
say,
actually
I'd
has a
like to
depth
see
of color in there.
a titanium rainbow finish.
That would be really cool. I would like to do that. As soon as I can find a anodizer who's able to accommodate that for me, I would definitely do it.
Yeah, when I get mine, maybe I'll take the parts into a shop and have it dipped.
Yeah, actually, if anyone has intentions to do their own dipping, they can reach me and I will give them the raw aluminum version. Because if you try to re-anodize an anodized thing, it will just add extra cost for you. So I'm more than happy to provide people the raw aluminum if they want to do something crazy like spray paint it or powder coat it or anodize it.
Nice. Yeah, that's definitely what I'll go for.
We have a question on YouTube from Vet Kid. How much does it weigh?
It's funny. Obviously, it can weigh anything from relatively light to a whole heck of a ton. Obviously, most of it is aluminum. The side panels are what I'm referring to as non-metallic because I haven't quite finalized the exact material that I would go with. These prototypes are ABS, which are very hard wearing. So all the PCBs are pretty light, but those mechanical key switches, the weight of them adds up, and the coupler weight starts to add up. But of course, I realize people are going to want to carry these around somehow, so I added these very fun guitar strap side locks to prevent it from falling.
Yeah, it's a really cool project. I actually,
but yeah,
I think it'd be cool if we
it does
brought
have
you
some weight
on
to it.
for
It's not super
another
heavy.
stream, maybe later this week, and we could just talk about the whole thing for like a couple hours. Yeah, I feel like we could probably go into a lot of detail on this and compare notes. What you've built is very similar to a couple of things I've been working on, which is why I'm so stoked to get in on the Kickstarter. Definitely want to see that thing on my desk. Why don't we hear from Dahlia? You've been patiently waiting here.
Well, I'm really thankful for all the support and love that people have given me. So,
the delay is cracking me up.
Yeah.
Well, that was a pretty cool project. I have like a bunch of keyboard caps and stuff to show off. I actually went to IKEA earlier, unrelated or kind of related. I went to IKEA earlier and I just built this like little cart, and now I'm gonna like store all of my keyboard stuff in it. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. I need to organize mine. I'm starting to get kind of a collection going, unintentional, but
for sure.
Yeah, let's just check out what you got there.
Okay, so I have a board to show off that I'm sure that most of the people here will love. So it is called the Keyblade. I've made a video about it, but there's a lot to it. So it looks like
Man,
this.
how did you get in on that?
So it's made by a Belgian designer, I think. I think he's Belgian. His name is Q Lavier. He designs like all sorts of cool like acrylic keyboards and stuff. And I was just a fan of him, and he offered to give me one of the prototypes. So this is one of the cool prototypes. As you can see, it is a staggered layout. So all of these keycaps are like staggered to the side. So not your normal layout or anything, but still pretty cool. It is a 40%, so it's a tiny board, and I've heard from a lot of Cyberdeck people that you guys really like tiny boards. I'm not sure why, but I guess
it's mostly 3D printers are only so big. So if you can accommodate a keyboard while keeping the whole overall size down, if you try to fit 100%, you're gonna have a massive project to work on.
Yeah, that's true. I can never get really used to like the, just like the size of it. I'm used to like bigger boards, but it's still pretty cool, pretty neat. This board is made out of a couple layers of acrylic plastic, as you can see. And I built it maybe like 2 years ago, so I've had this for a while. One of my favorite.
Nice that it's holding up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I don't use it often. That's why. Because
I hope you don't use it. This giant weapon.
Right. And it's like kind of hard to keep on a desk because of like this giant thing sticking out, like the handle. So it's more of like a cool board rather than like a daily driver kind of board. But it's totally the thing that if you show someone, they're instantly going to be like drawn into mechanical keyboards.
Yeah, the shape of it is really like a butcher knife or something.
Yeah.
It reminds me of like a cleaver almost.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe that's why it's
Pretty fun to hold on
a
to.
red.
Yeah.
Red tone.
Something a Resident
Right.
Evil character would be swinging at me.
We do have one
Same
question
letter.
about that keyboard, Dahlia,
Oh,
from
yeah.
a friend in the Discord.
Mhm.
He's wondering if it's weird to type on that kind of a staggered layout.
It is for me. Some people will say that it is a lot like more convenient for them, and that you get used to it after a while. But I have definitely not gotten used to it. I guess it's more like ergodynamic to type on like a straighter kind of layout, but it's too much for me, really. I'm used to like the normal normal keyboard layouts like this, which is another board I have, which is my daily driver board. See, like a normal keyboard.
That looks really cool.
Yeah, I like that.
I like the purple.
Yes, this is so all keyboards come with like custom, or not all keyboards, but some people will make custom keycap sets for keyboards, and they will either like just make them on their own and like dye all the keycaps, or they will make a group buy kind of thing. So they design their key set and everyone just pitches in for it and it gets released. And this is one of them. It is GMK First Love. So I have like more keycaps, but because it's like a smaller board, I can't put it on it. But one of my favorite key sets out there.
It's
And
nice.
I actually have a really cool board to show off because I've heard that lots of people in the scene also really like vintage boards. And this is a really cool board I actually found at a thrift store, and I like fixed it up. If I can get it out.
As loud as it's gonna get.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, so this is
Holy shit.
giant board. It's actually very.
And those colors.
No. No
I added the colors myself.
This keyboard is literally vaporwave.
Yeah. I love that.
That's awesome. That's like full ergo.
Yes, it is a ergo layout, but like unlike most ergo boards, it's actually like just connected together. So it's like giant to have on your desk, but it's really fun to use. And I personally find it like very like convenient to use as well. I like the layout of it, and it's like really easy on my hands as well. And I like that it has like a concave shape to it.
That never looks like it would feel good. Does it really feel good to type on?
Yeah, I know.
I actually like it. Like, it's less draining on my hands, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of weird to explain. Like, everyone, of course, has like different hand sizes or different like accommodations for their typing, but it's just way easier for me and puts like less strain on my hands, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah. So I really like the concave shape.
For the keycaps on there, did you dye those, or is that like an extra set of keycaps that you added to it?
It's an extra set of keycaps that I added to it, but obviously like it doesn't really fit because if you look at it, like all these things are definitely not in like order. So I just remember what's on them.
But it fits.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a
Yeah,
cool
that's actually
set.
something I want to see on like more keyboards. It's just like a concave thing.
That's like
Yeah.
absolutely something that would be slapped on the side of some piece of like time travel technology.
I've been trying to fit something like that, like the ergo docs for a deck build, but it makes it so thick that like I just can't justify how ridiculous the thing looks. I've got a few mocked up in CAD right now, and yeah, it's just thing's gonna end up being like 100 millimeters thick, which won't even fit in a backpack or something. I actually just brought out a vintage keyboard that all of you probably will hate because it's just terrible. But and it is about to get retrobrided and a full cleanup on it. This is a Gateway keyboard, PS2 connection on the end. I've had this thing since I was about 10 years old, and it truly is terrible to type on. It was terrible when it was brand new, and it's still terrible, but I like it, you know? Like, it's the one I learned to type on, really. So it's going to get its own, we'll do a little video, do a little retro bright cleanup on it as well. It is Alp switches with a very mushy feel to it, and it's just awful, but, you know, it's still great.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, but as long as you like it, that's all that matters.
And you can see it's a little worse for
probably
wear.
worse? You know what's probably worse? I recently bought a Dreamcast, and the guy who I bought the Dreamcast from actually sent the original Dreamcast keyboard with it.
Did it come with the modem for it too?
I think the modem's included in the Dreamcast itself.
Dreamcast, I think.
Right.
I feel so bad for Sega. They really dug their own grave with that oversight, allowing people to burn games very easily.
While we're showing off vintage keyboards, this is my all-time favorite keyboard. This is a Apple Extended Keyboard 2, and you can see it's kind of yellowed a bit again. I did retro bright it and clean this out when I got it real well, but it's starting to yellow a bit again. It's got this cool little foot. You slide this down, and it comes down. I think
That's really cool.
Pretty cool.
Pretty epic.
And for anyone who doesn't know, RetroBrite isn't a product. It is a process for de-yellowing old plastic. Very simple, super cheap. If you have anything like that, just look up how to do it, and you'll have new-looking gear in a couple hours.
Yeah, the 8-bit guy on YouTube has a lot of really good RetroBrite videos.
Yeah, a lot of really good videos too. I watch them almost every day. There's hundreds.
Something called Apple Desktop Bus, which is the same connector as an S-Video, oddly enough. And I actually modified this to work with a USB by using a little Teensy 2.0, and just kind of modified it. And then I kept the ADB out plugs because it came with one of those really cool little like curly cables that were so cool back then. I guess
nice. Is that have a pass through for the mouse too that would plug into the keyboard?
Yeah, it's got one on each side. I actually do have a mouse that came with this keyboard, but I don't know. I couldn't really get it to work reliably even after giving it.
What a novel idea! Have the plug on both sides so you can put the wire where you need it.
Yeah.
Speaking of yellow keyboards, I'm gonna grab my Atari ST.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about the small keyboards as well. I've got over here a 40%, which is just a buy it off Amazon. It's like $45, and it's quite good.
Why?
This is one of my kind of prototyping stations. I can just pop in whatever hardware I want in this thing. Put whatever screen I want here, just tape. But just pop this thing out here. It's a kind of a press fit. The important thing with this keyboard is it's extremely thin. When you take the back casing off of it, I've never found anything else that's even close to being as thin with full-size Cherry MX switches. So I'm able to fit this in a lot of different case designs without it, you know, really making it bulky. And it's actually pretty nice to type on. It's not too weird of a placement of any of the switches. I've got one custom switch on this thing. Let me come to the full screen and I'll show you guys this one. If you can see it, it is a smiley face.
Nice.
Resin printed it and then painted it, and my girlfriend cast it in resin on top, so it's kind of this nice smooth resin. It's actually pretty good. It's held up. I've had it on there maybe about a year now, so hasn't broken yet. A lot of people think you can't resin print key switches. You can. You just want to seal them afterwards because touching resin prints leaves a really funky smell behind. So clear covering resin, like a different epoxy, whatever. But you can resin print as many keycaps as you want.
Yeah, speaking of yellow keyboards, this is my Atari ST 1040F. It's
Oh my gosh.
the most yellow device you will ever have seen. Because the guy I got it from sold it for 10 euros, which is like I think $12 or something.
You could probably eBay that for a car.
It fully works.
Definitely.
But the guy who owned it smoked and had 2 cats or something. So when I opened it, there were lots of cat hair in there. Not that tasty. And yeah, I should probably try to. What was the process? Retro. Like with the, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. But I think it would still be kind of yellowish after that, but way less.
Maybe you might be able to fully restore it too, but as a warning, it will make the plastic brittle. So if you got 30, 40-year-old plastic and you retrobrite it, don't really expect to continue using it. It's now a showpiece because it'll crack.
That's good to know.
Speaking of retrobrite, it's I've got a bottle.
Reddy here is he's on a call from the 80s.
Yeah, he's living in a totally different time period. Like,
yeah, he's actually coming to us from 1980 with his time machine.
Yeah.
We should look him up. He must be, what, 60, 70 years old now?
I thought I'm in the future because I'm. It's like almost 7 a.m. for me because I'm in Germany. The sun is already up again.
Wow.
Yeah, you're a trooper. You've hung out with us all night, and
yeah, it was really fun.
Anyone got anything they want to talk about?
My Model M.
What other keycaps do you have, Dahlia? I think.
Oh yeah, Lydia, don't you have a Model M just like collecting dust in the attic?
I did up until a week or two ago. I sold it to buy another keyboard. Or we'll buy more keyboard parts. So that's just the thing. Like I use a keyboard and I love it, and then I'm just like, I kind of want something new, you know. And I just like trade them in as I go.
It's like any good hobby, you know. It's got to keep expanding, and you know, keep you as long as you stay broke. You can't buy too many.
For sure. But,
Stay broke. The life tip for you: don't waste too much money by staying broke.
I've got one other keyboard here to show you guys. This is from the last conference from 0 Days, and this is a pretty cool little ortho, little thumb key. You're not going to really be able to see it because it's just so tiny, but tiny little switches. This was made by Death by Coffee, one of our members in the group. It's called the Mini KB. And this is actually going to end up in my Linux phone that I've been working on for a while. Some of you guys have seen the prototype for it. Yeah, this is going to end up being so we'll have a full-on keyboard on the thing. I think this is a 60%. It's a cool little board though. I mean, just, you know, paper thin. And he whipped this up. He threw the Cyberdeck logo in the corner here. You won't be able to see it on the camera. But it's pretty cool. It was a fun little project. Definitely need to get some more custom boards too coming out of the group. Got a lot of good designers here. There he is,
I tried to
playing
use
Donkey Kong here.
I tried to use that one the other day that I put together, and it's so crappy when you actually use it. And not
Did
only
you fix the
that,
sideways text on it?
I gave up at the. I was so frustrated with this, with even just the stupid blue light on my eyes as I tried to look for the keys. To put tape on it to make it a little more functional, and then just put it in a drawer, and I'll just
With
leave.
the glowing endorsement there, tell everyone what keyboard that is.
That is a pocket type for all you. If you're lucky, it's out of stock, so you don't have to worry about making the mistake of getting it. It comes with white keycap. It just you can't see any. And then there are 4 or 5 layers on it, as in like in white keycaps wasn't enough. Print out of the layers there. It's barely usable, and if you try, it'll punish your eyes because you'll look at it, and just NeoPixel will just be killing you when you apply it. Yeah. I do use every day at like a 40%, and that's okay. And the 30% I haven't managed. It's maybe pushing it a little too much. 40 seems to be okay, but 40 with like full size keycaps, like these keycaps, that's just not. It's not for me. Yeah. Some keyboards are okay, even if they are small. Yeah.
And the keyboard for that actually is available separate too on Tindy. So if anyone wants
It's the BenQ 10 keyboard.
Yeah. If anyone wants to just put that in the project, it's available.
I think those are aftermarket versions of a old BlackBerry keyboard, like replacement keyboards.
Pretty sure.
Wonder how long that overstock will hold out.
Not long.
No, sometime soon they will be gone, and we will never have cool mini keyboards again.
The BlackBerry one is actually quite functional, and like the feel is okay.
Does it have a tab? Does it have the tab key?
Oh, I see. The noise. What does it have? Pick.
But you have 4 function buttons. Maybe one of them is tab.
There is a symbol. I don't know. That could do something.
Add some layers to it.
Correct. I think you can add layers to it because it's a Python library where it's actually running it. So probably you're capturing every press and deciding what it's to do. So you could just add symbol and whatever you want to make it a tab or whatever other buttons you need.
Nice.
Brent, in
Great keyboards that I found though. I mean, I remember how cool I felt when I got one of those, for my corporate job way back when they were like new and amazing.
Oh, so you were a manager. Analyst. I'm my analyst life. I only see managers having it.
Brent in the Discord chat is asking about the overstock BlackBerry keyboards you guys are talking about. Does anybody have a link to that so I can get that posted?
BenQ 10 on Tindy.
Blasto, did you say you were on it?
The guy that assembles those, though, he was having some issues with some of the driver, some piece basically that the hardware maker, the process it said it was end of life, which kind of makes sense for this old stuff. So if you get it, make sure first that you can see someone on YouTube that made a project out of it, so you don't get the keyboard and then you cannot read the key.
Right. If you get just the keypad, you're not going to be able to find the connector that attaches to it. It's this little, I can't think of the name of it at the moment, but it is like a end-of-life product, and you'll need to get a carrier board that goes with the keyboard.
Yeah.
Don't just buy the bare keyboard. It'll be useless.
That may be the problem he was having. He was trying to buy this carrier board, and the manufacturer told him it was end of life and wouldn't be supporting it.
Hey, Dahlia, you want to bust out the artisan caps that you've been promising?
Oh yeah, for sure. So I have way too many, but I
Let's give
justify
her
it
the full
as
screen
like
on this.
I justify having so many artisans as in like I'm supporting the artists in the community because I just like the creative side more of it, I guess. I have 3 boxes worth of keycaps. I guess I'll show off some of my favorites. So I have it in a cool 3D printed little pink case.
Nice.
It's like hot pink in person.
It's a nice print too. What do you have for a printer?
Oh, I did not 3D print this. I got it off of. I'm trying to think of the vendor name. It was MAK Keyboards, I think. I don't know, but they're a vendor from Canada, and they 3D printed this for me. I don't really have any experience with a 3D printing machine or anything, so but I'd like to get into it. It definitely seems fun.
Well,
So-
Cyberdeck Discord is definitely the right group for that.
For sure.
Hang around long enough, and you have to get a 3D printer. It's required. I'm kidding.
Just like
but
the versatility I feel that you could get with stuff like from 3D printing it just seems really cool to me. But okay, this is one of my favorites. Hold on, if I can just get it out. It's a cute little like sheep, but it's not coming out of the case right here. Okay, now, so I'm not sure if it'll focus. Kind of. It is by a Vietnamese keycap maker, DC Caps. It is like just like a cute little pastel sheep. And it has like a bunch of like kind of porous kind of like features, I guess. It's kind of hard to see. I'm sorry.
Love it.
yeah, I have the same problem trying to show things on camera. It's like, I've got it focused really far away.
Yeah, it's
One
hard.
of your videos you have up, I was watching, you have some that glow under UV.
Oh, I do.
I thought that was very cool. I'd never seen that before watching your vid.
Yeah. A bunch of artists do use like UV reactive resin or pigments in their resin work, and I just think it's a cool little Easter egg, like because you'll have caps that look one color, and then just whenever you feel like it, it'll look like a different color. And here's my UV flashlight, and let's see. Okay, I have a couple, but I'm trying very hard not to like spill them over. So let's see.
The case itself is glowing pretty bright, but the rest are clipped out. It's too white.
It's too much
Yeah,
light.
let me see if I turn off my little light right here. Okay, I turn off my light. Oh, okay, definitely captures color much better now. Oh, like this little green one right here that I'm pointing at, like really glows up.
Oh yeah, I couldn't see that. Wow, that's cool.
That's
Looks like
cool.
every one in there glows.
It's glowing. Is that a little
Yep.
heart or what is that?
That's cool.
Which one?
Yep.
That's really cool.
Like this, I love the way this cat looks.
No, DSC.
Oh, the eyes glow. That's really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, there you go. It's capturing it a bit better.
And so much work to make those too. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's ridiculous.
The whole cap making like process is so hard. Like I am trying to get into keycap making because I have like so many ideas and like sculpts and stuff to work on, and it's just a very long process to even get like what you're trying to imagine into like a little tiny like clay sculpture. So it's very hard.
What kind of clay do you use for that? Is that like polymer clay or?
I'm not sure what type it is, but the brand that I use specifically is called Monster Clay. A lot of different artists using it, mostly because it's like very sturdy and easy to work out like small details in it. I actually have like
Monster play in the cosplay community actually quite a bit.
yeah, I have like a little thing I kind of sculpted out. I'm not sure if it'll capture on camera, but it is a spider on a spider web.
Nice.
Oh wow,
that's awesome.
That's
Are you
really
gonna?
cool.
Are you planning on casting that?
I am, but I need to get my hands on a good pressure pot first, and I need to learn how to use it because I don't want to like explode my house or anything.
Yeah, I've got a vacuum chamber now and the vacuum pump for it. Haven't gotten a pressure pot yet. My girlfriend does a bunch of castings. She makes some cool jewelry and stuff. And I've been trying to get her to make some keycaps someday.
It's really fun. Like you could just take any idea or like theme that you want and just put it down and use it every day.
Yeah, and they make some really cool aluminum molds for doing it too. It lets you make the inside and the outside of the mold.
Oh yeah, there's like so many different types of like ways to make the mold, and it's also like daunting sometimes.
Yeah, it's a messy process too. All the resin casting she's been doing is just it has spread. Like all good hobbies, it has spread.
For sure. Actually, okay, there's like a cool cap I wanted to show off too. So some keycaps are like made and like coated with like a metal kind of like powder. So they're called cold cast, and this is an example of one of them. So they're like kind of like artificially rusted in a bit.
Oh wow!
Does it actually feel like metal then? Like is it actually
It
cold to the
does.
touch?
Yeah, it's cold to the touch, and it's like heavier. Like here, I have a scale somewhere. Oh, I have it right here actually. So here is the regular like resin form of it. And this weighs, let me see, 0.3 ounces, while the metal one weighs 0.7 ounces. So a little bit heavier.
Well, that's quite a difference.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed a difference though, putting like metal casted caps onto a keyboard. Like you would think that it would just like weigh down on the keyboard switch, but I haven't really noticed any of a difference.
You said they're metal cast. What metal is it?
Or it's not like necessarily made out of metal. It's just like coated with like a metal powder, if that makes sense.
That's cool.
Like,
No,
I
that's
think-
cool.
Yeah, it's like aluminum.
I have to look up how they do that. Like that could be really cool for a lot of 3D printed cases. I wonder like how it does with heat deflection.
Yeah, it might add some structural support too.
Yeah. Oh, hey, the delay's gone.
Yes, I fixed the delay. Sorry, guys, and sorry for all the Nintendo noise.
Oh, that's perfectly acceptable for this.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
If anyone's curious about like the whole cold casting process, there's a YouTube channel called Punished Props Academy, and it's based more on like cosplay and things like that. But he does do a lot of like resin casting, and he pretty much just brushes the metal powder inside the mold and then just pours the resin in. And that's pretty much really all there is to it. It's actually surprisingly simple how they do that.
I might have to try that. I've got some pewter, powdered pewter for mixing into resins for a coloring agent. I have to try that. Just put it on the outside.
Yeah, and they have different acids you can buy to kind of patina the metal and kind of artificially rust it if it's rustable.
So many new hobbies to pick up.
I think if you make rusty keycaps, everyone's going to end up with Cheeto fingers.
Well, you got to seal them, like Boot was talking about earlier. Putting that little layer of like a sealing on them.
Yeah, that'd be cool to do a full rusted out set and then then just seal the patina so it doesn't keep oxidizing.
Just get a tetanus shot before you use it.
Easier than sealing every cap.
But, I've actually, I know we kind of moved past it, but we were talking about the little BlackBerry keyboard. I actually have one of them right here.
Nice.
And I'm almost certain this is definitely a aftermarket part because it doesn't say anything about BlackBerry anywhere on it, and it feels a little cheap. Not gonna lie.
Again,
the back, and it's got one of those weird little push ZIF connectors. Here's the board. It spits it out into stereo. Yeah, that's pretty much, there's really nothing much to this.
So what do you think you'll install that in?
Probably, I want to make something like that looked like a BlackBerry. Oddly enough, I know that's groundbreaking, but I wanted
how many of you guys actually owned the BlackBerry that keyboard was for?
I wanted to get like one of those hyperpixel displays and have it, in portrait orientation on it.
Yes, hyperpixel display. If I can have full screen here, that would be this display. And this is one of my early versions of the Linux phone that I was working on, kind of phone phablet type thing. Nice little Bluetooth keyboard in here. But yeah, it's a cool little display. Really one of the best looking displays that's really made for the Raspberry Pi. It just uses up all your GPIO, so you can't even run like battery management, which is annoying.
Yeah, battery management on the Pi 4 is brutal.
Oh, MSG, we had you muted again because the background noise. Sorry.
Oh, no, good. You wouldn't be able to use a hyperpixel because it uses all the GPIO, and you need pins for the board that the solder party board. So you'll have to use a different screen.
Yeah, every single power supply board I have needs some GPIO, so I basically just can't use this display for the Linux phone. It's just not a viable product for it.
Oh no, or the screen, the BlackBerry the BlackBerry keyboard wouldn't work.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I want. I wanted to use that hyperpixel for this, but it uses up all the resources I needed. I do have a couple other keyboards here to show you guys. Some that we have talked about in the past. This one here, the QGM. A lot of people have asked about using it for a Cyberdeck build because it has a whole bunch of accessories built in. It's got like USB hub, Ethernet, it's got HDMI out, VGA out, which is interesting today, but it's terrible. This is a horrible product. Don't buy it. It will not work. You can't type on this keyboard. All the keys are too close together, so there's absolutely no space between them. The whole thing is warped severely. Don't build a Cyberdeck with it. That's all I really wanted to tell you guys, because a lot of people ask, a lot of people want it. Nope, no, don't do it. It's awful.
Mechanical or die.
It's scissor mechanical, so technically mechanical. And then I got this thing here. I didn't bring it on earlier when Zach was on. We were talking about this laptop. I've left the plastic on. Yes, I don't like peeling that off. I like just leaving it, or I end up cracking whatever display. This is not a whole computer. It is a keyboard, a battery, trackpad, and a screen. And then it takes USB-C video input, which can work with the Raspberry Pi 4 over a special driver. And it works with a bunch of other SBCs I have. It was kind of a overstock rebrand. I bought it. It was pretty cheap, only like $80. And it's really nice for testing out various Cyberdeck parts, especially the SVCs, the single board computers, because everything's there. You just turn it on, plug it in. Once you've already configured the weird display output over USB-C, it's nice to be able to just have that to carry around compared to, say, the Virtuscope, which actually has been sitting here the whole time. I don't know if anyone saw it. I'm going to unplug my keyboard for a second so that you guys can see. And that just Velcros right in there. And this is my first, I'd say, really complete Cyberdeck that I built. It is semi-gutted at the moment. I've been trying to play with adding a bit more hardware into it. Some stuff that couldn't fit before. I got the Pi Sugar power supply, which is a lot smaller.
Can we see it closed again?
So this one closes on this side. There is another panel here that's not on it right now, which is sort of an open area of just, it's room for you to put your own hardware. It closes the same way, seals off the front here. And there's nothing planned that goes in it. It's so that you have space to put in some other project of yours without having to rebuild the whole case to accommodate it. And this one was fun. It's called a Virtuscope. There is information about it up on the Cyberdeck Cafe. Although it's a little outdated for the hardware that it used, like the LCD that's in it is not available anymore and has been replaced with one of these from WaveShare, I believe. Or no, this one's the UC Tronics. It's the exact same size. You just cut off some tabs that are on the corners and it just drops in. So it's nice too that the goal of that Virtuscope was to make it so you could keep upgrading and keep up with the new hardware. It's nice that there's actually a new display that fits in that space. But, we've been talking about keyboards a lot here, and small keyboards versus large keyboards. We have another project called the Universal Cyberdeck that we've been working on for a while. And one thing that has that a lot of these other builds doesn't is it will be able to fit any size keyboard. It's kind of the whole universal part of it. It's just a really simple tray that clips on underneath. So anyone that does want to build a Cyberdeck with a full-size keyboard and doesn't want to mess around with a 40% or 30% and be miserable, this definitely is the design you'll want to check out.
Sorry, guys, I felt I wasn't low resolution enough.
I'm going to have you show me how you did some of your video tricks here. Use it for the channel.
Pickups to the old 80s mixer. I used to have a similar mixer, not the same model as you do, but like an old one from the 80s like that I used in my rig when I was doing visuals for years. They're great.
They are great, but don't buy ones that have been in a children's camp for 20 years in a tent because they're all rotten inside.
Oh God!
Oh boy!
Why would you?
Did someone put cake in there?
I don't even want to tell you the things I found inside.
You sure?
Put a cookie in the slot drive, yeah.
Oh boy!
Hey, hey, Boot.
There's a Cyberdeck for you guys.
Shinobi One in the Discord is asking what keyboard it is that you were using there.
Say that again.
Shinobi One in the Discord was asking what keyboard it was that you were using there.
Let's see. For the Virtuscope, which is probably the one I'm talking about, it is the RK Royal Kludge. It's actually very good. The reviews and stuff aren't great. People are just very picky about mechanical keyboards. And then the keycap set is the Carbon. You can find it pretty much anywhere for about $20. Yes, this whole thing only costs about $70, which is a nice way to get in on mechanical keyboards. It's Bluetooth and hardwired, It has memory, so you can have 2 different Bluetooth devices paired to it and switch between Bluetooth and hardwired. So you can have 3 devices connected at once. So kind of does everything pretty well. And the only complaint is if you use arrow keys a lot and question marks a lot, you're going to be a little frustrated because of the way you switch between them.
There is
share
a
key.
64 key version of that keyboard, I believe.
And then
Really?
Stray
Might be
Light
mistaken.
Discord was asking about the one that was before that too, the one with the
Right. So this one is opened up, but I do have the bottom of it here. I have no idea what it's called.
I do. I'm
This
looking
is
it up.
the
I have it in my Amazon.
here we go. It's Magic Force Smart, the 49 key mini mechanical keyboard. So Magic Force Smart. This one was sold out for a while, which is why I never released the design that goes with it. Here it is with the bottom on. But it is back in stock now, and I might actually go ahead and release this design for this frame now that the keyboard is available again. I have one other piece of hardware here to show off just because it's something new that no one's really seen yet. This is the largest widescreen that I could find. LCD screen, I think it's a 1920 by 510 or 515 pixel. Very strange resolution, but it's definitely an interesting one. And it's about the same width, just a little wider than a 60%. So that's what it's going to be getting paired with.
That actually, I know this isn't related to our topics at all, but that actually looks like it'd be the perfect type of screen for like a backup camera that like screen sits over your rearview mirror.
Yeah, I had that thought too. It could make a pretty good rearview mirror. You can maybe split the feed so you had your side mirrors plus a rear in the middle. Actually, that's what this was built for. This is a display that is in a car somewhere.
Gotcha.
And now it's available on Amazon for $100, so it's kind of fun. And the driver board runs off 5 volts, which is important. Some of them require 12 volts. This one does 5 volt input, so we can actually use it in the Cyberdecks really easy. Just another topic here. We didn't really cover power supplies at all for the Cyberdecks, and that's because it's a miserable subject. And there's no good solution for it. So if anyone's wondering how do I power it, well, however you figure out. And please tell us how you did it.
Paul seems to be doing all these power supplies out of Roombas he found some garbage cans. Impressive.
Yeah. I mean, that's about what it takes, you know?
I plan to use a Little Panda Alpha for my deck when I build one. So I have the Little Panda Alpha. And
MSG is very familiar with those.
Yeah, I know. I've been in touch with MSG about this topic because the Little Panda Alpha has a lot of connectors which are quite uncommon. Like for the Wi-Fi antennas, I'm not sure if you can see that, but those Wi-Fi connectors are quite small.
No, those are USL. Those are reasonably standard. The battery one, the 10 pin. I had to buy 2 batteries of Dell on eBay before it worked.
Yeah.
Overall, my money on Latipenda, I had better luck buying the Mega Millions.
Yeah, I got some battery for a Chuvi mini book or something. There's a guy
an
on
old tablet that fits that same.
It's like super small.
10-pin connector.
Yeah, it's compared. You can compare it with a what's it called? GPD Win or something. Maybe with one of those.
I bought 2 batteries of those on eBay for Dell computers, but the power the batteries provide didn't match what the Latipenda needs. So all I did is get the connector and then solder the connector to something else, and it all ended up dead anyway.
Yeah, well, this battery actually works quite well.
Gives 12 volts.
It lasts around 5 hours, which is
Nice.
okay, I guess. Yeah, I would love to have some swappable design, but yeah, the connector is quite good in place. Yeah, but for my deck, it probably is enough. Maybe there are some because it has 4,200 milliampere, I think. And maybe there is like a 10,000 version or something. But yeah.
Well, you could just
This
pull
is
the motherboard right out of that, or I mean the battery management board, and replace the cells yourself.
yeah, probably.
That way you could keep the compatibility and just drop in some larger cells. It probably doesn't have any smarts for checking the actual capacity, or at least it might recalibrate if it does after you charge and discharge a couple times.
Yeah, that could possibly work. Yeah, but the Letter Panda is a quite powerful device, and I have it for like I think 2 or 3 years. I don't even really know how long. It could possibly be 3 years. And yeah, when I got it, I found out about the Cyberdeck cafe, which was just the Cyberdeck community back then, and yeah, I've been quite inactive for like a long time, but yeah, I just want to build a deck, and I'm more active right now.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see what you come up with. I have a feeling it's going to have a good color scheme.
Yeah, I really
vaporwave.
try. I will try to have some retro-ish look to it, like some gray or something like that. Would be awesome.
Tom Dolan on YouTube is asking if that battery was 12 volt.
I think so, yeah. The Latte Panda has a power consumption of 12 volts at 3 amps.
There you go.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up the stream tonight, any more questions from the people watching? Anyone on Discord or on the YouTube chat? Take a look real quick here and see what you guys are up to. And thanks for sticking around so long too. I know it's a long stream, but it's fun. Why not?
Yeah, we've had a real good time tonight. I'm glad everything went fairly smoothly. And
let's see. Straylight mentioned the 49% keyboard doesn't seem to exist anymore. It is random. The stock pops up and it gets depleted rather quickly. You'll find it on Amazon when it's available. That's going to be your only source for it. But it does pop up every now and then. And it's actually pretty good too. I've used it quite a lot as my main keyboard. So yeah, just bookmark that link that Blasto posted and just keep checking every now and then. You'll see it pop up.
I could also drop a link for my Instagram and my Redbubble I created yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. So if you post that here in the chat, we can post it to the group.
Caleb just reminded me, we also still have IL Wright's PyKey video.
Yes. He couldn't make it on the show tonight. He is fighting the sickness. But let's go ahead and just play that now. This is also one of my favorite projects. Really a cool design.
I love the design and the look and feel of it. It's really elegant.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, that is a cool one. And the board for that, it's not just a keyboard, it's not just one thing. There's a whole carrier board for the Raspberry Pi modules. The original version holds a Raspberry Pi Zero, and the newest version is a...
Yeah, I'm there, but I just wanted to give you a small sneak peek of what my window looks right now, because the sun is rising.
Sun's rising for you. It's almost midnight for me.
It's almost 1.
So yeah, I wanted to ask what time it is for you, because it's 7:30 almost for me.
12:30 here.
Sunday's not going to exist for you.
No, I'm probably going to bed after the stream and just sleep all day, and that's it.
Sounds like a normal Sunday.
Yeah, kind of.
No,
Yeah,
from
Hi,
seeing you
Q,
play
real
Virtcon.
quick. I'm gonna drop you guys a link to his Discord
I already
so everyone
put one
can
in.
join in. Okay, cool. It really is a cool project, and the guy who's making it too is a really nice guy. Really cool to talk with. So everyone should definitely check it out.
I just love that sliding screen. I really want to like.
The mechanics that went into actually making that happen too are crazy. Like that's the most complex part of the entire build, is just making that thing slide with an HDMI cable plugged into it, or DVI or whatever it was that it uses.
Oh, it's beautiful. That is a difficult thing to get right. I mean, I went through a ton of designs trying to get something similar to that to work. It's tough.
Yeah, the sliding keyboard. Yeah, what happened with yours? The prints just didn't really have the tensile strength, right? They just flexed too much.
I kept feature creeping myself, and then life got busy, so I feature creeped myself so hard that I had to put it on hold. So it's kind of on hold until I get some free time again to really put time into it. But I'm definitely going to build all of those features. It's just going to kill me.
Well, and now you can have the risky switches in it.
Yeah, now I'm going to redesign it again because, I have to.
Part of the fun, though.
I think what's really nice is that as all these new builds come out, it just inspires us to think of more and more clever ideas and, kind of a very friendly one-up over each other just to come up with something even more awesome.
Yeah, seeing the designs this year for the contest. I mean, last year's were incredible too, but like they're just so over the top this year, and like can't wait to see what happens for the next one.
One day, all of us are going to be walking the street, and we're just going to be seeing Cyberdecks everywhere, and then we'd be like, "Yeah, we knew, we knew all along."
We'll be Cyberdeck hipsters.
Yeah,
it'll go mainstream and won't be cool anymore. We'll need a new hobby.
We'll go back to like old compact luggables and K-Pro luggables.
Yeah.
We'll all be building briefcases.
Having thin, small cell phones and computers will be retro.
They're going to get so big that we'll just put wheels on it, and then eventually they'll just become our personal robot astromech droids.
It's just a crash cart you wheel around with you.
Maybe your car is your Cyberdeck.
I want my own gonk droid.
Tesla. A Tesla is literally a computer on wheels.
Yeah, 100%.
It is, and it has flash memory that wears out and has to be recalled because of it.
I think it's funny that Elon Musk tried to get Nintendo to have a Mario Kart for his Tesla. Like a literal Mario Kart version on a Tesla. Which Nintendo kind of refused. Someone just dropped the skateboard computer in the chat.
That's actually been done. Someone used a skateboard deck, excuse me, as the lap deck, and then built everything off of it so they could like sit the thing on their easy chair. I'd have to find it somewhere on the Reddit Cyberdeck group.
Wow.
But it's actually pretty good. Has a split keyboard and yeah.
That's amazing.
I look forward to the first physical con where there's just a whole bunch of people with all of their crazy custom machines walking around, showing each other all the insane stuff they have.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We could set up a big LAN party or something, find a good game to play.
If it gets big enough, we might be able to do that whole like HackerCon badge thing where like the badge is a Cyberdeck.
We worked on that. We kind of put the project to the side, but we had a pretty good start on it. Mechanical keys, a LoRaWAN, STM32 board with a built-in OLED. We got pretty far along with it, and you know how these things get busy. Yeah. But we'll definitely revisit it again. The idea was to have a Cyberdeck badge, something that we could potentially text each other messages or like maybe like meetup directions
Yeah,
lets
Laura
me
is
know where
really
you're at.
awesome. I'm glad we covered it today. As a ham radio operator, I'm just obsessed with Laura because non-hams can use it.
Yeah, exactly. Licensed, licensed for public use.
Maybe the walkie texty is our badge.
Walkie text.
That'd be
Yeah,
so.
I mean,
fun.
the thing's pretty
That
much
name is not
talking to each
happening.
other.
That name is not happening.
walkie text.
No, I'm not even gonna say it. I refuse to acknowledge it.
Come on, say it, and then all the publications will use that one soundbite from you.
I'll mute myself just to prevent it. Otherwise, I'll be like thinking, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
I mean, I don't think anybody ever expected selfie to be a term we're using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that was
Selfies. That just made me think of selfie sticks and how horrible that is.
How about we use the selfie stick as an antenna?
I'm sure TJ Maxx already sells that.
Selfie WAN.
Yeah.
Selfie
It's a
Selfie
LoRaWAN
LAN.
protocol specifically for sending selfies to each other. That's the only thing it'll do.
It's more technology for the boomers.
Here's a stupid question about Laura or whatever. Can you do that with like a regular SDR, or do you need something that's like specifically?
I think the chip needs to be like a LoRa chip.
It has to be okay.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's licensed tech and it's not exactly open source. So yes, a software-defined radio could, in theory, do any protocol, but someone has to write that software first. And the hardware needs to, have the right bandwidth and frequencies and everything else. I actually do have a ton of SDR hardware here. I just didn't bring it out because it's a lot of cables and boxes and antennas and it would take up my whole desk. I'm tired. It's late. I think we wrap it up, yeah?
It's early.
Yeah, early.
Any other good questions up there? Any last minute requests?
All right, let's see once more. Player 2, Living in the Woods.
Yes, show us what the outside is like.
Yeah. I could show you some prototypes of designs I made. Like the Neon Summer design was less green originally and didn't have the online text in the corner. So if you'd like to, I could show you some prototypes.
How about on the Discord? Anyone that's staying up, we are planning to have a little bit of an after party, although it's a lot later than we expected to start, like any good after party should be. We're going to try and bring up some music in the music channel, or I might just place a link to the playlist that we're going to use. And, some of us will be hanging out there at the Discord, so come join us.
Sure.
Check out stuff, follow up with your favorite makers here, and any information that you heard about, we'll be talking about it there. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Let's call it a night. Thank you all for being on. It was really nice to meet all of you guys that I haven't before, and this was fun.
Yeah,
we'll definitely be doing this again soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
I look forward to the next one.
Maybe my face is less bright the next time. It's like just white.
Yeah, the sun will do that to you.
I want to say thanks to for Adafruit for dropping in with those gift cards. It was very cool of them. And Tim from TH3D, he did not make it on the stream, but he's donating that flex plate kit, which is really cool piece of tech. You should check out his site. He's got all kinds of upgrades for like every 3D printer. I've got a bunch of stuff that's in my cart ready to order. Caleb, thank you for running behind the scenes here. This has made it so much easier, so smooth.
No problem. I've been having fun. We've been getting a lot of things.
Well, the sun is getting into you, I think. The sun is making you glow.
Ultimate UV.
Yeah.
I'm blue, da ba dee ba da da.
You need one of Paul's like radiation detectors.
Yeah, I should hit up Paul and ask
What is it?
if
The gym
where I can
Jimber
get one.
counter? What did you call it? The Jimber counter?
The blue sensor.
Well, thank you all for being on. Reddy, Dahlia, Player 2, Blasto, MSG, Lydia, thank you for sticking around so late too. And everyone else who was on the show today. It was fun chatting with all of you. Caleb, if you would play us out with your outro.
Will do. Everybody have a good one.
Right.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know where the camera is.
Like and subscribe.
I'm not gonna wait. I was waiting.